one. Welcome to the 2021 NFL Draft Day 2 show, presented by the Roar of the Lions UK podcast. I'm Matthew Turner, I'm your host, alongside my co-hosts Ant, Steve and Brian. How you doing, boys?
Yep, evening everyone. I'm a little calmer than I was yesterday. I think the anxiety has gone now. We've had the pick out the way. I'm now more intrigued because I want to see what the War Room has done and how it's listed priorities, in what order they feel we need to strengthen the most. This is where the draft starts for most teams, because best player available has gone. Like, we've taken them. So let's see now who they think fits what areas at the value of each pick. So I'm actually quite more interested now than I was last night, actually.
Yeah, I think, it was nerve-wracking because we've just got a history of doing terrible things. And the fact that we made absolutely the right choice and then enjoyed watching other people do crazy things, I think has definitely taken the pressure off. So I'm actually looking really forward to tonight. And a lot more optimistic than I was yesterday. So it's all good. And I've had a sleep, so that's good.
Yeah, night two's here. It's going to be interesting, this one. Day 2, a lot of my favorite guys are in the reckoning for today, and I'm hoping that Detroit at least draft one of them. So let's see how it goes.
You have more than one favourite person, Ant? Are you sure?
Oh yeah, I've got my 3 picks completely lined up for today, who I would prefer. So you know me, I settled on my favorite guys pretty early.
Just if you're on the stream, if you're watching, if we do at any point draft Richie Grant, just be prepared for Ant to explode in some fashion. Thank you so much for joining us for this. It's going to be a really exciting one. There's a lot of picks to be done today, 64 for the 2 rounds. I think it's half as much time per pick, so 5 minutes per pick. They're going to come thick and fast. And there's a few guys, boys, that really dropped out the first round that were unexpected, and a few expected to rise that didn't materialise. The ones that are obvious to me are actually the ones that are on the stream at the moment: JOK, Ojulari, Merrig, Jenkins, Barmore, and maybe Elijah Moore as well. Where do you think they're going to go tonight? Do you think one of them could fall to us?
I think Murray's going to go early. He's mirrored Xavier McKinney last year. He was rumoured to be around that 20 mark, but he fell out the first round, but he got snapped up within the first 2 picks, I think, the next day. I think that'll be the same with Murray. He'll be gone in 2 or 3. The edges may drop, though, because of the unpredictability of their class. And I'm really intrigued to see how far Jock goes. I feel like he can't go more than, again, 2 or 3 spots. Surely someone has to take him for value now, because it's great value pick he represents at the minute.
Yeah, I think what happened last night was that there was a kind of collective groupthink amongst a lot of GMs about the offensive tackle class, because it was really strong class, and I think a lot of GMs thought, do you know what, we're going to take another player, a top need with our first pick, and then there'll be a tackle on the board in the second. And I think this is really going to help Detroit, because I think there's a lot of teams that have missed out on a tackle in the first round and are going to be looking to snap up those tackles that are on the board in the second round. So, someone like Tevin Jenkins, Dickerson, Cosme, Eichenberg, there's so many that I think will be snapped up in the first 10 to 12 picks. And I think that will help us. And that will mean that, I've kind of isolated 3 position groups that I really want. I really want a safety, I really want a linebacker, and I really want a wide receiver. And I think we've got a shout at a very, very good player in one of those 3 groups if the board falls as I hope it will.
Totally agree. I have got the same 3 position groups circled in any order between the 41 and the 2 picks in the 3rd round. I'm quite happy filling them in any way possible. I'm open to moving back in the 2nd if possible, if the right deal comes in, because as Steve said, there is a plethora of offensive linemen that have fallen and they could take up 4 or 5 picks easily before anyone gets to us, and that is going to push someone further down the line. It could be JOK. It could be in for a huge slide, which could be quite. I feel sorry for him, but it could be the byproduct of such an offensive line heavy draft. So I'm really looking forward to this. This is my favorite night of the draft. I think 2 and 3.
It's going to be really exciting to find out. Is there any position groups that you perhaps don't want us to focus on? Let's take the obvious special teamers out. No long snappers, kickers, or punters, fine. But any core positional groups that you don't want to see addressed at this point that we're safe on?
Any offensive position other than receiver.
Yeah,
Literally
absolutely.
Nothing. I want nothing else to do with offensive picks in this draft apart from a receiver. The rest has to be defense, and every sort of position is open on the defense for strengthening.
I agree. Like say, let's leave tight end alone. We can address that if needs be later on if we want to pick someone up and a blocking project. I don't want to go anywhere other than wide receiver on the offense. I'm going to avoid the line for now. Edge. I want to work on the outside and the back end in 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure we want like a big defensive lineman or anything like that. I know like Barmore is many people's top player on the board, but I think linebacker. So I'd love to get JOK or Baron Browning. I think a wide receiver, if we can get like one of the sort of better guys. I know that there's quite a lot of issues with some of the wide receivers. Some of them are a bit one-dimensional, but I think there's definitely value to be had. And safety, you've got Murrig and you've got Jevon Holland and you've got Richie Grant, and I'd be happy with any one of those three. So that would be a great draft for the Lions. I'm a bit unsure about edge. I mean, there are a couple of decent edges that could be very much within our grasp. So, someone like Joseph Asai, but I just don't think that's we've got Aquara, we've got Trey Flowers coming back. I think we should probably leave that alone.
Yeah, for me, I don't want to go near the defensive line or the offensive line now. That's kind of what I was going for. I can see most other positions on the defensive side of the ball for sure. Cornerback is not something I want to see addressed early, but I don't mind it at 101. I can see edge maybe at 101 because down that sort of area is where a lot seem to bunch up in mock drafts. You get down to 101 and you might have 5 or 6 edges at the top of the predictive boards because there's so many of them. So pick your poison with that, but maybe we stay away from that as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see wide receiver be the first pick for the Lions at 41 if we don't move back. In the predictive board, if it just goes by the ranking from the Draft Network, Terrace Marshall is at 10, and we're picking at 41, which is the 10th pick. I think 9th pick. So sorry, he's going a pick before us if you take that as it is. Elijah Moore is at 4. We've got Rondale Moore at 15, Amari Rogers at 21, Dyami Brown at 26. Out of those, I think I would be delighted if Elijah Moore fell to us. But otherwise, Rondale or probably Dyami Brown. I'm not a big Amari Rogers fan this high. That seems like a reach to me.
What about Dwayne Eskridge from Western Michigan down at 42? Pretty explosive.
I'm torn. I think the thing that does it for me is his age.
He's 24?
24. Yeah, and you're getting your rookie deal out of him, and then you have to really question whether you want to invest a pro contract in him, given that he'll be well into his 30s by the expiry of the pro deal. I don't know.
But Dwayne Eskridge is a former defensive back. He's built like one, and he blocks like one. Dan Campbell wants receivers who block and contribute to that sort of the game. He's exactly the type of receiver we're looking for.
That is very true. But if you have a look at Sewell, and I know that they might have picked Sewell for other reasons, but I think one of the reasons why the upside is there is because he's 20 years old. And I do think age is a big factor that you just can't change. Eskridge has tremendous upside, but I think that when this process started a couple of months ago, that Eskridge was rumoured to be maybe a 5th round guy, 4th round guy, and he's really, risen up the ranks because you can see on tape how valuable he could be. But I think that he was actually valued quite well to begin with in terms of the skills he brings versus his age. I'm sorry to say it for him, but I think it's a little too late.
What about why do you think that Terrence Marshall has not been wasn't taken?
His is a lack of tape, I think. Well, I say a lack of tape, but he's been stuck behind Jefferson and Chase at LSU. So I think it's not really had his time to shine and get the high volume of passes and receiving yards to really make him stand out. I think his talent's there, but I think it's just he's been forever the bridesmaid, never the bride sort of thing.
There's also other concerns with him in terms of his locker room presence and character issues. There's rumours of him being a proper diva personality, and some organisations don't care about that sort of thing at all. But I do think that does kind of put Detroit out of the running for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not on their board whatsoever.
He does have drop issues as well. I think his drop rate's quite high.
And that was the only thing that was said about receivers by Dan Campbell, right? Get in position, catch the ball. So
who's our consensus wide receiver then? If what numbers here, and
I've got him go. Well, I'm using my own drafts here, but I've got him going in the late third. Pick.
Who's this? Sorry, I missed the name.
Jalen Darden.
Darden, yeah.
Darden is just a difference maker. I mean, the sheer speed he has is amazing. He may be small, but he can stretch a field really wide. Teams have to prepare specifically for him. He's really tough as well for a short guy, but he's exactly, again, the type of guy that Dan Campbell will love. He just goes to work, first in, last out, tough as nails. Don't buy his size issues. They're not going to inhibit him at the next level.
I would like some guys lower down. There's some people I think are going to do really, really well. I think there are 2 picks that commentators are speaking about a lot, really, and that's Cade Johnson and Josh Palmer. They're 2 guys I would love. So one's your starting slot receiver in Cade Johnson. He's just going to produce very high floor. Not sure about the ceiling, but there we go. And I have to just send a link to someone, so beg your pardon, but someone else picked it up in a minute.
You've got Daz Newsome down there as well. I mean, some of these guys are just getting pushed down because of the wide receiver class depth. It's not that they're necessarily guys who would belong in these rounds. It's just that's where they're getting pushed because there's so many guys going before them. But Daz Newsome's another one you could get him 4 or 5.
And what about Elijah Moore? I mean, obviously he's the kind of like top ranked on the board at the Draft Network that's left. I think he's down at the 4th best player on the board. What would it be worth spending the first pick on him?
If he falls, for sure.
I don't think he'll make it.
You can, but I don't want to be spending my top 2 picks on my offense when it's the only 2 problem. Well, I don't even think tackle was an issue, but you've got to start going defense sooner rather than later. And
you have.
Receiver can go later.
Let me interject just to let you know who's coming up in the rest of the show, because we've got our first guest coming on in a few minutes' time. In a second, we'll have Andres from the Jets UK podcast. He'll be followed up half an hour later by Next Man Up from the Eagles. We'll then have Ashley Soden from our WhatsApp Twitter group, Barry from Raiders UK. Then we'll have Nath, who's my friend and a Panthers fan. And we'll have James Kirkham, who joined us on the stream yesterday. He's a Patriots fan. That's going to be an interesting one with Mac Jones. We'll have then Duncan from Arrowheads Abroad, which is the Chiefs fan page and podcast. And then we'll finish off the night, 3:45 in the morning, with Maurice Hawkins from the US. He's part of DC Tweet Team. So it's going to be a packed show for you tonight. But let's welcome in our first guest, Andres from the Jets UK podcast. How you doing, man?
Not too bad. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate your time. Tell us a bit about yourself just to kick us off?
Well, yeah, I've been a Jets fan for 20 years. Joined as kind of as a teenager, jumped into the madness, and just recently I kind of saw that there wasn't really a UK Jets podcast presence, and I've been doing another podcast that covers all the NFL, and then I thought, well, I couldn't stop talking about the Jets on my other one, and they kept saying stop talking about the Jets all the time. So I thought, well, might as well start one. So I reached out to a guy, my co-host David, who's quite he's a UK guy, but he does a lot of writing for the American sites. He's quite prominent in Jets Twitter and the Jets community. So I thought he would have a good presence to kind of reach out to a good community, and we started it just before free agency. So we've been going for about 8 weeks or so. Yeah.
Fantastic. How's the reception been so far? Have you had some good reviews and good listenership?
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Numbers are going good. Feedback's really good. So yeah, we're just starting up, but it's going nicely. Yeah.
fantastic. I can tell you from experience that someone will say, will you bloody shut up about this and just go and do this thing where you don't have to talk about it with me, and your knowledge will just get better and you'll talk about it more. It has a total opposite effect. So my girlfriend is regretting the day that she said, just go and make your own podcast for you. Thank you so much again for coming on. How do you feel that the Jags picks went yesterday? Lawrence and then the running back at 25.
Jets.
The Jags picks
Jags.
Jay.
I'm so sorry.
We wish we had Lawrence.
Wilson,
we wish we had Lawrence. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wish.
No, I mean, I really love Zach Wilson as well. I mean,
yeah,
Trevor Lawrence is another thing, right? Because he has such a high floor, but Zach Wilson's ceiling is just as high. Obviously, there's more of a risk there. But no, we're really excited about what he could do, especially in this offense. This new offense has been brought over from the 49ers. This system that's works really well for QBs, and I'm not saying he's going to reach the level of player like this, but he has a similar profile in terms of the way he plays to like an Aaron Rodgers, in terms of the things he does well, right? In terms of the type of player he is. So if you can get anywhere close to that, then you could be on a successful path, And then we trade up from 23 to 14 to go get a guard that we desperately needed. Our guard play was atrocious. I mean, our tackle play and our center play weren't too bad, but the guards were so bad they just dragged the whole line down. It just was, they were that bad. So we made a play, got Elijah Vera Tucker out of USC, and it was like the number one dream pick that we wanted at 23. He was creeping up the boards as we got towards the draft. We knew he wasn't going to be at 23, but so when we moved up, everyone's just really excited about it now in the Jets community. So yeah, as we head towards day 2, we're really happy with what happened last night, and not just what we happened with our team, but with we were nervous that Justin Fields would fall to the Patriots, so that didn't happen. So that kind of was another little thing that we were worried about, but it didn't happen. So, and you guys
worked out very nicely for you. So, I mean, I guess the thing with the Jets that's been a concern over the past couple of years is just kind of that and this is a word that we hate on the Lions, but the fundamentals kind of have been lacking in terms of previous quarterback in Darnold. His ceiling is so high and still so high, but not giving him the chance to succeed, really. As far as I saw, anyway. Is that how you saw it? And perhaps the fact that you've drafted the best guard on the board and one of the best offensive linemen in the whole draft in Vera Tucker, and you've setting him up on a path to perhaps succeed for the first time in a few years.
It's been a mess since Rex Ryan left nearly 10 years ago, because the owner didn't want to let Rex Ryan go, let the GM go, and then they've been just off kilter all the time. And there's never been an actual plan of like, what system are we running offensively? What system are we running defensively? And then we would get a coach in who would be so focused on one side of the ball. And that was with Rex as well. He was so focused on the defense. Same with Todd Bowles and then Adam Gase on the opposite side, where they just didn't care about the other side of the ball. They were the head coach, but really they were just the defensive coordinator who happened to be the head coach, or the offensive coordinator that happened to be the head coach. Now, Salah's come in, and he says, even though he's obviously come from a defensive background with the 49ers, he's brought in Jeff Ulbrich, who was the interim defensive coordinator for the Falcons last year when Dan Quinn was let go, and he's going to be his DC. He's got Mike LaFleur, who's Matt LaFleur's brother, running the OC, and he's going to be, and so Salah's going to be the CEO type head coach and look over the whole thing, which is something that we're really, really happy with. And then in terms of the structure of it, they've always had a reporting structure of the coach and the GM report directly separately to the owner. And now they finally aligned it where Joe Douglas is Salah's boss, and then he reports to the owner. So it's a much more clean.
There's a hierarchical system.
Yeah, exactly. And there just seems to be an air of competence right now with the way Joe Douglas has come in. I think if anything come out of the Adam Gase disaster is that he managed to get Joe Douglas in through the door, who seems to be so far. He's done in terms of he hasn't lost a trade. He got a great value for Jamal Adams. He got great value for Leonard Williams. He got good value for Darnold after really, it was obviously our fault what happened with Darnold as well, but he didn't show anything to really warrant that much trade value. Got a good value there. He dropped down in the second round last year, still got Denzel Mims where we were going to take him 10 picks earlier. He moves up this year, so he shows flexibility in the way he wants to run the draft. So overall, we're really, really excited by the direction of the way that the team building and potentially the coaching is going to go. And maybe it's the start of a different era after 10 years of no playoff football.
I can definitely understand where you're coming from in terms of the competency.
Yeah, we probably have a
very similar.
Yeah,
I totally recognise it in youth for sure. You've got,
for sure.
I think, by counting another 8 picks in the draft, as far as I can see from Tankathon, and you've obviously got the second pick tonight. Yeah. Where do you think the Jets are going? There's rumours you might be trying to trade out. Is there any position groups that you're looking at in terms of big need? What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, it's been the debate, obviously, since the first round wrapped up last night. It's been a debate of where we go with the pick. It's been the 3 options that really people have been jumping on is Tevin Jenkins, fill up the other guard position, and he can kick to tackle next year when we maybe looking to upgrade that position next year. And it would just be it would just add dominance to that line and really kind of have 5 guys across the line that you're really happy with. We also like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who would be an absolute dynamite chess piece for Robert Saleh, and he'll be our version of Fred Warner. And then those are the 2 kind of players that we really would like if we were to stick there. But yeah, the trade down option is enticing to kind of get back some of the assets that we gave up to move up last night. We could do that. If someone's desperate to get a player, we can maybe get a pretty good haul back and maybe overvalue on the other side and get some good value there. So yeah, I'm not surprised that the trading rumors come out. Maybe that they're putting out there to see if anyone wants to bite. But I'm hearing it could be Tevin Jenkins if he's still there and they're stuck at 34, and we'd be pretty happy with that. Yeah.
Were you amazed at how little it took to move up 9 spots? Because I know the Bears moved up for the best quarterback on the board, but they moved up the same number of places, and Jones was still on the board. So if someone fancied him, you might think that the Vikings could have got a haul, but you went up for relatively little. You must be pretty pleased.
Again, it's just great. It's just great value. Whenever you look at Joe Douglas's deals, he just happens to have he has really good relationships around the league. That was the one thing coming in, is that he had really good relationships, and you just don't, he sets things up really well beforehand. These conversations probably would have happened beforehand. So I think that the Bears are in a bit of desperation move as they are right now, with Nagy and Pace being on the hot seat. So they had to go and get their guy, and I think they did a good job in doing that to try and preserve their jobs. And I really like Fields as well. For us, I think it was already in place that we wanted to move up, and I think that deal was probably in place with the Vikings. And yeah, so we were really happy with only losing the 2 third-round picks this year. We've got 2 seconds and 2 firsts next year. We didn't have to touch them. So obviously we still miss them this year, but we could recoup them. So it gives us a lot of flexibility. We've got a ton of draft picks and still a lot of cap space going into next year and this year as well. So still a lot of room to maneuver and get more talent on the squad.
I was reading the Thomas Dimitrov piece on the NFL website.
Yeah,
the ex-Falcons GM, and he was basically saying that the key thing in terms of draft night and trading is you've always got to give the impression to the other teams that whatever deal you do, it was a win-win for both sides. Because the minute you get a reputation that you've burgled picks off someone and you've absolutely rinsed someone, then you're never going to get that same trade next year. So you've always got to sort of try and get across to the media that it was mutually worked out really well. And I think the Vera Tucker thing is just, first of all, it's fantastic for you. It's also fantastic for us because I was really worried that the Vikings were going to fill in, a big need on their offensive line, and Vera Tucker was definitely the best player because of his flexibility and versatility. And they've ended up trading back, but taking a player that I don't think is going to really improve them much.
They got, who was it? Darrashaw. They took.
Darrashaw, yeah.
I mean, Darrashaw was a guy I saw was mocked to them at 14. If as well, like I saw there was sometimes it was linked to them, and I think he has a good value for them still. I still think going back and getting those 2 extra thirds and still getting a guy who was in that range. I think they wanted a guy who was more of a left tackle model rather than Tucker. He has played at left tackle and he's got flexibility and he can go there if you say had an injury there. But I think he is a dominant guard prospect more often than they were looking for a tackle. And then obviously they like Darrashaw. So yeah, I think I think for them, when I saw that they still got Darrashaw at 23, I was like, okay, that's pretty good value for them. And I think it was a win-win really for both teams, really.
And what do you think about what do you think about the other teams in the AFC East in terms of how they've done? What are your thoughts on their picks?
Yeah, well, I'll go with the Patriots is always the one that we kind of lock onto, and obviously they got Mac Jones. We call him, obviously the Mac is short for McCorkle, so now we're gonna just ride that now as a funny nickname for the rival QB. But yeah, he's a good player, obviously. But we were worried about one of the other 4, whoever dropped down out of the whole San Fran situation would land with the Patriots. So we were happy that it ended up being Mac Jones. As much as he's a good player, I don't think he's as scary a proposition as the others. With the Dolphins, yeah, they end up getting Waddle. He's going to be trouble to deal with. And so someone like a Wusu Koromoa could be very useful against someone like Waddle with the weapons they're getting in Miami. And they obviously got Jalen Phillips as well at 18. And he has some medical issues potentially, but he's potentially the most talented kind of edge rusher in the draft. So that could work out as a bit of a boom bust situation, but it could work out well. And then the Bills end up getting, what would the Bills do? They end up getting the part.
Russo.
That one I was a bit surprised. I thought there may be some better ones. I particularly like Ojulari more, who's still available now over Russo. I think he's a bit more dynamic than Russo, but I think that it's really pick whoever you prefer at that point in terms of the edge rushers. They're all pretty banded together at that late first, early second range.
Yeah, Russo's one that surprised me just because he tested so poorly and he's had a year out. I just thought that would spook people a lot, but clearly not. Where do you see the Jets ending up next year? If you can go through this draft showing the competency that you've seen from this new group so far, where do you think the ceiling is for the Jets?
I got to kind of, when you talk about final record, you got to reset your mind in terms of because of the new 17-game schedule. So I'd say we're probably a 7-win team, maybe 8, like an 8 and 9 team, potentially at our ceiling. Because I think that the coaching staff is a massive upgrade. Like the Gase, it wasn't just Gase. He had a bare bones skeleton squad that he was kind of a bit of a control freak. He wanted as fewer other voices in the room as possible. So he would basically have guys doing multiple jobs so that there was less voices and there was just yes men around him. It was just an absolute disaster. It was worse than even it was announced in the national media. It was worse than that when you look into it deeply and for people who know things behind the scenes. So the new setup from the coaching point of view is going to probably give us at least probably 3 or 4 extra wins there, because when I looked at the Patriots squad last year, I didn't see a team that was particularly more talented than when you look at the position groups from the Jets. It was just obviously the coaching in the Patriots is infinitely better, and that got them the amount of wins they got compared to what we got. That was the difference in coaching. And then obviously the players. So do you want to jump in with something? Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, I think that the thing about Bill is that he was pragmatic last year and knew that the team was limited, identified where he was strong, and that was the offensive line and a running quarterback, and decided that's the way he was going to win. And the thing about the Jets was, for me, the lack of pragmatism in terms of trying to identify what you're good at. I didn't know what the Jets were good at last year.
It was a disaster. I mean, it's Gase. Gase is still running that old Peyton Manning Broncos offense, and he's riding off that success. And he wanted Sam Darnold to be a Peyton Manning at 15 plus years into his career, and it's like even if Darnold is the best of his ability, he's never going to be that kind of player. So it was completely a square peg round hole situation, and he just was just completely trying to whack it in constantly, never going to work. And obviously with the Frank Gore situation, he was trying to just run him to, it was just, the guy's so stubborn, and he just was, and he would just dive into his notepad on the side on the sidelines instead of speaking to his players. It was just, we're so happy to be past that disaster. We just knew it was never going to end from the moment they signed him to be the coach 2 years ago. And yeah, now it's exciting times. And you look at the people they've brought in through free agency. I think that, Carl Lawson is finally the edge rusher we've been wanting for like 15 plus years as a prospect. He, didn't get a lot of sack totals, but his pressure rate was incredible. So yeah, he's really promising, especially with this Salah defense as a kind of in the Nick Bosa role that we had last year. And then, next to Quillen Williams, that's going to be incredible on the line. Offensively, we brought in Corey Davis, who's going to be opposite Denzel Mims. They're very pretty similar guys. They're kind of contested catch guys, but have also got a bit of juice about them as well. So that should be fun with where Zach Wilson has got 2 good targets there. And obviously Keelan Cole is an underrated signing as a 4th wide receiver. He's actually a very good receiver to be a 4th receiver in the depth chart at this point. So we're really happy with where we're going. We still got a lot of holes, and that's why we're picking second, and I don't think we'll be able to get all of them, but we want to go best player available, get the best people available, and then build on it next year with all the assets we have next year to hopefully be a playoff contender next year and challenge for greater things next year and onwards.
I can see a lot of similarities. Man, I'm rooting for your team as kind of like a kind of second team for me, just because I see those similarities, and the Jets have been downtrodden for so long. It's like kind of similar to the Browns sort of situation. You never want to see a team down for that long.
We all band together.
Definitely, I'm pulling for you. And thank you so much for coming on and giving us your time. Really appreciate it. Together, we're going to elevate the NFL UK podcast community. So. No,
it's great. It's great. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I'm really happy with the community that we have on this group in terms of all the different podcasters. And I want to reach out to all the people, especially who are playing this year, and kind of have guest appearances where we can kind of have chat about upcoming matchups. And it's always a fun thing as we kind of lead up to each week's game. So anyone who's part of that community, hit me up for any of the games. If we're on your schedule, definitely would like to chat about our teams in this September onwards.
I don't want to disappoint you, Andres, just because obviously there's been a lot of love there, but Matt's not actually telling you the truth, because even though the Jets is the team that he roots for, he also has a man crush on Josh Allen.
Fair enough.
A disservice.
I do like Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's a good player. He's a funny. We were kind of laughing when we got Darnold and they picked up Josh Allen. We were kind of laughing at them because he was obviously, we thought he was going to be a bust. As Jets fans, you're like, oh, look at the Bills, and egg on our face, because a year later we decided to hire Gase, and that was the worst thing we could do for our young QB. And and we wish Darnold all the best, and we're really happy with him landing in Carolina. So hopefully he can show what he can do, and Josh Allen continues to be good, and hopefully he has a bit of a regression this year, and we can kind of keep him contained a little bit, because if he keeps on going this way, it's going to be very difficult to manage him in the next couple of years.
Yeah,
but there's no love for the Patriots on this podcast, so we're absolutely rooting for the Jets.
Oh, I can imagine with the stuff you had with Patricia and Quinn, I can imagine. So yeah,
it's okay. Patricia's picking for the Patriots, if you believe some of the rumors. So
good luck to them.
We call them the Pound Shop Patriots.
Yeah, good luck to them. Patricia was a disaster. When he was, I was just like, I wasn't a fan. And then the nail in the coffin comment was when he came out and was talking about how there was a lot of work to be done when I came in. He's like, he followed the guy, Jim Caldwell, who obviously wasn't like some sort of amazing guy, but he was pretty successful, right? To extent.
9 and 7 last 2 seasons.
Right. And so you say, you came in and had a lot of work to do on a team that was a winning team, and you've basically driven them into the ground. All right, dude, so it was just, when you look at this guy from an outsider point of view, and you're just like, yeah, it's just not going to work with this guy.
It's hard to be the fan of the car crash organization.
No, absolutely. And you guys are going through a big rebuild. I mean, with obviously Dan Campbell now, it's obviously going to be kind of resetting it now that Matt's gone out the door. And I think it's time for you to kind of, you're going to have Goff here for a couple of years, but I think rebuilding, you've got a lot of assets going forward. I think hopefully my best mate's actually a Packers fan, so he's always looking down at you guys, and so a bit disrespect. So I'm quietly rooting for you guys as well to kind of eventually give them some problems down the line.
You need to draft some new friends.
Well, he's a good guy otherwise. It's just,
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much, Andres, for coming on.
Worries.
And
thanks for
we'll
having
speak
me.
to you soon. Cheers,
Yeah,
man.
absolutely. Thanks for having me.
No.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
All right, that was fantastic. Although I wish this wasn't live and I could cut out that fast starting bit.
It was my fault. It was my fault for starting it last night.
Oh man! I mean, the Jets should have him, shouldn't they? They should have the number 1 pick. If only they didn't decide to have some pride right at the end.
It's I mean, I think the Jets did really well last night. I think they had a good night, not just with their picks, but maybe with the other picks. I think Miami did pretty well, but I think the Jets didn't do too badly.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. I think they've had one of the better nights for sure, along with the Chargers just sitting there and taking the best player available. That was terrific. The Patriots have obviously had a good day because they didn't have to reach for the pick that they decided they needed. I mean, it may not be the best pick ever, but
I think the Ravens had a good night getting Bateman and Ove.
I'm going to reserve judgment on Oweh, but Bateman for sure down there's a really good pick. My stream is just finished. I don't know why.
The Colts getting Quitty Pay at 21.
Yeah, terrific value. Oh, who are we going to pick, boys?
Oof.
I can't pick it.
It's very very open, very very open.
I want Elijah Moore. I really do. I don't think he's going to fall, but that's the pick I would absolutely adore.
I would like him. He's got elite speed. Him and Brashard Perriman, like you say, they would be like lightning together.
We have a need at the slot, but in a pinch, you can put him at the Z, and he's going to do something too. So,
and he's a kick returner as well, which would be good.
Yeah, get him on returns as well.
Because otherwise, who is going to return for us right now? We don't have anyone, do we?
We've got that guy we signed from Tennessee.
Oh, yeah, the specialist. Yeah.
Draymond or something like that. Khalif Draymond or something like that. I can't remember his name, to be honest.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Khalif Raymond. Yeah, good shout. All right, next up, in about 10 minutes' time, just under 10 minutes' time, we have the Next Man Up podcast. It's going to be 3 of them, so we're almost going to be outnumbered, boys. It's going to be an interesting one.
And the Jags are on the clock, I think. Or about to be.
I've just had to refresh my feed. It's just come up now. Here comes the commissioner for me. So
I'm expecting this to be Trayvon Moehrig.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
They've got a big need at safety.
Got a big need at safety, but who else could they pick?
Tevin Jenkins, I think they've got a big need at in the offensive line.
They need a tackle.
They do need a tackle. They franchised their tackle, who isn't actually that good, didn't they? So he'd be a replacement for him next year.
Yeah, I think Landon Dickerson possibly as well.
He's a centre.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Got needs everywhere, aren't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah, they've got interior offensive line is listed on Draft Network as one of their needs as well. So I don't know. I think Dickerson's
to guard.
Yeah, I think Dickerson's a good prospect.
I think you're looking Jenkins or Moehrig, yeah. I think it's definitely one of them.
They wouldn't have had to wait till now if they'd not taken Etienne. I really didn't see the value in them taking Etienne. That tells me they don't trust James Robinson at all.
I mean, I get it.
I don't know. I think you need two guys.
He's going to be best change of pace now. I get that. Maybe they think he was a fluke. Maybe they think he can't repeat it.
Or that he just had that much usage last year that they wore him down because they used him every play and he took a lot of knocks. I think it's sensible to have two good running backs in just so you can work the load out. But if they go tackle now, then that just sort of really negate. If they take Tevon Jenkins, then you could basically swap him and Etienne round. So I don't think they've lost out on any of the picks they've made
Yeah.
if they draft him now. But
Apart
you've
from
got
the
to
fact
get
that
a
they'll
tackle.
have the 5th round option on the running back, not on the tackle.
And they're picking again in 12 picks after this. So, it's not going to be long until they can get another guy as well. But I think tackles where they go here.
I think for me, the last night, the 3 players that I wanted the Lions to have a crack at were obviously Saul, Chase, and Pitts, and we ended up getting one of those 3. I think tonight the 3 players that I want us to get a crack at is JOK, Murrig, and Elijah Moore. And if we can get any one of those 3, I think it's a massive result.
I think we're going to get the crack at one of them.
I'm skeptical. I think they'll all be gone by the time we pick. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm with you. Those are the 3 that I would like a crack at too, with probably my ideal one there actually being Merrick. But
yeah, I don't want. If it's them 3, I don't want Jock. I will wait for a linebacker if needs be.
I think the difference with safety, I'm absolutely desperate for us to draft a safety, but I think Jevon Holland from Oregon at 24 is 24 on the TDN rank is a really good option, and then Richie Grant as well. So I think Murrig, I'd be less annoyed if he went straight away because I think we've got 2 really good backup options. I'm not sure that the other positions have got such depth.
I'd be quite happy with Cisco at 101. I'm quite relaxed about safety because I do think there's options further down. Cisco and Washington, I would be quite pleased with.
We've got safeties that can tackle. We don't have safeties that have got turnovers in them. We can't catch for Toffee. We've dropped multiple interceptions. We need someone that's got hands on him. And Cisco is a ball hawk. We need the ball hawk, I think, in this secondary.
I think Jevon Holland as well.
Yeah.
Cisco has tackling issues and he's small. I think
they're
big. They're big issues with him, which you can negate with guys higher. I think
the thing with Cisco is just he overcommits, doesn't he? He kind of see ball, get ball kind of guy, and he needs to engage brain a little bit. But I think you can coach that out of him, not too much because that is also his strength, but enough to make him a more productive player in terms of tackling and full ball ability.
I think any one of those I like. I like all 3 Syracuse guys. If we're going to look at a corner later on, like is it Ifiantu Melifonwu? Yeah, I like that guy. I'm pretty sure isn't his brother the Cowboys safety, or he's related to the other Melifonwu, I think, the hybrid from Cowboys. So it runs in the family. They've got some depth between them. They've covered all 3 positions: safety, corner, nickel. Pretty much all of them played a bit of it.
What do you think, Ant, about the Indiana guy, Jamar Johnson?
Yes, I like that guy, but he's later on.
It depends. There's he's ranked in some. He's ranked as like the 3rd best safety in the class. As some, he's 6th or 7th. It's just a lot of, there's a lot of differing views on him. But I mean, from what I can see, he's a good run stopper. He's good in coverage, but athletically he's a little bit lacking, and he can be, he's another one who misses a lot of tackles. He's a bit too aggressive when he's going into the tackle, so he misses. He lacks twitch on the line. He's just, I don't know. I'm set on a safety in round 2 so that we don't have to deal with some of these issues. I just think there's some really good guys there, whether it's Murrig, whether it's Grant. I think these are guys who've pretty much got the full package there as it stands, and I'd rather go with them.
Mm-hmm.
But if Johnson falls far enough, he will provide value for money, but there are things that will need to be coached out of him.
I'm not a fan of Johnson. I feel like I'm zigging when everyone else is zagging because people tend to be really high on him. But he's another one who's had some sort of meteoric rise from the depths of the later rounds to kind of get to this level. And I think he got there on the basis of the tape showing that he really flashed, that he had this athletic trait that is just rare at that position as well as the height. But then in the pro day, he tested pretty poorly considering what you could perhaps see on tape. So it leaves me questioning whether he prepared enough, because pro days you can take with a pinch of salt, but the thing is everyone has pretty much the same amount of time to prepare for them. There's no excuse to test poorly, really.
I mean, the one good thing in his favour, and one of the things I noticed while watching bits on him, it's his ability to anticipate receiver route runs, especially when it comes to third and fourth down long ones. You know, situations we struggled with a lot last year for some reason. I don't know why, but when teams got 3rd and 10s, 3rd and 15s against us, they routinely converted because our secondary weren't keeping up with the receivers and they didn't have the anticipation. But that is something that Jamar Johnson does have, and I think that is something that will be coveted quite highly by teams. I think that's why he has been going up boards. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if there's a run on safeties early, if Murray, Holland, and Grant are gone quick, then he's one of those guys who you could see, you know, be in action really quite early today.
Yeah, Ashley's just said on Twitch as well, he thinks that Jamar Johnson rose because everyone saw his game against OSU, which is where Fields had his worst game of the season.
Yeah.
So I think
Fields threw like 4 interceptions, didn't he? He got absolutely.
Right.
When everyone said that he can't read.
And if you're watching, you've seen that there's been an invasion. The Eagles are here. Welcome in Liam, Philip, and Mick. How you doing, boys?
Hey guys, sorry, I realised that my colleagues had not turned their cameras on, and I was just sat here like a Johnson. Johnson, there's the link. There's the link.
There it is. Ties
How
in.
How you doing, guys?
All good.
All good.
Not bad,
All
not
good. From the Next Man Up podcast, why don't you introduce yourselves to the watchers, boys?
Sure. So we're all Eagles fans. So every other NFL team in the league doesn't like us. We started podcasting in November last year. We're a bit like you guys. We're the only UK Eagles podcast. We've got a bit of a good following. We're not veterans, I wouldn't say. I've got about 6-7 years NFL experience. Phil, about 3 or 4, and Mick closer to me. But we get guests on quite a lot who know a lot more than we do about it, and we're very passionate about our birds, and very positive about our birds, which is a bit different to most Eagles fans.
Yeah, so I'd say it was a tough watch for you guys last year, especially in that entire division. Was that one of the roughest seasons that you've had to go through in a little while? That one.
Yeah, I'll let Phil jump in a second, but it was crazy. I mean, you look at what was going on with Howie Roseman, Doug Peterson, Carson Wentz, Jalen Hurts. It was a keys in a bowl moment that you didn't want to see in an organizational, in a franchise. Wentz didn't want to be there. Wentz didn't get on with Doug. Doug didn't get on with Howie, the GM, and none of them got on together. So I think the best thing happened, which is everyone moved on. I think I probably speak for Phil and Mick to say that I don't think any of us wish Wentz bad. We don't wish him good, but we don't wish him bad. But I'll let Phil jump in and give your thoughts.
Just to interrupt with the pick for the Jags, they picked Tyson Campbell, the cornerback.
Oh,
gotcha.
Yeah, sorry, Phil.
No, it's perfect. I'm quite happy with that because it's not one that was on our list. So that's one less picks to go before we get a chance to take hopefully one guy that we're kind of quite unanimous on. I think we're looking at JOK, Santi Samuel, or Merrick if he might still fall to that level. I think deep down we know that we didn't need to go for an offensive weapon in the first pick, but we're all definitely glad that we did because it's definitely the pick that we should have made at that point. It's just need versus best player available. So no, I'm quite happy with the start. I was worried that the first one off the board would be the first one that we wanted, and then the next one, and the next one, and then we'd be left sort of with our balls in our hand.
Yeah, I don't think anyone saw that one coming.
No.
I saw a lot of people mocking Smith to the Giants, so that's my theory is that you were jumping ahead of them. But were either of you worried that you were going for Fields? Because our instant reaction here was, is this for a quarterback? Do you actually believe in Hurts?
Well, we were sat there, and I was convinced that we would trade up to 7, 8, or 9. last night, because if we were going to do it, it was going to be in that was the window to do it. And then as soon as the Broncos pick was in, I was saying to Mick, I was like, well, that's that then. We're picking at 12 because there's no chance in hell we're trading with either. There's no point trading with the Giants, and there's no way in hell the Cowboys are trading with us. But I think generally the Cowboys got a good deal because they knew that the Giants and the Eagles were going to be picking offensive players, or were looking to pick offensive players. So they knew they could get their guy 2 picks later, and so they got an extra pick out of it. Didn't lose anything, and the Eagles got to screw one over on the Giants and sort of avenge last year's CeeDee Lamb debacle.
Giants fans are crying this morning.
It's been great.
Giants fans are not happy this morning. They're like, why have the Cowboys and the Eagles ganged up against us?
So have you seen the video, you guys?
So there's a video of a Giants fan, like kit everywhere, like draped in Giants gear all over the walls. And it's just basically him, he's being live streamed on a podcast or whatever, going through the motions as they're like, okay, we're going to get Smith. Like, okay, well, this is good. You know, Jones can use him. Why have the Cowboys traded with the Eagles? What's going on? Oh fuck, they're gonna pick Smith. Oh shit, it's brilliant. He just starts
go through our Twitter and you'll see we've all of us have retweeted it, liked it, and I've watched it at least 3 or 4 times today.
The sort of satisfaction with that is the same sort of satisfaction we feel when we see live streamers for Jordan Love last year and the Packers. It's so similar.
Well, you must have felt pretty good.
I wanted to ask you guys a question. You guys must be delighted that, you know, Rodgers is looking to leave and the Packers are in cap hell. I mean, how many champagne bottles did you guys open last night when you heard that?
Awesome. The tweet of the day, someone called Mike Palucci tweeted that the best rivalry in the NFC North now is Green Bay versus their own quarterback. And that's the tweet of the draft for me.
You must have been happy with the cornerback pick as well later on.
Oh, hilarious.
I think that I was just saying this with Ant in our review show at lunchtime, that I think the pick is funnier for the fans' reaction than it actually is for the impact on the team, because he runs a sub 4.3 40 and he's got really good twitch. He's got problems in being a bit handsy. He's going to give away a few pass interference penalties, but I actually think he's going to be an instant upgrade at corner. It's just a bit of a reach. But the Packers fans' reaction is by far the funniest thing about it. So, you know, the meltdown's real.
It was funny. I was watching Good Morning Football, and they were like, they got a quick guy, but he's playing on defense, not offense, which is not what Rodgers was looking for. How do you guys feel about Penei Sewell?
Yeah, it's not a sexy pick, is it? But it's probably the best player available on the board, and a majority of our fans wanted it. But Ant, how are you feeling, buddy?
Yeah, I'm one of those in the. Well, I'm not the minority. I love the pick, but I love our current right tackle, and I think he's really underappreciated, and I think he's been thrown under a bus this year because he had a really good year, and I think we could have gone elsewhere. But you know, he is a good pick.
Jets.
So
Elijah Moore.
Oh no! Damn it!
God damn it!
I actually have a Sky bet on the Jets picking Elijah Moore, so I'm quitting.
Hey, I have a bet on Asante Samuel falling outside. I think it's a top 35 or 36, something like that.
He could do, because we reckon that we could pick him at 37. So if your bet is 35, 36, you could be quitting as well.
I hope so.
Am I right in thinking that now the Eagles are going to be able to take one of the 3 guys? I'm sorry to hijack a little bit, but that we're now in the stage where we're going to get one of the 3 we want.
So pick 34 has happened.
So we've got Atlanta and Miami before us, and we want 3 guys, and we're
going to get one of them now. Trevon Moehrig and Asante Samuel.
Yeah. There you go. We want Jock Moehrig and Elijah Moore. So we've got 2 of your 3 that we really want to.
One of them's going at Philly.
Yeah, you got a 1 in 3 chance now or less.
That's odd for the Jets. That is, they've gone first 3 picks all offensive, and they've got no more picks today. I mean, are they just going to go with a really shit defense again this year? That seems really odd.
Was Salah the he was the defensive coordinator, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The night.
And
So
they've
maybe
gone
he's thinking that he can work with what they've got.
They did need receiver help as well. I know that their defense is terrible, but their whole team is pretty poor.
Yeah, but they
How
just
many
signed
picks have they
Corey
got for next year?
Davis.
No, I
Yeah,
don't.
the Jets are just awful. I mean, there's nothing else to say. The Jets are they're awful. Like, you know the Eagles are 80-1 to win the Super Bowl next year. I think the Jets are lower.
Just see that like that. Really, Liam? Really? You're gonna...
I don't know. It's shorter than the Lions, so I think aren't we in the four figures at this point? I think we're like
Atlanta's
1,000 to
trading.
1.
Guys, I've got another question for you because one of my really good buddies is a Lions fan, and he hasn't quite got the confidence to come on. I asked him if he wanted to join us tonight on this, but he didn't have quite the confidence. He said he'd been looking for a UK Lions podcast for a while and hadn't come across you, so I've introduced you to him. And he's going to listen and listen on.
Fantastic.
His question was about Cephas. I hope I pronounced that right.
Cephas, yeah.
Yeah, your wide receiver, and what your guys' thoughts are on him. Next year, you've got Jones is gone, Galladay's gone. You've got Hawkinson and you've got Swift and obviously Goff. What are your thoughts on Cephas for next year? Do you think he's going to ball out?
Ryan, why don't you take it?
Yeah, I think he is going to. He's one of them people. He showed last year that he's got really good routes. He runs a nice, crisp route. He's savvy at the medium range. And he's got decent hands. He knows that he's going to have to step up this year, and he knows he's going to be able to see a lot of the snaps and the touches that Marvin Jones would have taken. So I think he has got a big prove it year. He's coming out and thinking, this is my opportunity. I'm going to get all these touches, all these chances. And he did. He got behind a few defenses last year. He got the odd long touchdown reception. I remember one, Stafford. It was 50, 60 yards. It was bottom corner behind him over the shoulder. And he hailed it in like throw. It was lovely. So I'm sold on him. If we don't draft a slot wide receiver, then he will line up there. I'll put him right there.
So what I'm saying is all of your fantasy teams, guys, Cephas, you can probably get him quite late. Get him in your teams.
Yeah, I just traded.
Yeah, the Broncos are on the clock and their pick is in.
That's a linebacker they need. That's Jock.
You reckon?
I bet this is Jock.
It would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So Mick, who is on here, who hasn't said a bloody word yet, is a Fighting Irish fan.
We had a Notre Dame fan on yesterday as well. They seem to be a very popular college team.
It's the Irish, they multiply everywhere, don't they?
There's a load of Notre Dame players that could be drafted in this draft. Is there anyone, Mick, that you really fancy going to your team, to the Eagles?
I wanted Jock, so I really hope this Broncos pick isn't Jock, because I sort of had my heart set on him since he dropped out of the first round. I thought, we've possibly got a chance here. Is there any way we use some of those picks to trade up like Denver have just done?
Apparently, Denver have picked Javonte Williams. I think Ashley's just said it's a running back, and that's the only one I can imagine it is.
We're on a 17-second delay because Mick decided he didn't want to pay for Sky Sports this year.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I've got it on Now TV, and it's just it happens to be a delay.
So they've swapped 114 for 219 to get on there. So is that a fourth?
They've gone up 100 spots to go down 5 now. So that's not the worst.
That's not the worst.
I think it was because Miami were probably going to pick Javonte Williams, so they needed to get above Miami.
Oh, yes, I win my bet. Ha! Sorry.
You think Miami are taking Javonte Williams?
They were rooming to, yeah. So I think that's why Denver have moved above them. If that's true.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen it yet, but...
Sorry.
So JOK is getting even closer to you now.
Yeah.
Good. Bring him straight into my arms.
Yeah, let's pick Javonte Williams.
How do you guys feel the rest of your division has done so far in the draft?
I'll go for it. I don't think anyone's played it badly. I think we all laughed at the Giants a little bit. when we, screwed them over by picking the guy they wanted. But then the Giants made a really good trade back and still picked Tony, who they wanted as well, and got a first-round pick next year. So, I mean, they only moved back, what would have been 7? They moved back 7 spots from 13 to 20, and they picked up a first-round pick next year. That's good. And the Cowboys, did they pick Parsons up?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and Parsons is a stud. I think, to be honest, I think all four have done okay. I don't know much about the Washington pick, to be honest.
It's gonna seem biased, but I still stand by the fact that when you pick up Devontae Smith and an extra first round pick, then that's got to be up there in terms of getting who one of the players you wanted and picking up extra draft capital of that stature. So I think so far the Eagles have got to be heading.
If you look at that trade before from 6 to 12, getting that first round pick next year, you're right. I mean, he's the most decorated wide receiver in college football history.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know if it's going to work, but
you don't.
At the moment, if it works, it's the best. If it ends up being a dud, which I just don't think someone like Devontae Smith can be, then surely the Eagles have got to be shading it so far. But there's still plenty of time for Howie to go and draft some ridiculous talent. So, but Mick, what will you do if we do get Jock? Are you going to sort of dance naked?
He'll have to take a second mortgage out on his house to afford all the memorabilia he's going to have to buy.
So the Miami picks in, so the Eagles are going to be on the clock very shortly.
I think this is tackle.
I've got it. It's Javon Holland.
What?
Javon? Yes, that is another one in the bag. Come on. I had him going under 49.5. Get him.
36.
Mick, I might have to fast forward to 17 seconds to go live here, I'm afraid. Buddy.
I'm live.
Mate, go live. I don't know why you're on a delay.
This is Twitter spoiling it for all of us. This isn't the stream, I don't think so.
Okay, can I ask a favour? Can you not spoil it for us?
We won't spoil the Philly pick. Don't worry about that.
I won't say
it. This is a perfectly timed time to come on and guess with you guys, given we're actually going to get a live Eagles pick.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. So
we
you get
doing it last
7 minutes from now. So, I
could talk for Ireland, so you've no problem getting 7 minutes out of me.
Got to say, Oregon are having a very strong draft. They're doing the Pac-12 proud this year because they normally get slept on.
So have they definitely taken Holland at 36? Yeah.
No, definitely got some.
While we're waiting, guys,
are
you all sold on Jalen Hurts? From what you've seen, are you all sold on him?
Honestly, I reckon I get a tattoo of him, across my heart.
I'm about 70% sold on him. I think he's done enough to warrant a season, but that how the season goes. I think the fact that it's a little bit of a free hit. So if it doesn't work out, the pressure hopefully is off him in terms of, I know there's pressure on him because he's got a season to basically prove it, but it's not a case of, it's not a game by game. It's a season free hit, and I think he's done enough to show that he can do it. And I think now we've got Devontae Smith and improving that side of the ball. I think if he doesn't turn out, then it's not going to be, it's nothing lost, nothing ventured, nothing gained sort of thing. We're seeing how it goes.
We got three potentially first round picks next year if Wentz plays over 70% of the snaps. So even if he is a dud this year, then we're in transitional period with or without Hurts.
What's your guys' thoughts on the Wentz trade and what we got for him, like from an outside point of view?
You absolutely rinsed them.
Really?
Yeah.
It's the first I've heard that kind of strong positive reaction.
You took them to the cleaners. I mean, the thing is, you put yourself in the position in the first place by giving him a contract when you weren't sold on him, or if you were sold on him, you should have run with it. But given you were dumping him, and given that I think LA dumped Goff to us. Now, I think we're happy we've got Goff, but it's a similar situation. I think that we were given picks to take Goff on. I don't think it's the first, but I think it might have, maybe given us a third or something, and the accumulation of picks, we said, just give us the first, and we won't worry about the middle picks. And, it kind of just worked out that way. But for you to get any value whatsoever on that contract, given the year he had, anything at all, I mean, it should have been a cap dump situation if you were getting rid of him.
And I think-
I was thinking
yeah.
a 6th or 7th round pick would have been value for both sides. So
I think the difference with Goff as well is Goff doesn't come with the injury history that Wentz does.
Yeah.
So yeah, to get anything for Wentz, I think was because you got him off the books, you were able to move on, you got the draft picks. It's
And do
a
you
win-win.
Do you guys think the contract is a massive part of that, right? Because let's not forget, I mean, Wentz was MVP, before he got injured, right? We've seen Wentz do it at the highest level, so we know he can do it, right? I don't think we've ever seen Goff do it at the highest level. We've seen flashes, brilliance here and there.
He was the number one. He was the number one draft pick though in 2016.
Mr. Vanilla.
Same one as Wentz. Wentz went too, yeah.
I think the thing with Goff is that in the right system where the coach hasn't decided that he is the brains behind the operation, that if you play to his strengths, he can play that well. I think with a strong running back behind him, he proved that he has enough to do it. So you accept the limitations and you move on with it.
Right? Penny Sewell is going to help. Penny Sewell is going to help. Give him time in the pocket and get guys get separation. I think Phil, you were saying that earlier on today.
What's that, sorry?
Penny Sewell's going to help us with Goff.
Then you pick. I hope you like it.
Patriots have traded up to 38. That is
saw
8.
that.
That's
Okay.
for Jock. I think Jock will go to New England now.
What did you think of
I mean,
Darius
unless he's
Slay,
gone
guys?
at 37, let's not speak on that yet. So
I've got no
Don't
words
say,
for this pick.
don't say a word, Roar of the Lions, please.
Mick's gone. He's like
he
on his
can't
knees
face
praying.
it.
Well,
Can't take it.
Mick's gone sober tonight. If you ever listen to our podcast, we're normally pretty hammered during those. I've already
Speak for yourself, Liam.
I've already had a bottle of wine. That's gone. The next one's on the way.
Nice.
Yeah, we're more glue sniffers.
Fair enough.
I like a few drinks during a podcast. I got to admit, I like doing that. Definitely.
We're not usually that bad. Like I'll always have a glass of whiskey or two, and
Yeah, we're
the
pretty
guys
good.
will have the same. But we did our most recent one with the Shall We Football podcast. It was a podcast from the stateside, and they're absolutely insane bunch of lads. They're so much fun. And I tried to do an America versus UK quiz, and it ended up being about 3 hours, and we were all shit faced by the end of it. I'm not even joking. Like we were like hungover the next day. It was absolutely.
It was bad.
Liam still got to edit the final half of it. He only edited half of it, and we've released half of it. And it's like it gets progressively worse. It's going to take him about 6 hours to edit an hour and a half.
Apparently, it's our best podcast though. Like the feedback's been
Lots of
great.
people have loved it though. Yeah. Here we go.
People like entertainment.
Right, I'm gonna go on mute because I'm gonna turn this up so I can hear what the pick is.
Do it, man. That's fine.
We're
Oh,
miles
wow.
behind. We're miles behind because New England have already made their pick.
I've got the Philadelphia guy who's picking is just making his way to the stage now on
The New
Sky
England,
Sports.
He's
New
on the
England pick's
stage
been
for me.
made.
I'm behind you guys.
Yeah, New England at 38 have already made their pick.
They traded up though, didn't they? So that's
Go on the
expected.
clock, Patriots.
Yeah, but that's
I've seen
after
that.
it's after the Philly one, and I've not seen the Philly one yet.
But the pick has been in for some time for Philly. It's just taken some time to announce it. So
I
the
think
clock
that-
starts, doesn't it?
I think they're just all aboard the showboat here on announcing the pick. Here we go.
Don't say it though. Wait for the
No,
Eagles
no,
guys to respond.
I like the pick.
Whoa, that is a big shock.
Fucking Dickerson.
Who is it?
That is a big shock. Eagles fans are not gonna like that pick.
Dickerson.
Uh-huh.
Van
They've
Dickerson,
gone
is it?
centre. They've gone centre. Wow.
They're probably replacing Kelsey, who's 33 years old. It might be a come in and learn behind him from a year. That would be the only thing I can think about. I don't see why they would go center. Our offensive line, last year we were all injured, but it's one of the best in football when they weren't. They are a bit old, so I get maybe.
Yeah, but they weren't sure if Kelsey was going to return for this season. So that in a way, it makes a little bit of sense that they bring someone in and pass another torch. And he
On
can
the
go
dra-
across the back, as you can see.
On the Draft Network, it's your like fifth need, your fifth ranked need
Yeah,
after tight end,
it
corner,
was-
safety.
If I would put it at the back of the pile if I was thinking. We needed safety, we needed linebacker, we needed quarterback. I'm shocked. Genuinely.
Yeah. Oh well, I think it's a shrewd pick. He could come out to guard for a
got the
season or
Patriots
two. Although I
pick.
love Kelsey.
Yeah.
Kelsey's a terrific player.
I've already
you-
seen who
but
that
you-
is.
You're
That's already
passing
been
on.
announced.
What did you say,
Passing
Ryan?
on JOK,
I've got the
Asante
Patriots
Samuel, and
pick. The
Trevor
Patriots
Merriman.
picks in now.
Right,
Patriots
boys.
picks it.
Our next guests are going to be on in just a couple of minutes, so I'm going to have to let you go. But thank you so much for coming on, all of you.
Yeah,
It's been
cheers,
terrific.
guys.
Nice to see you, and
But-
we'd love to have
Really?
you on again soon.
Yeah, definitely. Have a good night, guys. Enjoy the rest of your podcast, and
Will
hope
do.
you
Guys,
well.
have a good night.
Cheers,
Take
boys.
care.
Thank you.
Patriots have picked Barmore.
Christian Barmore. He's off the
Wow.
board.
That was well down their list of needs as well.
Oh, could be a good night for us, boys. This could be a good night.
This could be. Right,
I'm-
so
I'm 0 for 6 at guesses so far. Fucking hell. This is just not going well.
without tempting fate, Trevon Morrigan is sliding. He's getting
know what?
there.
My dream is if Morig goes in the next 2 goes, then Grant's the next guy at safety. Oh, come on, Carolina. Do Carolina or the Falcons need a safety? Hang on,
Falcons need a corner, an edge, and a tackle.
Oh,
Oh,
I've
the
got the Bears.
Panthers do.
I've got the Bears pick.
Hey, where the Bears picking?
39. It's just come in. I've just seen a tweet.
Carolina's at 39, aren't they?
Yeah, trade.
Trade.
Oh,
Chicago have
Jesus.
traded up.
What the
Oh.
fuck? Who've they picked?
Tevin Jenkins.
What, they have actually
Uh,
picked him. It's already happened.
Yeah, there's just been a tweet now. They've traded up and
Oh,
taken
that's
Tevin
good for
Jenkins.
us. That's good for us. So that's just the Falcons now left in front of us. So we've got Murrig and JOK on the board.
So we've had 3 trades already. They're flying now, the trades.
Fucking trade up, Lions. Trade up one spot and let's just.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, we've got our pick of elite linebacker or safety now.
I want
Yeah.
to trade up now.
I wouldn't.
Well,
I just wait for one of them to fall to us. Which I'd take it. I'd take whichever.
I'll tell you
Panther-
what, that is terrific value for the Patriots, though, Barmore. Just to stick on that. He's fallen so far, but the Patriots are the ultimate in taking a player at value, getting the most out of him. Right? That's scary.
Oh, I was convinced they were going to go linebacker.
Oh, hang on a minute. No, hang on. So the Bears have traded with Carolina, not the Falcons.
Yeah, so
Patriots
that's 39.
traded.
So the Falcons will be on the clock now.
Falcons are on the clock. So what's the Falcons need?
The Falcons' need is
Corner, edge, or tackle?
Edge,
Falcons.
linebacker, tackle.
I think we've got.
Edge,
I think we've got
tackle,
JOK.
linebacker.
We've got JOK here.
It depends if they go edge. They might go Oshalari.
I'd like Merrick, please.
Oh, I don't want Ojalara.
I'd prefer Moreg to. Oh, would I? It depends
So,
how far.
um,
It depends how far Jabril Cox falls. If you could guarantee me Jabril Cox now in 3, I'd take Moreg in a
Oh,
heartbeat.
yeah, I would. If we could
So
get both
Ashley,
of
who's
them.
just about to come on, said that he thinks Ocholari's fallen because apparently there's an injury concern that flagged up just before the draft.
But
And
G-Lock, I mean,
I was told that there's character issues with Ojolari as well, so you might expect him to fall quite far, actually.
I didn't even have time to bet on it. Right, Atlanta, where are you going?
The
You're
Bears are
going-
on the clock at 39.
Yeah,
It's
but
gone kind of quite. It's gone wild.
they've taken tackle, haven't they?
They
Yeah,
have.
they've-
I've seen the tweet, but they're still waiting. Like,
See, someone said they took Tevin Jenkins.
Falcons. Falcons
The
could still go
Bears,
tackle. They
there's
could go
the compo.
Cosme.
That there's a pick swap of 50 places, 5th to 6th, and then they get a 3rd round
there we
pick
go. It's
to
been
move down
announced now.
13
Tevin
spots.
Jenkins. Yeah.
Right,
So-
who's left?
So I think the Falcons are going to take Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, could well do.
I think they could go Ojolari as well.
Ojolari, yeah.
I mean, this is just good value now. Even if he's got a couple of things, this is a really good value pick if you get the best out of him.
Right, so we're now on 40 and Atlanta on the clock.
Who am I gonna have him give?
So it was Tevin Jenkins, was it?
Yeah, from Oak Club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Falcons,
Thank
Falcons,
you.
Falcons.
I'll
Right.
just-
Hey Ash, how you doing?
I'm going to bet Ojolari.
Yeah, welcome in our next guest, Ashley, Lions fan. How you doing, man?
Right. I'm all right. I think I'm a bit ahead of you, so I know who the Falcons have got, unfortunately.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
you're ahead of us all of us then.
I'm sorry to spoil the party, but it's Richie Grant.
Oh, fuck
Oh.
off!
No!
Very quiet.
Oh no!
Should I just leave? I've come in and ruined the party.
No! No!
You've just shat on Anthony's bed.
Oh,
Why?
kick him out.
The first safety off the board is not Mary.
That's crazy.
It looks well. It's the second. So obviously, you've had Holland a few picks ago. So
Oh yeah, second.
Third, yeah.
Flipping heck.
If
Why
the
is he
Lion
falling?
take him right now, I want us to take him right now.
Take
yeah,
Mary.
I'd run the card in. I'd run the card in for Merrick. Him and Walker. Oh God, that would be a brilliant safety duo for us.
What are
Ashley,
you
thank
watching?
so-
What are you watching on, Ashley? That you're ahead.
I'm on the PFF draft tracker.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming on, man. It's really great to
All right.
actually see you in person. Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself? Because I don't feel like I know you. Maybe, obviously, you got our little guesses in our teaser for our first big guest ever, which I thought was pretty cool. So you're a history buff, right?
Yeah, so I'm currently doing a master's in ancient history at the University of Nottingham. Been doing it for years, and maybe considering going to America and doing it over there, since they're pretty big on it as well, and also because, oh God, I've just seen who we picked. Oh God,
don't
Let's
spoil it
all
for
mute.
us now.
I'm not, but I'll just ignore that. So yeah, I want to go to America. Go see all this madness live. Go see all this madness live. Go and actually watch our Lions play instead of having to watch through a computer screen through a laggy stream found online.
Yeah. So tell us a bit about your Lions fandom. When did it start? How did it come about?
So it actually started because some of the guys I went to school with, they got into it and they were doing fantasy, and they decided that they wanted to increase the league from 8 to 10, and they invited me in. So sort of fell in that way. Originally, I'm going to be honest, I was a Steelers fan because that was one of the teams that was available on the Madden League they ran. But then my friend changed from Lions to Packers for some reason, and I just fell in love with the Lions because for me, they're quite similar to the English football team I support, Aston Villa, like Lions in the logo, from an industrial heartland that sort of fell on hard times. Great history, but kind of meh in recent times. So I just fell in love, and here I am 6-7 years later, completely and utterly devoted to a team that's 3,000-4,000 miles away from where I live.
What's been the best moment of your fandom so far in that time?
It's probably the win against the Patriots in Patricia's first year, surprisingly, because it was Patricia going against his mentor and beating him. I think that was one of the few games Kerryon went for 100 yards as well. And it was just the perfect game plan for us to knock off one of the biggest teams and sort of show ourselves to be good, especially after the heartbreak that was the first game of that season, the Jets, where the first play of the game, you had Quandre Diggs' pick 6 against Sam Darnold, first ever career pass, and the downhill that happened after that with Kenny Golladay forcing a fumble on the Jets defender when he made an interception. So that Patriots, and then was it the week after we had the Miami Dolphins as well, where it was Kerryon Johnson also rushing for 100 yards. So that sort of 2-game stretch was brilliant for me.
Yeah, I think you're right. That was when I was a believer. So long ago.
Oh.
No, don't tell
seen
me.
the
I
pic.
don't want to
No.
know. I will see it
You
live.
don't bother looking.
Don't bother
God, the
looking.
look of disgust is astonishing.
Yeah.
No, I'm not happy.
Me neither. Like
None of you are gonna like this. So.
No, I'm not. I don't like it.
I
I don't like it at all.
Is it
Especially given
Pat
who's-
Frymouth?
Especially
No,
who's sat
it's-
there.
No,
No,
don't say it. Don't say it. I don't want to know.
Especially given who's sat there. We've got
yeah,
an elite safety and
I
an
hope we're
elite
trading back into this
linebacker.
round.
Oh,
It's not necessarily the player; it's the position.
It's
Yeah.
the position.
he's building his trenches, isn't he?
yeah. He's building-
Oh, don't
he's
tell
building
me
his-
it's Wyatt Davis, is it? Or
Uh-uh.
no, wrong side of the ball.
No, if
On
it was
Ruzarike.
another, if it was another O lineman, then
It's on
I'd be going
Ruzarike.
mad.
It's Levi Ruzarike. So
I don't hate it. I don't
Yeah.
hate it.
there's the positive is the fact that isn't he the guy that tested better than Aaron Donald did in his program?
No, Milton Williams.
Oh, that's the guy. Oh,
Yeah.
well,
On
there's the
Ruzarike's
one-
he's been put in so many first round drafts. He has been in first round draft contention. So
I don't hate the player of the position. I just don't want it here and now.
Yeah.
I want it in 2 rounds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I'd rather have a Murray or Joe Kane now and then get like the Lee McNeil in like
right.
because that offer McNeil has so much upside considering that a couple of years ago he was a running back linebacker, and then they asked him to be nose tackle. He's beefed up and he has the athleticism to pass rush. I don't know if Levi does.
They better be nice and give us Cox in round 3 now.
Yeah,
Fingers
we need
crossed. The Patriots fan on Twitch, who's coming on a little bit later, just said about Belichick. Apparently, he fares poorly against his own coaches that have left. It's a shame that his own coaches don't actually do very well outside of playing against the Pats, but I think he's on the money there. That they've always seemed to have a good record against the coaches that have left him.
So
Yeah.
on Ruzarike had the best RAS out of all the tackles that are kind of still on the board.
We've
So
got a
he ranked at 8.73 versus like Barmore 8.2. So he's obviously got
Milton
the
Williams was in the sort of 9.8 area.
The
No?
Giants have taken 42 from the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Ooh.
They were already there.
Oh no, yes, it's Dolphins to come up
Oh,
from
it's the
this.
Dolphins have taken it and their picks in as well.
yeah.
The Dolphins. Who are they
Imagine-
getting?
Yeah,
Liam Eichenberg.
oh,
Oh my God! Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
42.
So Milton Williams, for some reason, on the RAS scoring is ranked as a defensive end, but he is an interior defensive lineman. He's not a defensive end, and he was a 9.98 RAS at defensive end.
Oof.
yeah, he'd be.
We're the only team in the last 5 that haven't traded.
Which is surprising considering what I said on the WhatsApp group earlier about if I was in that position and I didn't like Murray or JOK, I would have traded back for someone that did picked up later another pick in the top 100 or maybe even round 6 or 7 picks. Give us and Brad Holmes a few more dart throws. But
Oh, it doesn't seem anyone likes him at the minute. It's so weird. What's wrong with Morig?
I'm guessing maybe medicals, because obviously that's probably the one thing we don't have that they do. Like maybe a medical's come out in the past day or so and it's completely and utterly trashed his draft stock.
The thing about him that was said by Tom yesterday about Merrick is that he's not the flashiest player ever, but his floor is exceedingly high, but he also brings really high character. And if you think about what this team is meant to be looking for in terms of character players, I thought he was just going to be really, really high on our board. So I'm a bit surprised. Maybe it's a reflection of the fact that there's a lot of safety depth.
But on his
Maybe.
downsides, all I've got is he's a bit too aggressive, and his eye discipline needs to improve because he doesn't always, his vision's not always the best. But those are things that can be coached. Certainly not to fall that far for all his upside.
Exactly. Like
There's the pick. Goodell's just announced it on Zarike.
Oh.
I feel bad
Butchered
of
the
come
name,
on.
but
I feel bad of come on.
All
Grant-
gone wrong since you came on, Ash. I'm sorry.
Actually, you're a total buzzkill. Absolute buzzkill.
Are the Falcons group on tonight? Are the Falcons group on? Because I feel like I need to abuse them a little bit.
No, they're on tomorrow. Falcons
Right.
are on at 4:45 tomorrow.
Oh, best right. I'm gonna come home from work early just so I can shout at them.
Actually,
They've taken-
the tape they're showing of on Wazirike now is really looks pretty good, actually.
He is. I mean, to be fair, I mean, when we at the very start of like looking at prospects, Muzurike was one I singled out. He looked really good, but
I'm confused. The 49ers were just on the clock, but now the Raiders are. There's been
Yeah,
another trade.
Las Vegas have gone up 5 spots to get there. What the hell do Vegas?
What's the betting that Vegas have gone up for JOK?
Raiders need a linebacker. That's their top one now. Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah. It's got because they were getting draft links with him in the first round in mock drafts. So for him to fall to them in the second potentially, don't want to say they've knocked out the park considering they selected Alex Leatherwood, who most people saw as second to third round guard prospect to play tackle for them. Though again, it goes for the meme of Gruden. He loves his 4-year big school kind of grinder picks, and Leatherwood is that. And hopefully, at least they can use JOK right if they pick him. I don't know if they have yet, but imagine if they've gone up for, I don't know, Dylan Redunza or something, another tackle.
They do need O-line help still. I mean, they lost so
Imagine how
many
mu-
players on that
Can you
line.
imagine how much they're laughing? They passed up technically Jock in the first round, and now he's fallen to them at 43. It's Jesus Christ. It's mad. Unless they go someone stupid and go like Baron Browning, and he falls even further.
Oh God, yeah.
I've forgotten about Baron Browning.
He's falling as well, isn't he?
Hang on, who's a linebacker who's not projected to go early? They could go for Chaz,
Cox.
Pete Werner. They go Pete Werner, something like that.
Nick
who's not
Bolton.
meant for a while.
Nick Bolton, yeah.
Don't
Like-
give me
like-
Bolton, please.
Like a third round, they'll take a third round linebacker when Jock sat there. I can see them doing that completely.
The only third round linebacker I have on my entire board. No, sorry, there's two. There's Pete Werner and there's Cameron McGrone from Michigan.
It's not a linebacker.
What the
They've
fuck?
got Morig. They've just stuck him.
With Eric Harris, that's actually quite a clever pairing. He'll be a good mentor for him.
That's third on their list of needs from here. So yeah, that makes sense. How lucky are they getting him at 43?
That is good business. Is that? I'll give them that.
Just imagine they've made a good pick at 17. They'd be laughing.
Yeah, switch them round, and that's a good draft if you switch them round. But
oh yeah.
Oh my God!
I'm
Just
sulking
the
now.
number-
I'm in
there's
sulking
three
now. I'm in a bad mood.
consensus first round picks still on the board. I don't get it.
So the betting on JOK to go first was absolutely like off the scale. You couldn't get any odds at all of JOK not going in the first 2 picks today. That's absolutely crazy. What do we know? I mean, what the fuck do we know?
exactly, like
I'm a bit shook actually with just everything that's happening.
so,
You know what?
2 and 3 would be
You know what?
exciting,
Looking at it, if we're talking in theoretical world here, if theoretically Penasini has his big year again, if Hand gets back to fully fit, fully playing himself, you got Onwuzurike
Brockers.
there now. You've got Brockers. We've actually got the potential to have a very dominant defensive line.
The thing is, the interior defensive line being dominant really opens it up for those outside linebackers. So I think our problem is that because our interior wasn't up to much, they could focus on maybe double teaming on the outside. Now that's not possible. So I would wager actually that the man that I just bought the shirt of in Romeo might actually look to increase his sack totals next year.
Well, you got Julian Aquara as well.
yeah.
You got Austin Bryant back.
Fans are very mixed. After 37 votes, it's 35 yes, 38 no, 27 meh on Wuzurike. So we don't really know, to be honest. It's a mixed board.
Is that a poll we did?
Yeah, I'll put that on the pick, yeah.
Good man.
fair-
Engagement. I like it.
To be fair, I think I actually thinking about it now, I do quite like it, but just the guys who were there, I feel like there was better value in other positions, but I still like the pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think into the future, like I say, there's a good chance in a
He's
year
building his
Deshaun Hand won't
lines.
be here.
He's
Like I say, we're going to need some maybe interior help.
Yeah, especially since aren't we going for like a Rams front, and they usually they play 3 down linemen, don't they? So maybe Levi's to play like the Aaron Donald role. Then you've got Brockers and like Hand or Flowers.
We could go to a 4 front.
I feel like linebackers just shot up to the top of the priority list. So I think we need one now if we're going to reinforce that defensive line.
Definitely, either except for I can't remember who was it. I think it was Eric Schlitt. He's the reason I know they did 3 down linemen. He says the Rams like to run like a 1 3/4 linebacker role. So like you have obviously like the Romeo Crowell is like the outside linebacker, but they don't really play linebacker that much. So maybe it's just we value linebacker a lot more than Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn do.
Yeah.
Have the Cowboys stayed on the clock then?
Yeah, they've picked Kelvin Joseph's corner out of Kentucky.
I haven't seen the previous pick for the Raiders yet.
corner was their top need. So
yeah.
Oh, sorry, not the Raiders. The
Kelvin Joseph, the Kentucky corner, isn't he? He's from Kentucky.
Yeah.
I think he's he's decent.
Well, hang on, because who else?
I'm not sold on Kelvin Joseph.
Who else is in there? I swear there's someone else we've missed.
Kelvin Joseph is one of those that I think needs to have.
Tyson Campbell. Asante Samuel's still there.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Yeah, he's not gone yet.
And Aaron Robinson's there. I would have put both of those two in front of Joseph.
Definitely. It's made, I don't know. Yeah, like I would have took Samuel at our pick. Like, obviously, we've got Cornell to be our slot, but Samuel would probably come in and be our starting slot, and he's got maybe the upside too if we need to move him to the outside. Like, he could be like his dad. Obviously, not the biggest corner, but definitely got the sort of smarts to maybe play outside.
Well, Samuel's a man coverage expert. You know, he doesn't do so much in zone, but he's an absolute man coverage expert, and we need that.
Yeah,
we do, because we keep getting guys that can't play a man and then keep trying to play a man scheme. So we need that.
Yeah, and that's why Taib wanting Sean Wade is just getting well out of it. It's just like, no, he's the last corner you want in this draft for playing man coverage.
Okay, so I'm actually okay with the Onwuzurike pick now.
I think it was just because of the players that were there. I think when you look at Jock, when you look at Morig, I think you're disappointed from that point of view. But when you stop and look at it from the value we've got, I think it's good value.
It's just the initial shock of obviously us not valuing interior defensive line, and that's what they've gone with. It does make you think about it. It's just that initial shock, I guess.
We should probably have guessed, to be fair, because they've both said enough times about how they want, really tough guys in there and
building from the inside out, definitely.
But they did preach about trying to build from the outside in. They thought that was the new way of building a team. So they said that as a kind of smoke screen, or it's just the way the board has fallen for them. I don't know, but
so it's the Jags again now. They need tackle, receiver, and safety. Who's going there?
God, this is a wild second round as well. The first one was full of surprises.
Tackle, receiver.
This is crazy.
This could be Terrace Marshall.
I don't see many safeties going now in this round. I think we'll probably go quite till third.
I think this could be Terrace Marshall.
I'm going to say maybe Pat Freiermuth.
They do need a tight end, and I think after Freiermuth, the gap is a lot bigger to Tommy Tremble on that.
Who did the boys take?
The boys took Kelvin Joseph.
Kelvin Joseph from Kentucky. Pat Freiermuth makes a lot of sense here.
Safety, it's Cisco and Washington next, and Johnson, but they're probably third round guys.
Yeah.
So what's our third round pick? What number?
71 and 101.
71, yeah.
71.
Well, 72. 72,
yeah. The compensatory pick is 101.
I don't know. I think the Jags need a receiver.
I don't know whether you
I
saw
do.
James pop up earlier and then leave, but he said he didn't
Yeah.
realise he was going to pop up and you'd see Mac Jones's belly live on stream, so he's going to come back later. He's just going to sit on the Zoom ready to go. But
Who was that?
our Pats fan that's coming on, James, he kind of logged onto the Zoom and all you could see was Mac Jones's torso for about 2 minutes.
I love that photo of him though, just smoking a cigar. He's got the beard gut, he's got the dad bod. I love it.
Jags take Walker Little tackle out of Stanford.
Oh,
I like
that's
that.
a reach.
I like that.
No, that's a reach.
It's not. I like. He would have been a top 10 pick if he'd been healthy.
Yeah, and they've got the left tackle. They've franchise tagged him. Sit Walker for Little for a year. Let him learn, and then you've got a potential franchise left tackle to protect Trevor Lawrence for the next 3-4 years plus.
You've still got Cosme and Raidens there though, and I think they're better than him.
Someone's going to get a steal with them though, aren't they?
So
Cosme's dropped huge. I'm so shocked Cosme's not gone because he can play left and right tackle, and he's actually played at both. So
Just
that versatility should be shouting out to teams.
just to say that Walker Little on my consensus board was 19th. So it is not that far down considering where some people have been picked. He was 59th on the overall board.
So
So
Stanford have produced some good players this year.
Oh, they're a proper pro style unit. They're one of the best.
I'm sort of intrigued because we're sort of starting to enter the start of Davis Mills territory now. I'm wondering if the Bears are coming up. Well, imagine, sorry, Bears have got Fields, aren't they? Where's Washington are coming up?
Yeah, Washington. You've got
Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh could be a good spot for him.
Kyle Trask could be coming up soon. I think someone might reach for him.
oh,
Unfortunately,
could we please have
Kellen
Mond?
You want
Please,
Kellen
can we
Mond,
have
don't you?
Mond soon?
So Cincinnati, the Bengals are up now. They traded with New England, haven't they?
But yeah, they traded with New England. This could be Cosme or Radoons. It would make
Bengals
it's
need a
got to be an
tackle,
offensive tackle on it. It's got to be a tackle.
tackle or tight end.
If
So-
it's a tackle, I'm reporting Cincinnati's Twitter page for a crime.
Yeah,
Hang on, I hope you've done the Bengals first. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's Bengals, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes,
it is the Bengals.
they've
I'm
got
going to get their page blocked.
if it's not a tackle, then they're going to get slated. Oh, it's a tackle, but it's not the one they want. It's not the one they did. It's
Oh,
Jackson
hang on.
Clemson.
Oh
So-
no!
Who from Clemson?
Oh no!
Carmen.
He's
a
awful.
Who is it?
Jackson Carmen.
He's PFF's 10th tackle supposedly.
Oh, dearie me.
Carmen's the one who they said's going to have to transfer to guard because he's just not got the frame to play tackle.
I can't believe he's been picked before Dylan Redunce and
Or Cosme.
or Cosme.
I can't
Wow.
even find him on my board. Where is he?
He's 74 on the consensus NFL mock draft database board. 74. Jackson
So-
Carmen.
61 on my board. Projected as a guard.
That's a terrible pick. That
Right.
is.
Yeah, I think the fans are going to start calling the police department, reporting murder.
If they'd have got Cosme, then they can turn around and say we made the right decision going for Chase because they got a guy who can play. Because their justification for not taking Sewell is they've got Rife at left tackle, but with Cosme, he can play on the right and then transfer. So they got no excuse there.
They've got Jonah Williams, but he's injury prone as well. So like they needed a decent tackle who they could rely on, and this isn't it. Poor Joe Burrow. That's what I'm going to say.
That's a terrible pick. That is.
Also,
Really,
as well, like I
really
say, they've
bad.
got, is it Billy Price at centre? He is not what they expected him to be. They needed someone that can play all the positions like Cosme.
There's
Or at
just been a
least-
tweet from Ian Rappaport saying, why did TCU safety Trevor Merrick fall? He just had a recent MRI on his back. That's why.
Right.
It's Farley syndrome. I'm going to call it. Great.
All right. I think we're going to come to the end of our time with you, Ash, because we're going to have our next guest on in about 5 minutes or so. So thank you so much for coming on. It's been great to talk to you in person for the first time, and we'll see you again soon.
Yeah,
perhaps.
good to meet you, Ash.
Cheers, man. There he
Well, a
goes.
lot
What a
happened
guy.
then, didn't it?
Chargers, Edge, Ojolari. Well, no, that's my guess.
My head's spinning.
Yeah. There's been some really bad picks in this round.
Been fun though, hasn't it? I'm
It
I'm
has
glad
been
it's
fun.
not us.
Chaos.
I cannot believe that Rondale Moore's still on the board.
That's his injury history, isn't it? That's pushing him down.
I can't believe that all of the linebackers are all still on the board.
Yeah, that's surprising.
I do think that is a league-wide devaluation of the linebacker position, much in the same way that running back is devalued as well, though. I just think it's a thing that it's just not as valuable anymore.
This is good for us, though, because it's pushing Cox down the board.
And Browning.
All these running backs are going to slide now. I'd be surprised if we see another running back in this round.
I think Carter's the only other guy I've got in the top
Michael
two.
Carr.
And then it goes down to Kenneth Gainwell in the fourth. I
Like you
think
say,
is the
they're
next
kind of
one.
they're your gadget receiver guys out there. They're a bit of everything.
I think Carter's good. I think Carter's in a class with the top three or maybe just below, but he's on his own. And then I think below that it's Gainwell, and then below that it's scheme and
Got
development
Kylan
guys.
Hill, stuff, guys like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Javian Harkins, like
They're either
Chuba Hubbard.
they're either scheme specific guys or they're development guys. One or the other after that. There's not much.
Like you say, I'm curious if any like Chuba Hubbard, how's his medical been? Like, it can't have been great, can it? Really, with his injury history.
So on the wide receivers, there's only Elijah Moore gone. So Terrence Marshall's still on the board. Nico Collins, Rondale Moore, Diami Brown, all still there.
Did the Chargers need one? No, it's fourth on the Chargers list of needs.
I'd like Nico Collins.
I would like Nico
It's
Collins as well if
cornerback.
he's going to slide.
He's 84th on my board, so he's a way
Cornerback.
down.
So Samuel could go here, or Ojolari, I reckon. Edge and safety are the second and third. No, corner and edge. They're
This is-
high up on the needs.
This is absolutely fascinating. Oh my! So Boogie Basham is still there as well. Edge, who I thought was going to go quite high. Ronnie
The
Perkins.
Chargers need a tight end. Now Hunter Henry's gone. Could they take Pat Fryermuth?
I think they need an edge rusher, though, don't they? They need edge a lot. They need secondary.
Like you say, the best edges now, like say Ojolari, Basham, maybe Carlos Basham.
Osai's there.
Yeah, good job. You have Texas.
They coughed up a lot of points, though, so they could go secondary. I won't be surprised to see it be Samuel, maybe.
Dickerson's gone, hasn't he? Dickerson's gone.
Yeah.
Dixon's gone.
Eichenberg's gone. Is Creed Humphrey gone yet?
No.
Yeah.
My guy, Creed. I'm
Like you say,
surprised no one's not taking him.
A lot of us had him in the first round.
Yeah. He's getting really good value now, Creed Humphrey is for position. Someone's going to get a steal with him, even from here.
Ashley's just told us what the Chargers pick is on the WhatsApp group if you want to find out, and you can have a look at it, but I won't say it.
No, I'll wait and see.
Is it someone we said?
It's someone that they'll be very happy with. Oh man, I love the draft. I love it so much.
Chaos.
Oh, yeah, that's a great pick for them.
Yeah,
great pick.
They have had possibly the best draft of anyone so far.
Yeah. They've not had to move for anybody. They've fallen right to them.
And they've taken them at value.
Oh dear. Yeah, Chargers have been really good.
Like you say, they've still got 7 more as well, so got a lot of stuff to work with Chargers. Oh, I like that. That's a replacement for Casey Hayward, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Didn't he leave?
I think he's going to be terrific. I think so. On the PFF 2-for-1 drafts, they reckon that he can start on the outside. They reckon he's got enough to actually do that. But if you're going to play him in the slot, he'll be one of the best in the league straight away. So we shall see.
So corner, that's a lot of them have gone now. A lot of them. Are we?
So
which class are we
Taib
getting
has just put a
into?
tweet in our WhatsApp chat talking about Onwuzi Rike, and there is a link to a Draft Network interview with him. So I'm going to have a look at that shortly.
He's a very good pick. I think he's going to be a very good player for us. So the top three is gone. Campbell's gone. Newsom's gone. Joseph, Stokes, Samuel. So there's Aaron Robinson, Rodarius Williams, and then Melifonwu. We could be waiting a little while for the next one.
Whew, my heart.
I don't
So there's
know.
like Joseph Osai is still on the board, the edge from Texas, which who I think would be a really good pick.
So Vegas now are Raiders, linebacker, inside offensive line, safety.
Are the Raiders the next pick up?
Yeah.
Well,
So-
it appears high time to introduce our next guest, which is Barry from @Raiders UK. Barry, how you doing, man?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear. How are you?
Yeah, I mean, if you'd have spoke to me 10 minutes ago before we traded up and got ourselves a safety, I'm in a much better mood now than I was.
Oh, it's sad.
So do I take it then that you weren't the biggest fan of the Leatherwood pick at 17?
No, I mean, he looks like he's going to be a solid right tackle. It's one of our huge needs. It was something needed addressing. He didn't seem that high up people's draft boards. I know you can't just go off of what the media say, but we've got a coach that used to be that media guy. We've got a GM that used to be that media guy. I don't see why suddenly their opinions would change. But yeah, I mean, we've gone and got a second round tackle in the first round, and I would think a first round safety in the second. So it all works out. And like I say, I'm a lot more happy now than I was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you took the media's board, if you reverse those picks and put Merrick in the first round and Leatherwood in the second, that no one would really have batted an eyelid.
Yeah. I think the problem is the Raiders have had the past couple of years, we just seem to be living in our own little world where we're just quite happy to draft people in the first round that no one else seems to think are first round talents. And when you've been a pretty poor franchise for the past 2 decades, you can't be making those sort of decisions. I'd rather see them go out and draft the guy everyone thinks is going to be a star. And if he fails, well,
Yeah, then at least you can look at the consensus board and say it was wrong rather than point at your own guys. Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself, Barry?
Been a Raiders fan for as long as I can remember. My old man took me to see them in '95 down in Wembley. They played like a pre-season friendly against the 49ers. And then grew up playing Brit Bowl. I played for the Chester Romans. And then when I was a teenager, I moved over to Barcelona and played for a team called the Barcelona Búfals out there for a couple of years, and just carried on suffering through being a Raiders fan.
Where did you play? What position?
Defensive line.
Cool. That's fantastic. Did you move out to Barcelona for other reasons and you played there, or did you kind of go out there for the football?
It was a bit of both, really. I was lucky enough to have a granddad that had retired out to Spain, as many Brits do. And I was out there on holiday and found out that they played American football over there and was like, oh, wow, I wonder if there's a team local to my granddad I could move to Spain and play. And the only team I could find, because this was early 2000s, was a team in Barcelona. So I emailed them and said, "Hey guys, is there a team further south near me?" And out there, it's quite big. They bring in college players from the States, and most teams at the time would have 2 or 3 imports. And they were like, "Hey, come down, have a trial." So I flew home, got my kit, went to Barcelona, and then got to play in Barcelona for 2 years, which was pretty awesome.
That's absolutely wild. Boys, any questions for Barry and the Raiders?
Yeah, I've got a question. I can't see the picture, but I'm going to guess. Is there a child with a rattle, or are you shaking a tambourine?
No, it's my hands. I am shaking. I'm excited because no.
My question is to you. What do you think of Carr? I see a lot of people thinking, is he overrated? Is he underrated? He consistently puts up these kind of numbers like that are top 10, 15, but you somewhat underwhelm and underperform. How much of that is on him and how much of that has got to be, I suppose, on the defense? How long does he get to take you to where you need to be before you move on?
I don't hate Carr, and he is, I'd certainly put him above a heck of a lot of other starters in the league. But at the same time, he has had a long time in our team to do something, and he shows glimpses, and then at other times, he'll throw it away on 3rd and then on 4th and goal, and not even attempt to put it in the end zone. Or he just fumbles. He fumbles a lot. I'm really not sure. I like him. He does enough for the job that you think if we got our defense to a decent standard, you'd be happy sticking with him for a bit longer.
A bit like a Matt Ryan, like he's serviceable, he can put you a lead. You just have to defend it.
Yeah, exactly. But we're just not capable of defending it. It's our defense has just been woeful.
And what do you think of Gruden in terms of like what he's done and where he's kind of taken the team? Can you kind of see where his like vision is, or is it all a bit of a like mystery in terms of what he's actually trying to achieve?
It's a complete mystery to me, man. I haven't got a clue what's going on inside that organisation. I think the problem is the 2 people at the top have both spent a lot of time being media personalities, and so anything that comes out of the organisation you have to take with a pinch of salt. And what they're telling us, their plan and what they're trying to achieve, doesn't seem to translate to what we see on the football field or in their transactions. I don't know where he's going. I mean, I love Gruden. Like early 2000s when I was a teenager watching them before he got traded to the Bucks, I thought he was, best thing since sliced bread. But on his return, he hasn't quite lived up to that.
And what's your in terms of like the rest of the teams in the AFC West? How do you kind of think that their draft performance has been so far? Are you kind of pleased with how things have turned out, or are you sort of looking at their picks with a bit of envy?
To be honest, I've not even paid attention to them. I was that furious with our first round pick. I just completely switched off until this evening. To be fair, we've got a long way. Despite beating them once and almost beating them the second time, I still think we're miles behind the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. I'd like to think we're on par with the Chargers and Denver. I mean, it just depends what they do with the quarterback position. But I think it's more about us. We proved last year we've got an offense that when they're on their game can run up any kind of score that they feel like. We just need to sort the defense out. So I'm not too concerned with what the other teams are doing. We just need to look after ourselves, I think.
It's a bit like our problem with Aaron Rodgers, isn't that we have to play him twice a year.
Yeah.
You've got to play not only Mahomes twice a year, but now Justin Herbert twice a year.
Yeah.
Rondale Moore is gone.
Rondale Moore off the board to Arizona. That's going to be an
I like
interesting one.
That's a
gonna be fun.
wonderful pick.
How has he just fallen to 49? Ah, God. How about you guys? Aaron Banks to San Francisco at 48.
Big reach.
Really?
Big reach. Yeah.
Massive reach.
Well,
he was
it's big.
number 100 on my board.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Barry, what's the best moment of your Raiders fandom so far? Obviously, you've been a fan of the team for quite a long time. So you said, obviously, for the last 20 years, they've not been up to much, but some of the early Gruden years, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, the 2003, where we got spanked by the Bucks in the Super Bowl. That was the first proper year. I think I was like 16, 17. It was the first proper year where I really committed to like trying to watch every game or at least catching up. I think it was when Mike Carson used to be on Channel 4 or Channel 5, and they had pretty good coverage. That whole year was just awesome. Since then, it's been pretty downhill. 2016 was a nice little upswing. But then Christmas Eve 2016 at 5 o'clock in the morning, watching Carr get his leg broke, brought me crashing back down to earth again. There's really not been that many. Beating the Chiefs last year is probably one of the best moments of the past 2 decades.
Have you been able to go out to America and see a game in?
No, I've not, unfortunately. No, I've seen them a couple times over here when they've had the London series, but no, I've not got out there yet.
Well, the Allegiant Stadium looks incredible, and I mean Vegas is one of the more accessible places in the world. So now they've moved from Oakland, perhaps it's easier for you to get out there. Obviously, it's still on the West Coast, so it's a bit of a trip, but maybe you can find yourself there soon.
Yeah, definitely. I've got a younger brother, and we've already started talking about wanting to get out there. But I mean, I think they're listed as one of the most expensive tickets to try and get hold of now. But like you say, that stadium, I think it'd be well worth it, and just the whole experience that Vegas allows, I think would make up for it.
And then, and what about the Raiders community in the UK? Is there a sort of should we follow a big network of people, or because I would have thought that the Raiders, just because of their like reputation in the 80s, would be like one of the best followed teams in the UK.
Yeah, I'm a member of Silver and Black UK, which is a fan group that sprung up out of in 2014. The Raiders came over here for the London game, and a group of guys organised a black hole at Wembley, and then from that they developed this fan group, which is pretty cool. There's, we tend to watch all the games together, and it gives you some of that camaraderie that you sort of miss out by not being over in the States. I think lately, I mean, who's going to become a fan of a team that have lost for 19 seasons out of 20? So I think their fanship will have declined recently. But I certainly know a lot of Raiders fans. All my family, a lot of the guys at the Chester Romans, they had a lot of Raiders fans. It was just that sort of badass image of mean, nasty people that drew some of us to them.
Some of the best dressed fans in the league, for sure.
Pardon?
So some of the best dressed fans in the league, for sure. Whenever you see them around Wembley, they're the most enthusiastic dressers, I think, of all of the fans in the UK.
Yeah, it's just easy, isn't it, to go with dark? You can tie it to so many things: goths, bikers, Star Wars.
All the things that come together naturally.
Yeah, certainly for me, I've built my life around those things.
Is there anyone that you'd like the Raiders to pick in later rounds that you've kind of fallen in love with?
No, not really. I wanted Tevin Jenkins. He was the tackle I wanted, and that was the position that I was sort of most concerned about. I really pleased with the Morrig pick at safety, but I don't think that one person is going to solve our defensive issues. Whereas if we can try and keep our offense to the standard it was last year, I'll be fairly happy. So the fact we've addressed our two biggest needs, I think we need to just, anyone that's capable of putting pressure on a quarterback should be the plan for the rest of the draft.
All right, Barry.
Giants.
Sorry, Ryan.
Ojulari has gone to the Giants.
That's terrific value.
50.
Terrific value, that is.
I don't know why, but I'm getting major deja vu. I don't know why. Barry, I think I'm coming to we're coming to the end of our time with you. Is there anything that you want to shout out or plug or anything before you go?
No, not at all. Just thank you for the opportunity. Nice to chat with you guys.
Been terrific to talk with you as well, man. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Brilliant. Have fun for the rest of the coverage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Ojulari finally off the board. There we go. Right, I just need to take a break for a couple of minutes, boys.
That's fine.
Yep.
You look at the Giants. The Giants have got so lucky in this. They've traded back for a lot of picks, and they've still landed good players.
Yeah, they've done pretty well so far.
If Tony works out at slot, he's the best slot receiver in this class. If he fulfills his potential, and Ojulari has fallen nearly 30 spots, and they've traded back to get them. That's done really well there.
And JOK is still on the board. What is going on?
I'm looking a lot, and apparently it's the scheme difficulty. They're looking at Isaiah Simmons, saying how hard it is to schematically fit him in, and apparently that's why he's dropping. But you'd still think, even at this point now,
because he's like a hybrid.
Yeah, it's just trying to find. I mean, the Cardinals started getting it right at the end of last year. He started getting a lot better. But you think for value alone, you'd be able to do something with him that would make him worth a top 50 pick, for sure. But it's a weird one, that. But, I mean, man, I'm looking forward to seeing Arizona next year, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't need another receiver, but you've got Kirk, Moore, Hopkins, Murray throwing. That's going to be so dangerous because Moore's a burner and Murray can extend plays. They're going to make a right connection, them two are, I think. But I can't help feel that was the wrong pick for them. But they're going to look amazing. Oh,
I'm probably still going to finish 8-8, and then they can sack Cliff Kingsbury because he's not the man for them.
I know.
They'll have a second half collapse again.
Yeah. So what have we had in this last 10 picks? Offensive tackle, offensive tackle, offensive tackle.
So that's Cosme gone to the to Washington.
That's another great one.
That's a good pick, that.
There's a lot of tackles gone in the last 10. That's 4 gone in the last 10.
Cosme's 6'6", 114 pounds. Jesus.
He's a monster, isn't he?
And he's basically split his career between the tackle positions, so he's experienced at both. I think Chicago will have been gutted to lose out on him.
So let's have a look. So JK is still on the board. Terrence Marshall Jr., Creed Humphrey, Baron Browning, Dylan Redunce, Joseph Asai, Nick Bolton, Brady Christensen, Jamar Johnson.
I reckon Bears go receiver here. Do you reckon so? Now that Terrace Marshall's there, I feel like the Bears need a receiver big time.
Yeah, I think Terrence Marshall is definitely the pick for the Bears because they're desperate for a receiver.
I can't see past that, and I don't think there's really any other receivers who would be.
Trade between the Browns and the Panthers.
Who else is here at receiver who they could go for? Where are we?
The Browns come up.
Marshall. Elijah Moore's gone. Eskridge, Wallace, Newsom, Surratt, Rogers. Nah, there's no one else in
The
receiving.
Panthers are active, so that means the Panthers now have traded twice in this round, I think.
Oh, so the Bears have traded down.
Oh, have the Bears gone
Yeah. Bears have traded back out of that pick
with the Browns?
with the. I think the Bears traded with the Panthers, and then the Panthers have traded it to the Browns.
So who's on the clock now?
The Browns. So they're going to take a wide receiver.
Wait,
or
Panthers jumped up a long way then. I've not even got them in this round.
the Panthers.
So the Browns are on the clock now. What do the
No. So the Bears jumped up and took the Panthers pick. The Panthers then traded down.
Yeah.
But then they've traded back down again.
So who's on the clock? The
The
Bears.
Browns.
Oh, the Browns are on the clock.
Yeah. So basically, the Panthers were at 7 in round 2. They traded to the Bears. And the Bears took the Panthers pick. So and the Panthers took the Bears pick, which have then traded to the Browns. Jesus.
So I still say this is Terrace Marshall because Beckham and what's his face are out of contract next year, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be wide receiver, but they also have got needs at defensive line as well.
Who's the next defensive line guy up though?
Ooh,
Almost gone. Oh, hang on. It's McNeil. McNeil could be there.
Davian
Going
Nixon.
that way.
Yep.
You
Quinn Miners, Milton Williams.
Willem Reduns. Oh, they've gone linebacker. Jock has gone.
Oh.
The Bears have gone Jock.
The Browns.
52.
You mean the Browns?
Yeah. Browns have gone Jock.
Oh, good. Well, at least he's not in the NFC.
Their defense is just
Scary.
mad.
Scary.
Yeah.
And they've got it on offense as well. That's one of the best teams in the NFL.
Right. So it's Tennessee next.
No, but they didn't need him. This screams best player available to me. They'll find a way to work him in there somehow.
Well, the
That's
Titans
what you
need a
need.
receiver. This has to be Terrace.
So the Titans picking Titans and then the Colts. So the Titans, they need a wide receiver,
And the Colts need a tackle still.
tackle in a corner.
So who's left at tackle? Raidens. That could be Raidens.
Could be Raidens.
I think he's the last of the established tackles left.
Then the next one down is Jalen Mayfield.
Or Brady Christensen.
Or James Hudson or Spencer Brown.
Or the new one that appeared for me recently, Stone Forsyth.
I reckon Spencer Brown's in the conversation there because he seems to have been hanging around that area for a long time. Brady, it's too early for Brady. I feel.
Whew.
Who did
Take a
Browns
breath.
trade with? Who was at 52?
Chicago.
Chicago, then the Panthers, then the Browns. So it was essentially a 3-way trade.
Mm-hmm.
It's announced the Browns now.
What a pick that is to get JOK at 52.
I know. Unbelievable. So lucky.
So, hang on, 59.
Just heard someone say, like I say, it's literally all on Baker Mayfield now, isn't it? Wherever he turns up and plays is he's got the team around him now. He
Well,
has
the
no longer got any excuses.
So the Browns snagged an extra third out of that trade with the Panthers. So he's got another pick in this today, as well as their current third.
Thanks, Ashley, for that. By the way, you just explained the trade for me. Oh man, what a
confusing!
world.
What confusing hour and a half.
And there we go. The Dick Butkus Award winner is off the board. I wanted to say that all of yesterday, but
who's off the board?
JOK was the winner of the
yeah.
2020 Dick Butkus Award for the best college linebacker. Dick Butkus also appeared on the list of the top linebackers of all time that I saw a couple of days ago, and at number 3. So that's the sort of level of production you're looking at. I presume he was also good in college.
So who is left? How many?
I don't know what the Titans are going to do.
Receiver.
Terrace Marshall?
Yeah.
Replace Corey Davis?
I'm very certain they're going to go him. There's no
I look
other
at somewhere here that
receivers.
says tight end is a big need, but they won't go. They won't go wide. They won't go Pat Fryermuth before a wide receiver, surely.
No.
Tommy Tremble?
No, too early.
I love Tremble. I really, really love.
I do, but not at 2.
The thing is, Tremble's just not got the tape receiving. He's got the ability to, but it's not on tape.
He can block right now, but he needs to learn to receive.
You're taking a big risk thinking that you're taking a big risk on him potentially having receiving ability. That's why I think he slips later, and that's why someone could get a deal with him, but not this high.
He won't replace Jonnu Smith because that's a lot of potential targets straight away.
Yeah.
What boy? So who do we think?
Oh,
what's our position pick for the next one? Who do we think the position's going to be?
Titans have just screwed the Colts.
Who's they taken?
Oh,
Raidens.
I like that, Dylan Raidens.
Oh.
Do the Titans even need an offensive tackle?
It does say needy. Third need, yeah.
Yeah, it's after receiver. They must have their eye on someone later at receiver. I suppose that makes sense. I mean, they've just taken the last bona fide guy who can start relatively.
Yeah, I think
soon.
now it's going to drop off now, the offensive line class now.
And they've just screwed
the
the Colts.
starters are gone, I think.
Mind you, the Colts and the Steelers both need tackles, don't they? So they've both been. I wasn't surprised to see the Colts. The Colts need cornerback, wide receiver, inside defensive line.
I think we're going to see someone like Brady Christian now. Someone's going to reach for him.
Do the Colts need a receiver?
Yeah, they do. They need a corner, a receiver, and a tackle.
I think corner's a bit of a drop off now, isn't it? So Marshall again.
Like you say, what is it? Aaron Robinson from UCF.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's still there.
I had him projected as around 1 or 2, but I don't know if everyone else is not that high on him. But I went through a few groups to find that. I'm surprised Marshall's dropping.
I don't mind it. I don't mind him dropping. I'm not gonna lie.
No, because I don't mind you saying that. Linebacker. Oh, Cox has just appeared on the board now. On the best available.
Who is it now? Is it the Colts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it's got to be Terrace.
You've been predicting that for a while now.
No, I predicted Jock for a while, but these are just going off the needs they need. Colts' biggest need after offensive tackle. It's cornerback or receiver.
Well, they took what is it say for Pittman Jr. last year, didn't they? They're going to take another receiver this high.
Maybe not. Could be Aaron Robinson. Could be Terrace Marshall. I feel like they're or McNeil if they wanted IDL.
So many different ways you can go. Milton Williams has appeared on my
Don't
board now.
they could do with a safety as well, didn't didn't Malik Hooker leave? Someone like Elijah Molden could fit there.
Is
Depends
Molden
whether
going as
Elijah
a
Molden
safety?
can actually play safety.
Yeah, you don't know whether he's going to be picked as a corner or a safety. He's
Don't help him, does it really?
no.
Pick
I
is
think
in.
he's projected more as a safety.
I think he's going to be a
isn't he?
nickel. I think I'd probably see him as a nickel corner.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. If it's not Terrace, then I'm going to stop predicting him.
Yeah, that might be for the best. Never know.
But yeah, these teams do generally need receivers, though. So
It's very true.
they just must
Right.
be. There must be receivers late on who just people are really high on.
It's high time to introduce our next guest, who is someone that I've not spoken to for a very long time, but is a friend of mine who I used to work with back in Glastonbury about 6 or 7 years ago, maybe slightly longer. Nath, he's a Carolina Panthers fan. How you doing, man?
Yeah, you're right, Matt.
How's things, buddy?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad, yeah.
Why don't you introduce yourself for the rest of the folks?
Yeah, so Panthers fan. Since probably about 2005, really. My dad brought me the old NBA 2K5 game on the original Xbox. And I picked the Panthers, followed them ever since, yeah.
Nice. And what are you doing now, actually, just out of interest for me? Because I haven't seen any updates from you recently, so...
I work in Betfred.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
So you're up to date
Yeah.
on where everyone should go then, right?
Insider trading.
Yeah, no prices on that. I'm looking every day at see if there's any movements in the Super Bowl betting and all that kind of stuff, but
No.
might change after the draft.
How are you feeling about the Panthers pick so far? So you traded back recently in the second, but in the first you took JC Horn at 8.
I'm quite happy with it. I actually wanted Hanai Sewell, which you guys took. We don't have a left tackle on the roster. So a tackle I thought would be the one to go first, but I did see Matt Rule did say they'll go for the best available player as opposed to needs of the team. But I'm happy with it. We needed a DB anyway. Dante Jackson's in his final year of his rookie deal. It looks like we can't afford to keep him. AJ Boye as well, we've recently acquired. So I think it's a good solid pick. He'll go straight in. Stud corner, something we haven't had really since Josh Norman.
Yeah, way back when. Oh, what a player he was back in the Carolina days.
Yeah, the good old days, yeah.
How do you feel about the trade for the quarterback as well?
At first, I was a bit I was unsure on it because obviously he's not exactly light in the league up, is he? In his years in the league, but I feel he's better than Teddy Bridgewater. For me, Bridgewater, he doesn't move the ball. It's a very frustrating watch, check down passes. And if you haven't got last season, we didn't have McCaffrey all year pretty much. So the check down passes to him, which would have worked probably.
So the kind of style of offense suited Bridgewater until we went down, and then suddenly it kind of stymied the whole thing.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm slowly leaning towards a more positive outlook on Darnold. I won't be surprised to see us maybe take a quarterback in the later rounds. Just as because Will Greer, if Darnold goes down, Will Greer's not.
No, he's not
proven. He's not an NFL player, is he?
We played you last year, didn't we? And you had an XFL quarterback that came in as your relief.
That's right. Yeah,
Heineke. Is it?
No, that Washington's Heineke. It's
PJ Walker.
Yeah,
PJ Walker,
that's right.
and he played
Oh,
quite
yeah, I
well
remember
against
that
us. He
guy.
gave us a cheap interception in the back of the end zone, but apart from that, he had a very good game and made us look pretty poor.
Yeah.
The Colts
Yeah.
have taken another. The Colts have taken another edge.
Yeah, that's really surprising.
Oh, Deingbo. Oh, wow.
They took edge in the first round, didn't they?
Yeah, they
That's
went
a-
edge in the first round. There's
Well,
still
that's
Basham
interesting.
and Joseph Osai on the board and Ronnie Perkins. Like,
That's a reach.
that's a big reach. Okay, all right, fair enough. How do you see next year going now? So you're saying you're leaning towards a bit more of a positive outlook. That division isn't easy.
No, it's not. No, I remember, years and years ago, especially with, Tampa Bay, when they were struggling to even get 2 or 3 wins a season. And it guaranteed 2 wins a year. Now you look at it, you think, oh, Falcons always beat us no matter how bad they are. Saints are, the Saints are the Saints. I think we do better than we did last year, but it's still going to be a long season. But the defense is starting to look pretty good. We've normally had a pretty good defense, so I think it's defense wins championships, as they say.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I think
absolutely.
it's going to be a stretch, though.
Definitely.
But
sorry, any questions, boys, for Nate?
Yeah, I'll go up. So you've got like the spine of the team now. You've got Darius Leonard, you've got Jeremy Chin. So you've managed to build a core up the middle. Like you say, hopefully Christian McCaffrey is going to come back at full health. And you've got, I'd say, one of the better receiving classes, actually. Like say you've got DJ Moore, Curtis Samuel. What do you want more in the later rounds? Have you got any eye on? Like for me, I think you could use a tight end because hasn't Greg Olson just retired? So someone like Pat Fryermuth could be there, or
Curtis Samuel actually went as well.
Oh, he did, didn't he?
Pat
Gone,
Fryermuth
so-
has just gone to the Steelers.
Well, I jinxed that, didn't I?
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. So is there anyone you want in rounds like 3 or 4? Someone's got that middle round kind of value, or
I haven't really looked at the types of players available. I'm seeing us constantly trading down, and I'm seeing tackles constantly being taken, which is very, very frustrating to see. Like I said, we don't have a left tackle at all. Taylor Moton, the right tackle, he's just signed the franchise tag, and it's looking very unlikely we'll be able to re-sign him next season. So then we'll be without a right tackle as well. So we got, what's that now, 3 third-round picks?
Yeah.
Coming up.
Maybe Jalen Mayfield could be an option then. I know he's primarily a right tackle, but if your guy's on a franchise tag, then maybe that gives you something for next year to look at, because I think he's not quite a plug and play as yet. He needs a little bit of time. So
I just think at the moment we need to stack in players on the line. We've never really had a good line. I'm thinking back when Mike Remmers played in the Super Bowl, and I can't remember his name now. The guy before him, what was his name? I still have nightmares about it. So I think two of those 3 third-round picks, I think, will take tackles.
2 of them, double dip in the
2
same
of them,
round.
I do, yeah, I do think that. But going back, I also think another receiver will take in the later rounds. And I even think we probably might even take a safety as well.
yeah, I saw that. Is it Malik Hooker? Didn't he? You let him go, didn't you? Because of his injury concerns. So you could do with a back end guy, couldn't you? It's a good safety class. So 3rd rounds, I think, good range there.
Yeah, but I'll be very annoyed if the next pick isn't a tackle.
Any plans to get out to Carolina for a game, man? I don't think you've been before, have you?
No, I haven't. No, I couldn't even get to the Wembley game or wherever it was in London that time. I was actually in Spain when the tickets was released, and I was constantly as soon as I refreshed the page, gone. Tickets gone. It was crazy.
Absolutely.
I had my iPad, I had my phone. Yeah, I was gutted.
It really
Yeah.
sucks. We need to go together, man, and go to another game. I
Yeah,
swear.
that'd be good.
Did you go? Am I imagining it? Did you go to a Yeovil game that I went to at Wembley way back when? Possibly.
Probably. Yeah, well, against Brentford?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. I was in the morph suit, yeah.
Nice, good stuff. How do you think the rest of the draft has gone? Is there any like really big surprises that you've seen?
I actually thought the Bears pick in the first round, I wasn't expecting that. We're just getting Dalton, but I really like the pick.
Yeah.
I was saying to my mate, he's a Bears fan. First thing I woke up, I said, "Oh, Bears took a quarterback," and he just said, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
So,
we all hated it here. I think we all quite liked him as a player. Fields, he's electric, so it instantly elevates them to another level. I know that Ant was especially big on Fields all the way through the process. So
Yeah.
It's like what my brother said. He said, early days when the early mock drafts, it was toss up between. They were saying number one could be Fields, so it was quite a shock to see him go all the way down.
I do feel like the diabetes thing. I feel like that affected his stock, even though he's been managing it like his whole playing career. Like they did have doubts about it.
Epilepsy, but yeah.
Well, yeah.
Diabetes would be debilitating as well, but having a fit on the field would be something horrific to televise.
Oh no! Oh fuck! Seahawks have taken Eskridge. Seahawks have taken Eskridge. God damn it!
Grant's gone and Eskridge is gone.
That's a massive reach.
It's not even that, but they don't need a Seahawks 1, 2, 3, 4 receivers 7th on their list. They need edge. They need offensive line to protect Wilson. There's Wyatt Davis there. There's Creed Humphrey. There's Miners. They don't need a receiver.
Eskridge was the number 98 pick on my board, and he's gone 56.
Dear me.
That's.
So, Nath, what do you think about the rest of your division? Like, how do you think they've done, or how they're going to do? How will they do next year?
I thought, the Bucks, they've stayed fairly strong, haven't they?
They've
hardly
gone to run the table, aren't they? They've spent loads of money, haven't they? Bring everyone back.
Yeah, so I don't think anyone big names really left them, have they? Not.
No, they've returned every single starter.
Yeah,
every single one.
Yeah, so that'd be tough.
Atlanta took Pitts.
Saints obviously don't have Breeze anymore, do they? He went, didn't he? So that's handy.
You don't know which Winston you're ever going to get, do you?
Yeah, that's it.
And Atlanta, I think they should have traded back. But
Atlanta always beat us, so.
Do you like Kyle Pitts? I think that's going to be a terrific move for them.
Yeah, no, I did see that because did they still have Hayden Hurst? Was he there?
Still there, yeah.
Yeah, so they're pretty stacked then at tight end.
Kind of feels a bit like Detroit. I know Hurst isn't quite at the level of our tight ends, but they have those two. I think they're going to be running a lot of 2 tight end sets. They just need to get a good running back there now.
Yeah.
So I'm not sold on. Was it a 1-year deal for? Who's the running back formerly of the Rams with the knee injury?
Todd Gurley.
Yeah.
Is he still there now?
It was a 1-year deal. I think he's a free agent. I haven't seen him go nowhere.
So I don't recall the Falcons having a running back at all then.
No.
That could be something. They're crying out for one if they got 2 tight ends.
Because they never brought back that. Say they don't even have Devonta Freeman. He left like the season before, didn't he? There's no one there now.
Yeah, and they paid him a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really did.
Do they still have that Ito Smith? He was a.
No, they released him.
They released him. Oh, he was a fantasy football. Destroyer of fantasy football.
They're gonna
I
have to
imagine
draft
you
a
really
running
like
back.
fantasy football, Nath, with your betting acumen.
Yeah, I enjoy it. Yeah, it's good fun.
Mm.
It's hard though because it's not really. My mates don't like getting involved with it because they're not really knowledgeable, and my dad that he tends to watch high school football, so he's not really. He's also a Lions fan, by the way. So
Oh, I had no idea.
yeah,
Oh, well, that's you come from good tree, Nath.
yeah,
You're gonna have to come up and watch the Super Bowl with me in Bristol at some point, man.
yeah.
When we go
I
allowed to
will.
do it again.
Yeah, I can
Be
make
good
my
fun.
way up here.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for coming on. I think that's gonna close it out
Yeah.
for us and our sort. But I really appreciate you talking about the Panthers, and hopefully maybe we'll catch up with a coffee soon.
Yeah, sure.
No, thanks for coming on
Yeah.
there. Appreciate
Cheers,
it.
Yeah.
man.
Yep,
Yeah,
take
cheers,
care.
Matt. See ya.
Enjoy the draft.
Fucking
Oh, he's
Seahawks.
got a twin, and he used to work in the Premier Inn attached to the Brewers Fair that I used to work at, and just both of them absolutely legends. You'd go over there and you wouldn't know which one it was because they're identical twins. So I was glad that his name was up there because I wouldn't have known otherwise.
I'm not gonna
Oh.
lie, that Dwayne Eskridge pick is terrible. That is such a reach.
It's
They've
a
got
reach.
He's a
Bobby
great
Swain, Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf. They just gave Tyler Lockett a huge extension.
They
So
got
I
David
don't
Moore
know.
as well, haven't they?
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, DJ Moore. David Moore?
Yeah.
David
DJ Moore.
Moore, yeah, David Moore.
Moore.
I
can you
don't.
imagine
It
the
don't make
battles?
sense.
Can you imagine the battles now, though, when the Cardinals and the Seahawks play one another? You got Eskridge, Metcalf, and Lockett on one side, and then you've got Hopkins, Moore, Kirk on the other.
Two teams that have
Jesus.
got good offenses and zero defense.
Yeah,
Seattle defense was terrible last year.
that could genuinely be like a 50-50 game. That could in terms
It should be
of
fun to
points.
watch.
Oh man, the Seahawks. What are they? They've only got 3 picks this year, and that was 8th or 7th on their list of needs. What are they doing?
Nothing pleases me more for some reason than the Seahawks doing badly. I don't know what it is
Yeah.
and why I hate them, but I really don't like them.
I
I
don't
like
know
Russell
either.
Wilson, but I hate the Seahawks. I don't like Pete Carroll. He's so smug.
What are the Rams going to do now? Are they going to give Stafford another weapon? Are they going to go best player available?
I really hope that James from Seahawks UK hasn't just heard us say that. 'cause-
Oh, they have.
Oh.
The Rams have picked the guy I liked, Tutu Atwell. Oh, I think
What?
Stafford's going to like him.
£160 man.
What?
But at 57, I said he was going to go in like the 4th. They've taken him at 57.
Oh my God, that's a bigger reach than Eskridge.
It
much-
is, yeah. This
So-
guy got measured at 149. He put a tweet out like stepping on the scales. It was about 160 max.
Tutu
So-
Atwell was 149 on the predictive board.
So, all right, what's wrong with Terrace Marshall then? Why is he not
He's
going?
a when I
He
say
must be a
diva,
real asshole.
Yeah, when I say
He
diva,
must
I
be.
don't mean he plays up a little bit. I mean he thinks he is the fucking shit. You know, he walks in and he's like, "I'm the best player on the team." That's sort of
I mean, you look at his stats last year. He played 7 games, but it was over 100 yards a game, and he got to about 15 touchdowns. It's mad numbers.
I do think Stafford will like Tutu Atwell though.
Yeah.
He don't care where he's taken. That's a good pick for him.
Oh, Chiefs now.
I tell you what though, he didn't test particularly well in
No,
terms of
He
speed.
didn't bench. Yeah, he refused to do the bench.
Okay, so the thing is, like, Stafford likes a good deep ball. He's not the most accurate deep ball passer, but he does like people who stretch the field, and the Rams do not have someone fast. They don't have
This guy's a
anyone.
burner. He's a burner.
Oh, he looks fast. Look at his tape they're showing now. Oof.
So where do the Chiefs go? Have they fixed their entire offensive line yet?
Well, they've still got, like you said, is it Fisher and Swartz? They've still got 2 guys that they can bring back if needs be.
Do you reckon
If
they go
Schwartz
guard?
even
Do you reckon-
is able to play anymore, he might retire medically.
Do you reckon they, or have they got a centre? I feel like-
Yeah, they traded for one, didn't they, I think?
From Orlando Brown?
No, they took Rodney
No.
Hudson. I think
Rodney
they-
Hudson.
Oh, that was it. I could see Wyatt Davis then, maybe, if they want to go guard. What else do they need? Linebacker,
They could go Creed Humphrey.
maybe.
I can't believe Creed Humphrey's still on the board, actually.
Quinn Miners.
Yeah, that'd be a good shout.
Ooh, that'd be good for them.
I tell you what, I am eyeing up Diami Brown for us as 72, if he falls a little bit.
No, Jabril Cox. He's got to be like. We get such good value for him there.
Is Brown the guy from North Carolina?
Yeah, him and
Yeah.
Daz Newsome were such a good pair. Diami Brown's also an elite returner as well.
North Carolina, they're gonna surely be shit next year. Losing Carter, Williams, Brown, and
Yeah,
Newsom.
unfortunately, Sam Howell, he's going to have to try and win the Heisman on his own. Like I said, they're going to be a bit crap this year.
He's just throwing balls to himself, just like, right, fuck it, I'll do it.
Ashley's just pointed out in the chat to me that David Moore is on the Panthers now. He's not at the Seahawks anymore.
Oh, so they need he'll battle Freddie Swain for the slot, so could win that job. Is he the only person in that WhatsApp group? Is he like a secret agent?
Mizzou made to Kansas City.
The pick is in now, apparently.
It's Mizzou. Who's Mizzou?
Let's see who it is. Needs apparently are wide receiver, edge, and center.
So Matt Miller's just tweeted.
Yeah, because they've
Mizzou.
lost Sammy Watkins, didn't they?
I thought they brought him back.
Did they bring him back, or did they lose? What's his face? Rob? Did Demarcus Robinson go back?
No, sorry, no. Demarcus Robinson came back. No, I think you're right. Actually, I think that
Watkins went to Baltimore. Did he? He definitely
find
left.
out now. Sammy Watkins plays for the Ravens.
Yeah, I thought he went to Baltimore. Yeah. So they only brought back Demarcus Robinson. Could go wide receiver. Terrace Marshall, maybe actually. But like I said, they do need line. They do need some line help, possibly.
I don't know. I guess if you're looking at receiver now, you're probably looking at Collins coming up.
I thought you were going to say Terrace Marshall then.
No, I'm leaving that one to Ryan now. Who else have we got? They can all fucking stay away from Jalen Darden. I know that much.
Oh, the Chiefs have taken Nick Bolton.
Thank God. Thank God.
Oh, Amari Rogers should be in play soon then.
Nick Bolton.
And
Well, Baron Browning's still on the board at linebacker.
Yeah.
yeah, that's going to be interesting if Brown and Cox are.
So
Sat there.
on my board, Cox is 55 and Browning is 63, and that makes Cox the 7th best player on the board.
The trouble is now that Bolton's gone, Cox is the next linebacker in line. So we've got 13 picks to hope no one takes a linebacker.
I like those chances.
Unless Browning goes above, which I hope he does. Because if I'm picking between the two of them, I don't want Baron Browning.
Really? I'm surprised.
Baron Browning goes in the third round. I'm fine with Pete Werner or Jabril Cox.
I thought you liked Browning and
No, that's Matt.
I love
I've not-
Browning.
I don't like him. It's just I prefer Jabril Cox.
I think I probably prefer Jabril Cox as well, but I think Browning's ceiling is higher because his speed and athleticism is that much higher, and you can't really get better at that. But his instincts are definitely worse than Cox. Cox's instincts are incredible.
I mean, Cox is like 6'3", 233 pounds. I mean, he's a big fella.
Yeah, he's got some length. I like that.
He's a proper good run stuffer as well. I mean, that's just what
Looking
we
at
need
Bolton,
so
Bolton
desperately.
did not test well. Like I say, he didn't do agility. He ran a 4.6. Like he's not that athletic.
I
Right,
think
so this is
Bolton relies entirely on his brain.
Yeah.
So
He's an instinctive player, much like some players we've been very used to over the last few years.
Are we on Bears now then?
Carolina.
Carolina.
Carolina,
Bears-
it's
the Bears
a
come
three-way
later.
trade, isn't it?
But I mean, Baron Browning's RAS was off the scale, like just insane, 9.98.
If
That's
Baron
why I say
Browning
his
had
ceiling's
the-
higher. If he can get the instincts there, then. Sorry, Ryan.
If Aaron Browning had the IQ and the coverage of Jabril Cox, he'd have been a first rounder. Because one's got the agility and the frame, one's got the IQ, I think, and the reactive speed.
This
I mean-
is this. Sorry, Steve. Go on.
Jabril Cox still tested above Micah Parsons.
This is a pressure point for linebacker now, Panthers. Gonna have to be. There's no tackles really left to take now unless they go with Spencer Brown.
I mean, they've never really replaced Luke Kuechly.
No.
And
He's
Shaq-
so good.
Yeah, like I say, they've got what is it, Shaq Thompson, but they don't have much over. I don't think well, they've got Darius Leonard, but
I saw a feature they did on Keithley, and it's just like Jesus Christ.
like I
the
say,
man was
Shaq Thomas
amazing.
might not stick around.
Is Pete Werner still on the board?
Yeah, he's still there. Number 76 on board.
I like
Ooh,
him.
I've just seen the Panthers one. That's good.
Who've they gone for?
Terrace has gone.
Oh.
Terrence Marshall.
They've
Yep.
replaced Curtis Samuel with Terrace Marshall.
That's a good pick. I mean, you can't argue with the value there.
They got a diva.
That is the last first rounder off the board for me.
Saints next.
Quarterback? Could we see a quarterback here?
Mond.
Ooh.
Mond or Davis Mills?
Ooh, I like that. I like that. That's a good.
So who's
Well-
who's the next quarterback to go? Davis Mills, Kellen Mond, or Kyle Trask? What do you reckon?
If it's me, Davis Mills. If it was me, but I don't know. I think Mills has got a higher ceiling, but Mond's more NFL ready.
Yeah, Mond.
So it depends what you want.
Mond is dual threat, so he's going to give you that escapability with his legs right now. Mills is a pocket passer. It depends what you want. Right?
The Packers are coming up soon. I wonder how they can piss their fans off today.
Kyle
Kellen
Trask, I don't like. I
Oh,
don't think
Kyle
Trask will get
Trask.
Oh God.
Well, they've lost. Mind you saying that, De'Army Brown sat there, so I'm kind of hoping someone snaps him up just to piss off Rodgers.
Anything to piss off Aaron Rodgers would be excellent.
We don't want De'Army Brown there when the Packers pick, so...
No, absolutely.
But the Saints pick him? Yeah, Saints could pick him. That's second on their list of needs after corner.
Well, who are we talking for corner?
Saints.
Could happen.
Morning, James. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah,
Hi, James.
yeah. Hi, James. Thank you so much for volunteering on the Facebook group for coming on. It's really great to have you on. How do you feel the Patriots have done so far?
I don't know. Okay. First of all, just check you can hear me.
Yeah.
all good.
Yeah, great. I think like a lot of other Pats fans, we kind of got on the Fields wagon, like big time. When he started to slide, I think we were really quite excited. I was watching on on another stream that was similar to this, and they were getting more and more excited as it reached like pick 8, pick 9, pick 10, and then pick 11 to the Bears, just snuck right in there. And that's when I thought, okay, this is going to be Jones. They didn't want it to be Jones, but it was Jones, and I'm quite happy with that. We needed a QB, so we got a QB. Seems to be the guy that Bill's after, so I can't complain, you know. And then today, yeah, that's a fantastic value. Like, that's a first rounder that we've got. We've had to trade up, but we had 9 picks. We've got 6 picks left. You know, we can still get a few people in. So I think we've done very well.
Yeah, I'm big on Barmore at that sort of position. I know that obviously it came out that he was uncoachable, but at that level of ability and production at college, I mean, how much better do you need to get? And Bill's the best out of getting stuff out of potentially problem characters. He's taken on a few projects and he hasn't failed too many times, I don't think. Or if he has failed, he's taken enough swings at it to make it work.
Ironically, Bill's not done so well with some of the characters he's brought in the last few years. He tried to bring in a few wide receivers for Brady's last year or two. Like he tried to bring Antonio Brown, he tried to bring in Josh Gordon, hasn't really panned out. You can't say he didn't try. Brady's moved on to pastures new, as you may have noticed. But
yeah, he seems to be doing all right.
I've heard. I don't know what's happening really. You know, I've not been paying attention. But I really look forward to Bill. He seems completely energized. I think a lot of people thought he might retire by now because he's getting quite old. But he's probably going to go for another 20 years. So yeah, see what happens.
And just tell us a little bit about yourself, James, as well. How your fandom and how you've been there, why you picked the Pats, and
well, I think a lot of people assumed that supporting the Pats was a no-brainer, but I actually watched the Super Bowl for years and years and years without picking a team at all, and I definitely didn't want to pick the Patriots. My dad's a Man United supporter. I don't want anything to do with that kind of like glory hunter sort of thing, but it was the Super Bowl, the Seahawks Super Bowl. That was the best game of American football I'd seen. Basically, I thought that was tremendous. And with all the Deflategate stuff going on, I really looked into it, and I kind of found that really they hadn't done anything wrong, and there was this huge sort of persecution angle. And I felt that, ironically enough, they were an underdog. They hadn't won for 10 years. And yeah, I really rooted for them. And then they happened to go on one of the best runs that 5 years from until Brady left. That's a hell of a run. What was it? Three Super Bowls in 4 appearances in 5 years. So I picked a very good time to pick a team. But it was more about Bill Belichick. I really like Bill Belichick more than Brady. I thought he was tremendous, and he's still there. So I'm still here.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, about the Pats that people regard them as having had a dynasty for the last 20 years, but you did go on that fairly large drought. I mean, you were still competitive all the way through, but no wins necessarily in the Super Bowl. But I don't think that you ever really missed out on the playoffs. I think you consistently won your division.
10 years of Brady's prime. 10 years of Brady's prime, he didn't win anything.
Oh, there goes a favourite of yours, Ryan.
Pete Werner's gone.
Pete Werner's gone to New Orleans.
Jabril Cox is falling.
That's a bit of a reach.
Yeah, very consistent.
Let me just.
The Saints have reached on both picks now.
Yeah, that's a reach, definitely.
But if Cox falls to us because of this, I don't care.
What do you think your needs are, James? What do the Patriots need with these extra picks you've got? Because I noticed you've struggled at wide receiver, like you say, and Edelman's had to call it a day, unfortunately. And N'Keal Harry, I'm an Arizona State fan, but he's not delivered yet. So is that something you need to address, or you've spent the money there?
I think James is frozen.
I think James is frozen as well. Oh, there we go. That's what we wanted to see.
He's back.
There he is.
Hello.
Oh, James, why don't you turn your video off? That might help. Never mind. Hopefully that will come back in a moment.
So Werner's gone off the board, so that leaves Cox, Browning, Nico Collins. I know.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, James. Yeah. If you turn off your video, it might help your audio come through, which is potentially more important.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, my the Sennheiser set crashed Zoom temporarily, which I'm not entirely sure why. But anyway, sorry, I think you were asking me about Edelman at one point.
Yeah. What do you think your major needs are? Like, do you need to address receiver with Edelman going and then Keel Harry not living up to a big reputation? Like, where do you want to go in rounds 3 and 4?
Slot receiver would be useful, but it's not like an absolutely pressing need. Cornerback depth would be great because Gilmore and Jackson, they're only probably going to be around for another year or so, unless they re-sign Jackson to a lot of money. Offensive tackle would be useful again. Wynn and Brown, they're not locked in for 2022, and linebacker is a need as well. But I mean, we've kind of covered a lot of bases. We've got free agencies worked wonders for the team.
I noticed, like you say,
he's gone. God, he came through so clearly in the last 20 seconds.
We'll see if he resets and comes back.
To answer you, Steve, about the linebackers, there's Dylan Moses and Chaz Surratt as well.
Oh, I don't like Dylan Moses. I don't want him.
I'm not a Dylan Moses fan. James is back, I hope.
Not for us, but you might see them if people are starting to get desperate about linebacker now.
Yeah. Chaz Surratt's one I quite like.
Someone that's undersized, he's got a good. He's fast. He's Chaz Surratt. He's agile.
What's Buffalo got now? Cornerback, wide receiver, running back. Michael Carter.
And the Packers are next. I can't wait for the Packers pick. I cannot wait. What are they going to do?
In fact, please let them take De'Ami Brown.
No.
If the Bills can take De'Ami Brown. No, because the Packers will take him. I don't want him to take a good
I see. Sorry. Yeah.
This is for the greater good, Matt, so you'll have to give him up for that. I've had to give up Grant and Eskridge.
Can you hear us, James?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, there you go. So, right, so we think we've got you. Like you say, you were saying secondary, because there are rumours you could try trade Stephon Gilmore while in this draft. So he's a corner somewhere you think you want in the later rounds, secondary maybe?
Yeah, there's a couple. There's I haven't checked the last couple to see if the last couple of picks, but there's Elijah Molden. I quite like to look at him, and Melifonwu as well. But you'd never know with Bill. He always picks cornerbacks up in round 2 and 3.
Yeah, Patrick Chung retired, didn't he? So like you say, someone that can play safety and corner, that'd be quite helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Chung served us incredibly well. I mean, we've got Duggar. And I mean, I do rate Duggar. He was obviously our top pick last year. So if he steps up, then I'm not sure that there's a massive need at safety. But McCourty's not getting any younger. So,
like I say, if you can strengthen the line and protect this new quarterback potentially.
I mean, Cam's definitely going to start the season. Yeah, I mean, Cam might last the season. He did not have a good year last year. I don't think his mechanics have got any better. But he's still, he's a great leader. He's exactly the kind of guy you want to sort of train up your next guy. He's so great in the locker room that's got to rub off on Mac Jones as well. So,
speaking of your quarterback, there's someone that's going to chase after him. The Bills have gone edge again and taken Carlos Basham at 62.
Basham's off the board.
So they've taken 2 edges with their first 2 picks.
Yeah.
So Cam Newton is going to have 2 guys after him. They're going to you might get him playing a bit sooner.
This may seem like a silly question to start with, but are you disappointed that they've gone back to Matt Jones and they've gone back to the pocket passing scheme of before with Brady? I mean, sort of the league's going towards these more exciting, dynamic offenses now with dual threat quarterbacks, a lot of versatility. Were you hoping that sort of it'd be Cam Newton-esque person coming next, or if you go back to winning Super Bowls with Jones, does it not really matter, I guess?
I mean, I think I heard you guys talking yesterday about, is Bill Belichick like an evolver? Does he evolve? And I have to say that the Patriots have not had the same offense like 2 years in a row for the last 10 years. When they had Hernandez and Gronk, they were a 2 tight end team, and they're a West Coast offense around the time. And then when they won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, they were a ground and pound team with Sonny Michel, and they had Devlin and Gronk. Gronk was a blocker in his last year for New England, and he caught a couple of fantastic third down passes. Belichick and especially like the whole team, they really do change things around to suit their personnel. With Mac Jones, he's an accurate and smart player. That's what they're after. They don't really care how he plays. He is slightly more athletic than I think people give him credit for being, but I don't expect him to run around a lot. I mean, Brady had 1,000 yards over his season. He could move occasionally, but you wouldn't expect him to. But he seems like, I don't want to compare him to Brady, but I do think that he's a smart guy, and that's what Belichick wants. He wants a smart guy, regardless of how they play. So
I do think in terms of comparisons of people, you do get quarterbacks compared to like coaches in soccer. So Man United, every coach is compared to Alex Ferguson still. Oh, he's not quite as good as that. And you're going to suffer with that with Brady too. Every quarterback that comes after him is, my God. Sorry, I've just seen the Packers.
They've gone centre.
Yes!
Oh my God. And they've not even got the best centre in this
But
draft.
yeah, sorry, to return to my point, all of your quarterbacks are going to be compared to Brady for the next 20, 30 years. It's just something they're going to have to live with, I think.
Yeah, they are going to be compared to Brady, but the funny thing is that 5 years ago, I don't think people really thought Brady was as good as they now think he is. So they always thought he was great with 3. Then he eclipsed Montana. Now with Tampa Bay, people will always talk about Brady as being the greatest player, and that the Patriots will suffer because they're not going to have him anymore. But I always gave Belichick a lot of credit for getting the most out of Brady, and I do think that he will get a lot out of Mac Jones, not to a Brady level, but that's the way they play. They're very smart. It's a very complicated playbook that the Patriots have. They need a smart quarterback to come in and pick apart, opposing defenses. That's what they do. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the Patriots go forward next year. And by the end of next year, you always want to play your best football in December, January, and potentially February. And that's what the Patriots are good at. So
how do you see next year going? With all of your free agents coming in, it's the sort of thing that takes maybe more than a year to bed in. Are you looking ahead to 2022, or do you think that you're going to be competing for the division this year?
Personally, I'm not expecting the playoffs. I think the Bills are very good. I think as much as I hate the Jets, I think the Jets are making some good picks this year, and I do think they've got a good quarterback. I think the AFC East is going to be very competitive, very, very competitive next year. So I really couldn't predict what's going to happen. But you never bet against Belichick, never bet against Brady. So I would love for them to make the playoffs next year, but I think this is more of a long-term project. I think he's looking 3-4 years down the line. So yeah.
Do you think that Belichick has taken some unfair flack? Because when the divorce happened, it was, is it Belichick? Is it Brady? But it's clear to me that the Patriots team kind of, they never intended to play badly last year, but they kind of almost hit reset, took a load of cap hit, and they've kind of come out the other side and been able to spend all this money. Do you think that people have gone, oh, well, it was clearly Brady, when actually what happened last year was by design, almost? It was part of the plan, and you're coming out the other side of it stronger now.
I mean, the Pats finished with the first losing record in forever. But they were one possession games, a lot of the ones that they lost, and one that could have gone either way. They could have finished, just on the cusp of the playoffs. They ended up finishing middle of the pack, pick 15. Can't complain really, given the way things have fallen in the first round. But I don't know. Belichick, I rate him hugely. I think Belichick gets just as much credit as Brady. I don't like this idea, this revisionist thing that Brady's gone to a stacked Tampa Bay and, it was all him all along. Yeah. Whereas Belichick has got a team that was like the highest number of opt-outs in the league last year. Cam just had no idea what the playbook was. They just did run play option just all the time for the first few weeks. They weren't there for Kansas City, and we held Kansas City. We're doing really well, and then threw a few games away. So, I don't think the Pats were as bad as they were reported to be last year. I think they weren't that far off, considering how receiving talent was awful. We didn't have a tight end. There were just no tight ends, know. And this is a team that relies very heavily on tight ends. We had Gronkowski for a decade, and he was tremendous. So,
do you put that on Belichick though? Because he did take 2 tight ends in the draft last year.
Yeah, but what were they? Was it 2 second rounders, like late-ish second rounders?
Yeah,
Or?
Dalton Keene from Virginia Tech. But he's
Exactly,
a
yeah.
H-back. He's he's not even an actual tight end. And
That's
is
what I
it
mean.
Devin
That he,
Asiasi?
and Belichick knows as well as anybody that, that when you just rolling dice, you just rolling dice. He's not got very lucky with rolling dice for 5 years in the draft. You know, Michelle is someone who I quite rate. I really like him. You know, I think he's a solid guy, but he can only run for what's blocked for him. And they've had issues sort of doing things in the last year. Running game was not good. Newton was.
Kyle Trask has been drafted.
Oh, is it Trask gone now?
Oh,
Kyle
what?
Trask
To
has just gone
Tampa? Oh,
to Tampa
for
at
goodness sake,
64.
why didn't they take Mond? Come on, man.
I like the Chiefs though. The Chiefs took Creed Humphrey.
Yeah, that's one of the better picks in the whole of the draft, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna win 110 quid if Mons goes for 480.
That is a reach for Trask. I do not like that pick.
You've got no one left before 80 now. Who needs one?
I
Oh,
know.
in fact, Washington are there at 74. I think that's your last bet.
He does fit their mobile thing. He would fit Washington's offense.
I tell you what, they've been reading my consensus board, Tampa, because this is the first time since like pick 3 that a team has picked a player in the exact position I've had him on the board. Trask 64th on the board, 64th at Tampa Bay.
Chris Perfett's just tweeted quarterback controversy in Tampa.
It's sensible. Trask's going to need 2 years to be NFL ready, so it's sensible. And when they've not got no obvious needs on that team, they can make luxury picks now and the next QB pick.
Realistically, I don't think Trask's ceiling projects him to be an NFL starter at any point in his career. He's too unreliable.
Yeah, but
it's not something which gets
He's not
fixed.
actually got that much film. He's actually not that experienced.
He threw 4,500 yards last year, though. It's a lot. I know it's only down at Florida and the level of competition's there, but
if you've got a 6'6" tight end, big play guy who lines up wherever you want him to, and you can just throw to him, and then you've got the guy who went 20 that Ryan loves,
Kadarius
Tony. If you've got those two guys on the field, you don't need to be a particularly good quarterback to rack up the yards. I'm sorry, it's not a reflection on Trask at all. That's my feelings on it.
It's just another quarterback for Tom Brady to outlast.
Yeah.
Officially entered round 3. We're now in round 3.
7 picks away from the Lions.
And Jabril Cox is still there.
He's still there. It's looking good.
That's the dream. Someone can take Baron Browning, and then we get Jabril Cox.
He's going to be there, and we're going to pass on him. I can just see it now.
I know. I'm not going to get a single one of my. I've got Darden and Cox now, and Miners.
I haven't even looked at my own draft. I can't remember.
James, what's the best moment of your fandom of the Patriots over the years?
It has to be 28-3. It has to be 28-3. That was the most remarkable thing I've ever seen in sport. And you know, I live in Liverpool, and I watched the Liverpool Champions League final, but it was better. It was just tremendous. Every single thing had to go right, and it did. I mean, the moment for me, I think, because I've watched it back several times, as I'm sure you can imagine, the thing for me is the Jones catch, and you're like, all they got to do is kick that field goal. It's game over. And I thought that was it. You know, a worthy effort, and we were going to lose, but with our heads held high. The fact that we won that game, even when I watch it back, I still don't think we're going to do it. So that's 100% the high watermark of my fandom.
It's probably the most unbelievable game I've ever seen in my life, really.
Yeah, a funny story about it is we used to have a Super Bowl party with friends, so I had to watch it a day late. So I had to avoid everything for the day, but I did manage to watch it without it being spoiled. If that had been spoiled, that would have been the worst thing. So I was so lucky I got to see it. I just taped the whole thing, watched it on a delay, and experienced it as if it was live. So it's incredible.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, man. I think we're going to come to the end of our time with you, James, but thanks so much for responding to my post on Facebook about needing a Pats fan. I didn't think I'd struggle for a Pats fan in the UK, considering they're following here, but you come on and you clearly know your stuff, so I really appreciate you coming on and answering our questions. It's been great.
Yeah,
Appreciate it,
no
James, thank you.
worries. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, James.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you very
cheers,
much.
And have a successful draft yourself, guys. I do have a soft spot for the Lions.
A lot of
Everyone
people
says
said
that.
that. It's like we're almost everyone's second team. It's great. I love it.
It's because that British mentality, isn't it? It's like I really would love to see the Lions go to the Super Bowl. I'd love it, you know.
You can just say you feel sorry for us.
It's
We'll
pity,
we'll
yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
We'll
So-
understand.
It's all right because like I absolutely detest the Jets. I hate the Jets. So like that they would be the underdog otherwise, but nah, screw them.
Love it, James. Thank you so much again.
Top.
Oh dear.
Albert Breers just tweeted, I wonder if Tom Brady will now host Jeopardy next year.
To be honest, I feel like that's something Brady will have signed off on because I think he realizes he's probably got a year or two left and he'll want to leave a successor behind. He strikes me as being that type of guy. Could be wrong.
No, I think so.
Now, what have we got here? Receiver, safety. Could we see the next lot of safety come up? Maybe your Divine Diablo, Ryan.
Yeah, we're getting to that
Ooh.
territory now.
For the
I really-
Jags.
I hope not.
So we're 7 picks away from the Lions, is that right?
Yep.
72, yeah, 7 away.
Right.
Eight
So
picks.
what?
Tyler Wallace is on the board now for players like he's moving up that board. It could be someone at 101. I'd quite like Tyler Wallace.
I worry about Tampa Bay. As in, I worry for them, not for us. They are a team that has returned every starter in a Super Bowl winning team, but they had to win, 8 straight to get in the first place. That team had the ability to go anywhere they wanted in the draft, and they've taken a project edge who's probably not going to do much at 32, and a quarterback who won't see the field at 64. Their team has not gotten better.
But they've, they're ensuring for the future as well. You need a quarterback succession scheme in plan with Brady.
Should have been Davis Mills, I think.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. But I don't know if Mills has sat there with us. No, I'm not going to do it.
So of the players on the board, what are we thinking then on this third pick?
Elijah Molden.
Molden would be a great shout.
I think the 3 on there I'd most than anyone is Cox, Molden, and maybe De'Ami Brown.
Cox, Molden, Browning. If we hadn't taken a defensive tackle, I'd have Williams quite high on my board as well.
Or we could just double down on the O-line and go Miners. I wouldn't want to do that, but I do love Quinn Miners.
Cisco.
No.
In terms of the consensus board, he's at 79, so picking him at 72 isn't a massive reach.
I think
Or
we can get him
101,
at,
it would
I
be.
think, yeah,
absolutely brilliant.
I think we can get him at 101.
I think we can do this, right?
Molden's RAS was appalling.
Yeah, he tested really bad. And for a nickel hybrid, that is not good.
Right, the Jags announcing.
Jags have taken Cisco.
Ooh.
Well, we
Wow.
didn't reach for him because they've reached for him. They do need
Yeah,
a safety.
they can have him there.
They really do need a safety. They've had to
Yeah.
put with to Sean Gibson for like years. God.
In fairness, I did call safety. I'll take that. But I just called the wrong one. But yeah, they can have him.
But this
for-
makes sense because Urban Meyer, Syracuse are in the ACC. Who knows Cisco better than Urban Meyer?
That's actually very true.
Should we just talk about the Packers just to indulge our sensibilities?
Yes, let's.
What is the logic in taking one of the poorer centres when one of the best centres in terms of testing and production was still on the board?
It's a mind-boggling decision, especially they've just let Creed Humphrey fall to the Chiefs as well. It's like they don't need any more better players, but
And
they've
Quinn
just got a-
Miners was still on the board.
Yeah, but they've just got a top-level center now. The Chiefs have that's an amazing move for them. But the Packers, what are they doing? I had Creed Humphrey going to them in the first.
Yeah,
I
so
think
did
it was-
I.
Whoa,
think-
whoa. The Vikings apparently have just selected Kellen Mond.
Oh no!
Oh, he
I like. Hang on, the Vikings aren't even. Have the
Yes.
Vikings traded?
Are you serious?
No,
They've traded up,
but,
haven't they?
it's on Twitter that they've selected Kellen Mond.
£110 in the bag, baby.
Oh, I can't take the piss out of Cousins no more if they're going to get rid of him.
Let
Yeah,
me
they've
just
traded with the Jets. The Jets have given it up 66.
So
So they've
what?
traded up for Mond. That is huge.
Wow.
how many? I can't speak.
That is terrible.
Did you call that in your article, Steve?
I didn't see that coming. Jesus Christ!
Yes, get in.
It's like everyone in the NFC North is just drafting like maniacs.
We've had the best draft by a country mile so
I
far, I
love
reckon.
that.
Hang on
They're
a
getting
minute.
some
So
stick.
that,
They're getting
Right,
some stick for
Kirk
that.
Cousins is getting some stick now.
I mean, all of their needs. I mean, the Vikings have got so many needs, and they've just picked a backup QB. I'm staggered by that.
Kellen Mond, draft position under 80.5, £75 returns £137.50.
Oh, Matthew,
Yes.
what drinks on Matt next time we go out?
That's locked up £100 profit for the weekend, so I'm happy with that.
So does the Falcons take Jalen Mayfield? Well, hang on, how far have we gone here?
Oh, Ashley's saying that Davis Mills has gone to the Texans.
Wait, what? Have they traded to 67?
No, they already had it. Vikings
Right.
have. Sorry, Texans. Atlanta have gone Mayfield.
What?
Yeah,
What's happening?
I don't know. Everyone's just announcing shit really quick.
Is this what?
Someone
Right,
reboot Matt. Someone
you can't
reboot
keep up
Matt
with the
quickly.
tweets.
So is
Yeah,
that
that's it.
three? That's three quarterbacks gone in 4 picks.
Yeah. So Trask, Mond, and Mills in 4 picks.
Oh,
They haven't even announced Minnesota's pick on my stream.
I hate that Davis Mills pick. Why has he gone to that dumpster franchise? Oh,
This is just wild. This is wild drafting. It's as though they're trying to give the Lions good picks.
Potential cousin successor. Actually, I don't like Kellen Mond at the Vikings. That worries me.
I don't like him because I think he's pretty good.
I think he's pretty good. You saw
I mean,
out a little bit of decision making on his part, and he would be a very good
Right,
quarterback.
so 67, like you say, I'm trying to keep up with tweets. So 67 is Houston.
Kirk Cousins has got another 2 years, pretty much solid. He's got an absolute watertight
Got a lot of money
contract.
coming on it.
yeah,
He's got a lot of
they're
money.
paying 41 million next year. It's like Jesus Christ.
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
No, no, hang on.
he's got about
That's his cap.
32
That's his
million
cap,
this year.
isn't it? That's his cap hit.
The Houston Texans took Davis Mills, yeah.
Oh, I feel sorry. I
Yeah,
love Davis
and
Mills.
Apparently, the Bengals have then just taken Joseph Osai.
Oh God, I need the loo, but I'm gonna miss like 10 picks. The way it's going.
Who did the Falcons take?
Jalen Mayfield.
Jalen Mayfield.
Hang on. Where are the Falcons picking?
68. Oh God, Detroit's gonna be picking any second.
Yeah.
God, this has gone really fast.
Like I say, we're picking up steam and it's only 2:45. Like this is
We'll
a
be done
fast
fairly early here.
So Jabril Cox. So we've still got Jabril Cox. So hang on. So we're only 2 picks away from the Lions, and we've got Baron Browning, Jabril Cox.
It's got to, like you say, it's got to be a linebacker. Sure,
Got to be.
They're sat there, aren't they?
But you do know, and it's been said for some time, that this front office staff has come from a history of not valuing the linebacker position until day 3.
I think
That's
there's a
the
reason
thing.
they've kept apparently Chris Spielman's not been in the draft room. Probably so he can't start, just keep shouting linebacker.
The way that people speak about Chris Spielman, it's like the only word he's able to say is linebacker. I'm not sure that's true, but
Right, so Jalen Mayfield went to Atlanta.
He's the tackle, yeah?
Yeah.
yeah, from Michigan, right tackle.
Is that the first
Right.
Michigan player drafted, isn't it?
Sorry?
I believe. First
Quitty
Michigan
Pay?
player, isn't it?
Quitty Pay.
Oh, Quitty Pay, yeah.
Apparently, Jets gave up the 66th pick to Minnesota to go up for Elijah Vera Tucker yesterday, and with that pick, Minnesota took Mond. In terms of positional value, I think that PFF would grade that as A+.
Yeah, that's pretty good move. That's pretty smart. Well.
So that sets the clock, doesn't it, on quarterback in Minnesota? He's here for this season, and that's it. Right? Or is he got 2 years on his deal or 1?
He's got 2 years, I think.
Oh.
He's got a cap hit of like 35.
Ashley's just said he thought Spielman could only say the word culture in his first press conference.
See what I missed?
Not missed it, have I?
No, you're still good. They're still on Houston at 67.
Oh. Fucking Davis. Does that mean they reckon they're giving up on Watson? I know Bills ain't a starter, but...
Well, so they've now taken Tyrod Taylor, Ryan Finley, and Davis Mills in the off-season. That says to me that Watson ain't coming back.
Tyrod Taylor mentoring Davis Mills.
Never mind not coming back. He'll be lucky if he doesn't go to prison for a long time.
Oof.
I'm not saying the allegations are true. I'm just saying if the allegations are true and there's enough people to kind of back up the fact that it looks like it might be likely, the seriousness of those allegations means, you know, the majority of his football career, he might be behind bars.
We've just had a message from Morris Hawkins, Matt. He says he's good to go.
Fantastic. He is our DC Tweet Team guy, so that's good.
Okay. Oh, please be Jabril Cox. I'll be so happy.
Apparently Carolina took Brady Christensen.
Where are Carolina?
They've traded with the Eagles, so
yeah, of course. Sorry.
So there's only Denver in front of us now. Oh,
Denver
have
just traded with the Giants.
What?
Oh, I swear that the Giants. Please do not.
Who's at 69?
Cincinnati. And they went with Osai. So
Joseph
Carolina haven't picked yet, have they?
Yeah,
No,
they've
not
taken
yet.
Brady. Well, they've taken Brady Christensen.
Wow.
That's not a reach. That's a good pick.
So the
For me.
Giants team needs are wide receiver, linebacker, and corner.
Oh, I swear down if they take Cox, I'm going to
Bengals put Joseph Asai.
Please take Baron Browning.
I'm going to refresh my stream because I just think I'm really behind.
Who
No,
did the
I'm
Giants take? Who did the Giants take with their second pick?
They got oh shit.
Aziz
someone good.
Ojulari.
Ojulari. So are they on the Giants on the clock now at 70?
Yeah, so the Giants have now moved up and taken Denver's pick. So they're going to be after a wide receiver or a linebacker. So they've obviously moved up for
Please be Baron Browning.
And so who's picking the 69 was Cincinnati, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they picked Osai.
Joseph
Yeah.
Asai, yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, updating this board is a minefield right now.
To trade Denver to New York, Giants 70 away for the pick.
Yeah, so Asai's gone.
I'm so worried.
What, that they'll take Cox?
Yeah.
I'm more worried if he's not taken that we'll bloody pass on him.
Yeah.
Do the Giants need O-line?
Is there any O-line worth taking at the moment? Oh, Miners is still there, isn't he?
Wyatt Davis is the highest guy on my board at 46. He is 8 picks higher than the next available player.
What is wrong with Wyatt Davis? Blockins. He had a bad leg injury, didn't he?
Yeah,
That'll
he
be
did.
why.
He's got bad knees, but interior offensive line is their 6th highest need. It could be Wyatt Davis.
If they don't, if they think the injury's not too bad.
Knees are always a worry. I'd avoid knees.
But
yeah,
but he was excellent at Ohio State.
Leave Cox alone, says Ant.
Jalen Mayfield was announced as a guard by the person saying for the Falcons, even though he's a tackle. Interesting.
Oh, you've not got your Cox out for Jabril sign, have you, Ryan? We could need it.
Dick's out for Cox.
Aaron will love it.
That's sending the wrong message, isn't it?
Cox and Pensini on hand on the line. Oh, come on, Giants. No. I've seen a tweet. A name to keep an eye on at 72, Anthony Schwartz. I don't fucking think so.
No.
I do not fucking think so. I know they've been chatting with him, but he's going to be there in 2 rounds' time.
All he's got is speed.
I've seen the Lions pick.
You've seen the Lions pick? I haven't even seen the Giants one yet.
Don't spoil it.
He already has, because it doesn't sound enthusiastic.
Well, I need to look up who this is.
Okay, don't spoil it.
I'm not going to.
Oh my God!
Wait, I'm confused. I'm seeing Brady Christian at 70 to Carolina. I thought it was the Giants.
Oh my God!
Don't say anything.
I know who it is.
Is it Carolina at 70?
No, yeah. Wow. Well, they certainly have a draft strategy.
Oh, I'm not gonna like this.
No, you're not. I love the player, but
it's the position. It's the fucking position.
Yep. This is just.
Oh,
this is getting a bit out of hand now.
Don't tell me we've taken Wyatt Davis.
Wrong line.
Oh, we haven't taken another defensive lineman, have we?
Ronnie Perkins.
No, someone who's been drafted to us a lot in mock drafts and who we thought we might have got at round 2, not on Wuzurike. Oh,
Milton Williams.
McNeil.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, I don't like that.
Fuck's sake.
This trench warfare is bollocks. I'm not happy at all.
We can't play that many defensive linemen. We don't. There literally aren't enough spots on the field.
Right, I've got the Giants pick at 71. Aaron Robinson, the corner, has been picked from UCF.
Giants? I thought Denver were there. Oh, yeah, shit, sorry. Me not updating my board. That's
Ashley's
really
crying
bad.
in the Twitch chat.
I really want to trade up now for a linebacker. I'm not sure who's going to be there at 101.
I know that.
I want to move forward.
So does that mean Penasini is at risk of not making the roster after his performance last year?
What about Deshaun Hand?
I think they've given up on him.
I
wouldn't be surprised if he'd be cut.
I don't think he's going to make the team. Right, Sable.
Nick Williams as well. Ashley's just said in the Twitch chat we got Nick Williams.
We've got Deshaun Cornell. We drafted him last year, tore his ACL. We hadn't even seen him. He ain't going to make the team either. That's going to be another wasted pick.
I thought Giants picked at 70.
71, they picked Taron Robinson, corner from
Okay.
UCF, from Denver. It was a trade with Denver, I think. Can't believe I actually said, this is the day I'm looking forward to, and this is what I've got.
Well, fucking hell, we need a receiver. So no linebackers coming. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I'm with Ashley. I can see Nick Williams being cut here. I mean, where does he fit? He's being paid loads and Hand isn't. Slightly frustrated now.
I just think that's the wrong move. Just building in the trenches, but this defense needs a lot
Skill.
of
We need
work.
skill players.
Yeah, and they're there. They've fallen to us. You know,
Diami Brown. We could have taken Diami Brown. Diami Brown or one of the two linebackers at that spot would have made me very happy.
I can't work out what's happening here.
no.
We're running the ball. We're running the ball and they're not running the ball. I'll tell you what, it tells you they have confidence in the secondary. Does this mean that Trey Flowers is going to be starting on the outside? If they're playing 3 down linemen, you have McNeil starting at nose. You've got the name escapes me now. Second round pick.
Brockers. Where's Brockers going to play?
Brockers plays at 4 tech, 4i, so he'll be on the outside of the 3. So Brockers, McNeil, and Onwuzurike. They'll be the 3 down linemen to start, which means you'll have Flowers and Aquara on the outside. That's our starting 5, I think, on the line. I wonder if we're going to trade. I wonder if we're going to trade a player.
Well, we've not got any capital left, really.
No, but yeah, if we trade a player though.
But who?
Who?
Who's got value? Unless we start using next year's draft capital.
So we've got Brockers, Deshaun Hand, Penasini, Cornell,
Onwuzurike and
Onwuzurike, Nick Williams,
McNeil,
Aquara, Robert
Bryant.
McRae,
Bryant,
Charles Harris that we've just taken.
Charles Harris is a designated pass rusher. He's going to play 3-4 edge though.
Wow. We're really going to have to get after QBs next year, otherwise our secondary is going to get diced.
So we're just going to play 4-3 for everything?
No, I don't think we're going to be playing 4-3 at all. 3-4.
I think we've got to go receiver now, though, haven't we? I think these are the defensive picks. There needs to be a receiver somewhere.
It's just our linebacking core is just still appalling.
Yeah, corner's not safe. Safety's not good.
Building inside out now. Literally, that is taking it to a whole new level.
Look, linebacker, we've got Anzalone, Jamie Collins, Reeves Mabin, Tavai.
That's it.
I mean, that's just fucking horrific.
Don't forget, we've got Sean Dion Hamilton. I think we signed the first player we signed from, I think, the Browns. We basically got a bunch of special teamers and Anzalone and Collins. That's it. A linebacker.
If they draft Sean Wade now, I'm just gonna go and cry somewhere. I love McNeil and I love Onwuzurike, but not both of them at once. I'm just not.
Frank Wagner has just announced the pick.
Right, even east side.
£317. He's a big fella.
Oh, I
tell you
love
what,
his
though.
suit.
We're going to be. Our sack count's going to go up a lot this year.
Well, we're stopping the run here, aren't we? This is what we're doing. We're stopping the run.
Milton Williams to the Eagles.
To be fair, that is what
73.
The Eagles? Oh, yeah, they've traded.
Yeah, 73.
Who was it? Milton Williams?
Yeah. I think I'd rather taken him.
Who picked at 71? Sorry? Giants.
Them Giants.
Giants.
No, you know what? Alan McNeil and Nwuzurike are really good players. And they're
We are
both going to
taking
make us
good
better.
players.
But I just don't agree with double dipping on the defensive
That line needs to clear out, like you say, at least half of them aren't somehow not making the team.
But our secondary is garbage at the minute. I mean, pure garbage. And unless this is the plan, build the trenches, tank, and then get the skilled players next year with all the big picks. Is that the plan?
Well, we've still got cap space. We've still got a lot of cap space.
We'll have a lot next year.
So we could still make some moves in free agency.
We've got 45 million coming up next year from dead cap alone. But yeah.
So Ash has put what he thinks the starting defense is going to be, and he thinks the down linemen are going to be Flowers, McNeil, and Brockers. Romeo from a Russian stance, Collins and Anzalone at linebacker, and then Hefe, Amani, Elder, Walker, and Harris as DBs. But that would leave out Onwuzurike.
And Penasini.
And Penasini, I think, is going to stroll to make the roster at this point.
Yeah, but again, he had a good season last year.
He had a great season. I really enjoyed him.
Why are we punishing the players who did well last year?
We got rid of Danny Shelton to make room for Penasini. He was supposed to be his
Yeah.
predecessor. wasn't he?
Penasini should be the new nose tackle.
Yeah.
But
Well, that was the whole point in getting him.
Crosby's getting screwed. Penasini's getting screwed.
Say that again, Matt. Just go through those names again.
So he thinks that the three down linemen are going to be Flowers, McNeil, and Brockers.
Okay.
And the two on the outside will be Romeo and
Flowers
and Harris, and then the DBs will be Hefe, Amani, Elder, and Walker, with Collins and Anzalone at linebacker. So
Deshaun Hand's gone. Penasini's gone.
Nick Williams is gone.
Austin Bryant.
Yeah, I'd give up on Austin
He can
Bryant as
go.
well.
He should have been gone last year.
But yeah,
Cornell gone.
Penasini should be given a go this year, a real big go. I mean, you've even got Kevin Strong in there as well. He's still in there.
He did okay last year. In those last few games, he was all right.
Yeah.
He might stay. I think he'll wind up on the practice squad.
And this is different. And this is different to Crosby because Penasini is a first-year guy who's done really well. This is not about an upcoming contract or something. This is a sixth-round guy who came in and was a bona fide starter.
Benjamin St. Juste to Washington.
So
I forgot about St. Juste.
I like him. He's going to be he's a big player. He's got a lot of length.
Isn't he the Minnesota?
Yeah,
guy?
he is. Yeah, cornerback, nickel, safety. He's big.
So Nick Williams isn't going to be around then.
No.
I think he saves about $5 million against the cap, doesn't he? It's there's a chunk. God damn it. No way Cox falls to us again.
Sorry, bloody jingles. Everyone know the jingles now. They've watched Game Pass so much.
Cowboys have picked Osa Odigizua, defensive tackle.
Who?
Oh God, Odigizua, Osa Odigizua. So it's another defensive tackle. There's a rate run on him.
Davian Nixon's still there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Osa Odigizua, UCLA. To who?
Dallas.
Dallas, 75.
Odigizua does Dallas.
They needed one, I guess. Giants again now.
I preferred Tui Pelotu at a similar
Oh, hang on,
draft
it's
point,
not
but it's still a
Giants.
reach.
It's Denver. Got that wrong.
I can't believe Cox is still on the board.
No.
I cannot believe that.
No.
When do we pick next?
And Browning.
101.
He's not
So we've got a
falling
long
that
way
far.
to go.
Saying
No,
that,
we've got
Browning.
another pick before then.
No, we don't.
No,
Top of the third,
101's
don't we?
our compensatory pick.
Yeah,
we don't have
it's a comp pick. We're in the comp picks by then. The comp thirds.
We ain't
Oh,
got
of
another
course we
third
are.
round.
Oh,
We've got
sorry,
a long way to
yeah.
go.
Although 77 New England don't pick 'cause it's a forfeit, so it's one less. Vegas have got 2 consecutive picks coming up. I wonder who they'll pick with those.
I'm just really worried about the skill positions.
I am. I think it's all right building your trenches, but not your first 3 picks in the draft.
I'm worried about defensive skill positions. I'm not worried about offensive skill positions.
I'm worried about the receiver core.
Yeah, me too.
If the pick's not Darden, then it's. But if Browning or Cox is there, then it's got to be them. Broncos linebacker, that could be a problem. Who did Denver take in the last one? Atlanta, Denver, running back. I think this might be a point for Cox. This.
I think that our base setup with how we're looking at the moment is going to be 2 tight end sets, 12 personnel. And if that's true, we're only running with 2 wide receivers. And we have 3. So while I'm not sold on our wide receiver core, if that is going to be our base offense, we're okay. It's not great, but we're okay.
Broncos trading with Saints. Well, where the Saints coming from?
So the Saints are going up to 76.
That's from far back. The Saints are at 99.
Who are they trading 23 places for?
Jabril Cox, I reckon.
Oh no!
I think it will be.
Yeah, they need to replace
Anzalone.
Face.
Yeah.
Thing is, I looked at Anzalone. He's not played much, has he? At all.
No.
So I think people talking about Anzalone going, yeah, he can slot in. I don't think they realise how little he's played. I think they think we've got someone who's got a lot of playing time at the Saints. I'm not sold on him at all yet.
The Saints are now at 76.
So it's either him or Browning. You feel?
Is it from the Giants or Denver?
Denver. It's gone from the Giants to Denver to the Saints. Oh, don't you do it, Saints.
Could be for Ronnie Perkins.
Possibly. I think you sum it there. It's confusion, I think, isn't it? A bit. I don't think the picks are bad, but it's confusion about the way we're going about it.
The Pats fan we had on earlier is just put in the Twitch chat saying, how's about this for luck for last year in fantasy? He had to, I hope he won his matchup, but in fantasy he had Todd Gurley and TJ Hawkinson in the Falcons-Detroit game, which works out pretty nicely in the final minute of the game.
Nice.
One didn't want to score a touchdown and one got the game-winning touchdown.
Yeah, works very nicely.
This draft now, like I say, it's gone from like an A to like a B minus C plus for
Oh,
me.
Paulson Adebo.
Right now.
They've gone Paulson Adebo.
Wow.
So they've gone up 22 spots for him.
Cornerback from Stanford.
I was about to say, he's another Stanford guy.
Is it Olsen Adebo?
Yeah.
Jabril Cox is suffering.
Oh, please let him slip to the third. The late third. What have we got? About another 30 picks to go. So Adebo's obviously going to go a sort of, opposite Lattimore now, I guess.
If they can afford to keep Lattimore. In terms of the number of picks I have above where we are at the moment, the players that are falling, there are 14 who should have been picked by now. So that's Wyatt Davis, Ronnie Perkins, Jabril Cox, Quinn Miners, Diami Brown, Elijah Molden, Trey Smith, Baron Browning, Tay Gowan, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Davian Nixon, Michael Carter, Ifatu Melifonwu, and Tylan Wallace all should have been picked by now.
Is there a
Someone's
theme in
someone's just
position?
tweeted they think that Flowers could be traded post-June. Could Flowers be on his way out?
Yeah. Makes
Ooh,
sense.
that's a good call. Who said that?
Some guy called Jace, some American guy.
Is there a predominant position amongst the best available ones who haven't gone yet? Is there a certain positional group that's suffering? I know there's a few guards in
Linebacker,
there.
like Jabril Cox,
Browning.
Chaz Sowett.
Baron Browning.
So the one that's had the most so far is wide receiver. There's 3 of them. There's 2 guards, a center, 2 linebackers, a running back, 2 guards, Trey Smith and Wyatt Davis.
Amon-Ra St. Brown as number 67 overall.
To
That's
Chargers.
high.
Oh, Josh Palmer has gone at Chargers at 77.
What? Josh Palmer.
What?
Oh
Yeah.
no.
He's gone at Chargers.
No.
Is that right? He's a receiver, isn't he?
Yeah, Josh Palmer's an elite.
Tennessee,
I think
yeah.
he's going to be an elite wide receiver.
And yet Diami Brown remains.
That's a big reach, really.
That's a huge reach.
I think it's going to pan out though.
But what's the rest of their receiver room like outside of what's his face?
Well, they've got Mike Williams that's always hurt.
Yeah, and they've just got
Keenan
Keenan
Allen.
Allen, who just gets beaten up every game because he's the only receiver they've got.
There's no tight end, so they don't have the inside weapon anymore. So Herbert needs something, I suppose. Right. So Minnesota on the clock at 78.
So coming up in about 2-3 minutes on the stream is going to be Arrowheads Abroad from the Chiefs. Just to let you know.
We did the Chiefs date last.
Cuba.
Creed.
Creed Humphrey. Center.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's the Vikings up now. Any idea with this one, Steve? You're going to try and hazard a guess after how this has gone.
Well, I mean, who knows what Mike Zimmer is doing? I
Do
mean,
they need a linebacker? Is Anthony Barr is what's his face?
Oh,
and they lost Eric Wilson and
no.
Anthony Barr going.
Please
could-
don't get Jabril Cox. That'd really upset me.
yeah, they do need a linebacker, but they need like help on the defensive line more.
So who's is oh, the Wake Forest one's gone, hasn't he?
Yeah, Carlos Dunlap. Is it Carlos? No, Carlos Basham. Yeah,
Carlos Basham's gone.
he's gone. Yeah, I mean the Vikings need
Perkins.
Perkins would make sense.
Yeah, because they need an edge.
Baron Browning, possibly.
Chaz Surratt, linebacker.
They took Chaz Surratt.
Uh-huh.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
Wow.
Keep falling, Jabril.
Oh, I'm shocked. Okay, all right.
So he's gone in front of Browning and Cox. I mean, if
I don't know. I just don't know anything anymore because all of the boards seem so badly wrong at this stage. They're so off the mark.
Can you imagine if Dylan Moses goes next at linebacker and just Cox and Browning are there? But no, I'll take Dylan Moses, please.
I think it's high time we introduce our next guest. Is Duncan, I think, from Arrowheads Abroad. How you doing, man?
Hello, how you doing?
Hey.
How are you? How's things?
Yeah, grand, thanks. Glad that seems to have nipped through at quite a pace.
It has. It's gone very quickly. Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself, Duncan?
Yeah, so Chiefs fan since mid-90s, when it first came on Channel 4 over here. Joe Montana joining the Chiefs was a big story, so I think they must have been the first game that was on with the highlights or whatever. So that was a good reason as any to pick the team. So that's when I became a fan. I guess probably lapsed for a long time, kind of from afar, and then just in the last, I guess maybe even since I went to the. You guys might not like this. I went to the Lions Falcons game Wembley. Is that 2014? I think.
2014, yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of just kind of got back into watching properly from there. Obviously, Chiefs came over the year after that, and it's just kind of snowballed, I guess.
Yeah, that I went to both of those games. Chiefs Lions was not one of my favourite games I've ever seen.
Yeah, I can imagine.
What's been the highlight of your fandom so far? Has it been, I guess, in recent times with Mahomes and whatever? Or have you got an older memory that sticks with you?
No, I mean I've never. I'm kind of a what would you call me? Like the Game Pass generation of fan, I guess. So I've kind of only really been watching the games regularly. Like I say, the last sort of 4 or 5 years, I would say. So yeah, I mean I'm sort of the ones that obviously there's the Super Bowl's the most recent memory. Going to Wembley to see them was awesome. I went over to Kansas City a couple of years ago as well. Terrible game. We were 2-0 down at one point against the Steelers. It was an awful game. But yeah, I mean it's just I don't think that when you kind of start following the team and we go through seasons where, we went through some like 12 games where a wide receiver didn't even catch a touchdown. You don't think that you don't think you're going to get to where we are now.
How was your trip to Arrowhead? Because it's meant to be like an amazing place to watch football.
Yeah, I mean I had never quite grasped just how. I don't know if I've not been to other NFL cities, but I hadn't quite grasped just how important it is to the city. If you go around here for our football, like a man of my age doesn't wear a football strip anywhere except if you're playing five-a-side or something, right? But over there, everyone is wearing Chiefs gear. There was a shed load of Steelers fans in as well as a sort of away support. So they had their jerseys on all over the town as well. all the shops are red, the buses have got, you know, Chiefs stuff on them. It's just, I hadn't quite grasped just how important it was. It's kind of like the identity of the town, I guess, during football season. By that point, baseball had finished. Also got the Royals as well. I hadn't quite grasped that, so it's kind of that kind of took me by surprise a little bit. And then like tailgating at Arrowhead is just I don't have a comparison point, but it's just it's like something out of a film. I mean, genuinely, it's just a car park with tens of thousands of people in it, smoke from barbecues everywhere. I went on my own, just wandered about with a kilt on and a few beers in my hand, just chatted to whoever would chat back. It was a really great experience.
It must have been like a massive adventure, like just going on your own.
Yeah, I mean, it was something like 21 hours, I think, door to door. I had to get 3 flights.
Oh my God!
Well, we Kansas City, you draw a cross over America. Kansas City is basically where the points cross. It's right in the middle of America, and it doesn't have an international airport. So I think I was like Edinburgh, New York, Washington, then out to Kansas City. So yeah, I mean, just getting there is a trek in itself.
What do you think of the draft so far? You've taken Kyle Trask, right? No, that's not Kyle Trask. Who did you take?
Creed Humphrey.
Creed Humphrey.
Yeah,
that's an amazing pick, right?
Yeah, I think that it's not a particularly sexy pick, I don't think, a centre. And a linebacker, they're maybe not very eye-catching and probably kind of caught us off guard. I guess going into the draft, we probably expected a defensive end and a wide receiver, maybe a corner would probably been 3 top positions, kind of given the work that we've done on sort of revamping the O-line in sort of free agency. So maybe take you slightly by surprise, but I think that perhaps the sort of slow and steady type picks are maybe the ones which are most effective in the long run.
How do you feel the rest of your division is doing as well?
The Broncos are doing some stuff, I don't know. I think that obviously there was, I mean, this time yesterday we were all refreshing Twitter looking to see where Aaron Rodgers was going, and my guess is that yesterday they genuinely thought they were going to get him. I can't quite see why they wouldn't have taken a quarterback. I don't think that Bridgewater or Drew Lock are the answer. Maybe they are. Maybe I don't know. That'd be my guess from yesterday. That seemed odd. The Raiders always do weird things on draft day.
Yep.
They
didn't disappoint this either.
No, not the slightest. But if you'd probably flipped the two Raiders picks whose names escape me now, you probably wouldn't have been that, you know.
Leatherwood was one.
Yeah, Leatherwood. Yeah, sorry. You might not have been so surprised. So maybe they've they've come out okay. And I think the Chargers are doing. So they're showing some worrying competency, shall we say?
I think Chargers are the sneaky winners of the draft so far. They've just let the ball fall to them, and they've picked good players. Yeah,
they've got a lot of value, I think, and they kind of did. They got themselves a good centre as well, I think, in free agency. So they're probably that they're building from a kind of position of strength as well. I think that Herbert probably didn't get as many wins as maybe his play. I don't know if merited is the right word, but given all the sort of hype and sort of praise he got, you might have thought they would have got more wins. But they're obviously delighted with him. He certainly passes the eye test. So I think they're kind of building from a position of strength. And I mean, it's a running joke around our way that every single year, you know, the Chargers are going to be touted as the sort of the divisional winners, and they very rarely get that close. But maybe this year they will emerge from the pack as the closest to us.
How do you see your prospects for this season coming? Obviously, you seem like perennial Super Bowl contenders at this point in the window with Mahomes, who people are chalking up as the future best player who ever lived. At this point, are you buying into that sort of narrative right now, or is it just a kind of wait and see what happens sort of thing?
I mean, it's tough to do it without sounding arrogant, but I think if we don't win the division, then it has to be, it's disappointing. You know, I mean, there's two factors in that. Like the division hasn't been that strong over the last few years, so kind of the competition is maybe not there. And I think Patrick Mahomes puts us a step ahead of everyone, at least in the division, if not in the whole conference. So I think that the bar is set pretty high, and I think that's justifiable as well. Last year, you know, we've played in 3 home championship games, which, you know, I think only the Eagles have done before. And then the Super Bowl happened in this year, and it's a genuine disappointment that we didn't win a Super Bowl, and there's not many teams that can say that.
No, your team is super strong. Just to interrupt us with the Vegas pick, just because it pertains to your division, I've built a consensus board which is just the 4 biggest organizations and their top 100 or 300. And
Malcolm Kuntz.
Vegas have just picked Malcolm Kuntz, an edge from Buffalo, and he was not on my board.
And they've picked your boy,
and
Ryan.
Divine Diablo at 80.
Bastards.
Now that's a better pick, Divine Diablo, but Malcolm Kuntz, really?
A name I recognise.
I mean, without trying to sound like that woman from Big Brother who died recently, who is he? Like, who is he?
It's just come up as been the worst value of any pick in this draft so far.
Well, he's not in the top 300 picks, and he's been picked at 79.
The Raiders not have some sort of external draft guru guy in as well, I think, to help them.
I think they should they try to prove to everyone how smart they are, and I think it's this mentality that they know better than anyone else. It's classic, like Gruden, isn't it?
It's not that one, was it not? God, I'm going to get this wrong. It was who's the GM? Is Mayock not the
Mayock? Yeah.
I mean, he was the expert on the NFL Network, the draft expert.
Hunter Long's gone.
And is there a big Chiefs fans community in the UK?
It's growing, yeah, definitely.
Where were you based?
Well, I'm in Edinburgh. I mean, I can't take the credit for too much of what Arrowhead Abroad is. Another guy, Tom Childs, started it sort of 7 or 8 years ago. He's passed it on to kind of a few other folk at the moment. But yeah, I mean, when the world goes back to normal, we'll get back to having sort of meetups. Same as I guess you guys will have to do. I don't know. Depends what the world lets us do this year.
We've not actually met one another yet. We've been going 8 months and we've never met.
You know, well, that's I've met one of the guys that does our podcast. I've not met the other 2 guys. And when we went over to Miami for the Super Bowl, I think 3 or 4 of us met in the airport for the very first time. We've been in a WhatsApp group for a couple of years.
Have you been to any of the NFL Scotland meetups?
Yes, I have, a couple. The pub that they do it in is not far from me. It's a really good pub as well, perfect for sport. So quite happy to go along to the meetups. Yeah, no, they're usually really good events, because I think the first time I went along, I think they had all 32 teams there.
Yeah,
which is really good. Really encouraging.
Yeah, so I write because I'm in West Lothian, so I write for NFL Scotland, but I cover the NFC North.
Right.
But there's a lot of coverage on the AFC West, obviously. And Charlotte, who writes for, she covers the AFC West. She's a big Raiders fan. But yeah, there's plenty of coverage on the Chiefs on NFL Scotland, and I don't know if you listen to the podcast, but that's kind of like growing as well.
Yeah, I mean, working from home is kind of cut into my podcast time. I have to admit, I won't tell my boss that, but there's a lot less there's a lot less headphones time. Yeah, no, it's really good. I mean, up here we've got God, I could kind of think half a dozen guys that we go on to meetups from Scotland. Again, this is going to sound like a bit of an arsey story, but we were wandering down in Miami, we were wandering down the beachfront. I had a kilt on, and there was another guy with a kilt on in front of us, walking towards us, and that was one of our members. Again, that we'd never met in person. He'd never managed to get along to meet up. He'd gone over from Aberdeen, so it's a small world. But yeah, I think we're certainly a growing fan base. Like Tom that started it's done so much hard work to kind of get traction in the group and make connections with sort of Kansas City community, which I think is probably where we've been most successful.
That's good. Yeah, we let Matt do all the hard work.
Muggins over here. Just before we let you go, is there anything on the draft so far that's kind of really stuck out to you as something noticeable, something odd, or I don't know, you didn't expect something to happen? Just because I think a lot of things here are not going as people would expect, and given COVID and whatever, that's to be expected. But anything at all that you think is like, wow, I didn't expect that?
I guess particularly from sort of the Chiefs' perspective, we obviously had our sort of Super Bowl meltdown, if you like, and the O-line's was always needing completely redone, and all the mock stuff that we heard was how deep this O-line class was, the tackle class. Don't know what it was like for you guys, but we got quite into the weeds on arm length and whether or not the last eighth of an inch mattered, for your left tackle. And I guess was kind of expecting them to go flying off the board round one. That's certainly what a lot of the mock simulators that we used were suggesting. Wide receivers as well. There was, when we were picking there around 50s and 60s, there was a lot of good guys there. I think because maybe there was a style of receiver. I think a lot of the sort of short, faster guys went off the board quicker, which was maybe not what we were in the market for. But yeah, I mean, I think yesterday I didn't particularly enjoy. I watched the first half of the draft yesterday. I didn't particularly enjoy it. It didn't have any of the character that yesterday had, that sort of last year had.
No.
And I think there wasn't really, once San Francisco made the pick that everyone expected them to, it was kind of lacking in drama, I think, a little bit. Today was more fun. I mean, trades going all over the place. I love it when the old guys come out to announce the picks, because there's always a couple of wild cards.
Yeah.
So today's been more fun. I guess it kind of just needs everything to kind of shake out to see exactly kind of what everyone's left with and who's looking for jobs, I guess, next week, because there could still be some good players knocking about without contracts next week, so it could be interesting still.
So you're looking ahead to a tackle, are you, in your next few picks?
No, that's the O-line sorted now, I would imagine. Our kind of positions needs are now receiver, edge rusher, and potentially corner. I'd be surprised if there's anything outside of that. But then our GM has a habit of zigging when everyone else zags, or everyone wants them to zag, and they do their own thing. So I wouldn't be confident putting any money on what you're going to do, but it'd be edge or wide receiver for me, I think.
Okay. Any last questions, boys, before we let Duncan go? No?
No, thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much for your time, Duncan. It's been terrific.
That's no worries. Thanks very much.
Good to meet you.
Good night. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good to meet you. Speak soon. Cheers. Diami Brown off the board to Washington.
Can I just say how the Dolphins are having an absolute blinder of a draft? I think Hunter Long's a really good pick.
I'm surprised he's gone before Tremble, though. But Tremble,
he's a better receiver, though, is Hunter. And Boston College used tight end as well.
I'm pretty sure I've just seen Tremble off the board, though, to the Panthers.
At 83?
No, I don't know where the Panthers are, but I've just seen Tremble to the Panthers.
Right, I'm just going to pop off for 2 minutes before our final guest.
So we've got Army Brown now to Washington. Yeah, Carolina are up next. So I'm guessing that's Tommy Tremble from the
Chicago. Or did Chicago trade up? Where is she? Who's at 84 now? Did I miss something?
Close to the draft so far from Ants. Did I miss something?
Yeah.
It feels like we're.
Right, so 83 is what is it? It's Panthers.
Washington. No, 83 is Washington and the Army Brown.
No, it's 82.
Yeah, it's 82. 83 is Panthers, 84 is Cowboys.
Tremble, apparently.
Oh, fuck, I'm just...
So we're waiting on 84.
Chargers at 78. Oh, hang on. Have they not used the New England pick? Is that what I'm... Are they? Is it all one number forward because of the forfeited pick?
What was the forfeited pick?
77.
77 was the Chargers.
Right,
Oh,
so
Josh
they've taken it out then, so it's all one number forward.
Yeah, Josh
So
Palmer when
82's
it's
there.
when it's 77.
So 83 is... It said Chicago, but they must have traded.
They traded with the Panthers, yeah. They
So all right.
they traded right up the board. So the Bears picked. Where did the Bears pick?
Or did they trade back? Or did they trade into the... That's what I was thinking. I couldn't... Oh, I don't know. So the Panthers took Tremble, yeah?
Yeah, 83. They took
Right.
Tommy Tremble.
That's good for them.
Is he from Notre Dame?
Yeah.
So we are how many picks away from that? Well, 20 picks. No, it's about 18 picks from the Lions' next
17
pick.
picks or no, yeah.
Yeah.
Cox is still there. So it's the Eagles up next.
84, yeah.
Who's our next guest, Matt?
It's DC Tweets.
Okay.
So they've just picked, so we can chat with him about that.
The Packers have traded with the Titans at 85 and are now on the clock.
Ooh. Let's hope it's another funny pick.
Oh, well, the Army Brown's just gone, so there's no...
What's the name of the other DC Tweet Team guy? Andy, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, is it Andy who's coming on?
No, it's his co-host, Maurice Hawkins. He's from the States.
Okay.
Hence why 3:45 is an absolutely fine time for him to come on.
So who did Philly take?
Who went 84?
84 is Dallas.
Cowboys.
Who did they take?
Oh, fuck. Hang on, where the fuck are the Cowboys? The Cowboys traded up?
They've traded with... Yeah.
Did they trade with Philly?
Yeah, Philly via the Colts.
Are they on the clock? They picked or?
They've
So-
picked already.
They've picked, yeah. Packers are on the clock.
So it's the Cowboys pick we're waiting on now.
Chauncey Golston, defensive end, Iowa. They've just picked.
He's not bad, Chauncey Golston.
But there's still quite a few defensive ends in there. I mean, isn't Rashad... Oh, hang on. Rashad Weaver's still there.
Yep, and Patrick Jones. All the pit lot are still there.
Ronnie,
Yeah.
Ronnie Perkins is still there.
Perkins.
Chauncey Golston was 162 on the board.
Go on, Steve. Where are the Packers going with this one?
The reason that Dallas were picking there, Ashley says, is that they got 84 in a Devonta Smith trade in the first round.
Oh, no. If the Packers get Cox. No.
I think the Packers are going to go. I think it'll be defense again.
Have the Packers got a centre yet?
Yeah.
They picked a centre last year.
They need a right tackle. They could be Spencer Brown.
Yeah, Spencer Brown looks like a good pick.
Come on, Packers. Pick
Stone
someone
Forsyth.
funny.
Stone Forsyth could go here. Pick
Packers
is in.
traded their 3rd and 4th round pick to move up. Ooh, that's expensive.
I think
No,
they might
no,
take.
no.
I think they might take a receiver. Here we go.
The Packers select Amari Rogers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Finally, a wide receiver.
But it's not an
All
upgrade.
this-
It's not
Do
an
you reckon all
upgrade.
is forgiven? No, I don't think Amari Rogers is elite.
5'9".
Ashley's crying in the chat.
Do you reckon it's just so they can keep all the jerseys with Rogers on and sell them?
Aaron Rodgers, Richard Rodgers, Amari Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers retires, but Amari Rodgers takes jersey number 12 in the new order of jersey numbers.
That's it. You've just got to switch the numbers, not the name. It's cheaper.
So Amari
So
Rodgers.
Amari Rogers' RAS score was 5.37.
He's a super reliable guy who's going to do well, but not fantastic. And that
He
means
wasn't-
he's exactly in the mold of all of the wide receivers they currently have.
He was
So that's-
ranked. He was ranked. He wasn't even ranked in the top 1,000 wide receivers.
I noticed Math Bomb and Pride of Detroit have already retweeted his RAS. That was quick.
Right, so Minnesota are 86.
So it's Jets now. I don't even know anymore. I'm assuming it's Jets.
No, it's the Vikings.
The Vikings has been a trade.
Oh, for fuck's
Fucking hell! So it's Vikings now. They've come up from 91. So who are the Vikings?
I suspect that was probably a part of the trade in day one.
Yeah, I think this is a move back, and this isn't a jump up. I don't think.
Yeah, it's part of the Vera Tucker trade.
So the Vikings are on the clock at 86.
And the pick is in.
Oh, are they going to go linebacker now?
Yeah, Ashley's just confirmed it was part of the Vera Tucker trade.
Vikings. Edge? Oh, it could be an edge. It could be Perkins again. Maybe. Rashard
Edge.
Weaver.
Edge, you've got Perkins at 54.
Yeah, they've already taken So at the linebacker, so I don't think they'll take another linebacker.
So it could be edge, or it could be. Is there anyone left at safety, or is that it?
Could be
No,
tight. Could be tight end.
The
Could be
next tight
Ardarius
end on the board is
Washington.
Brevin Jordan.
Brevin Jordan.
Could be Ardarius Washington. If they go safety.
Could be Jalen Darden.
Oh no! Please don't.
They
Don't
do
listen
need
to
a
him,
what
he's
they
just
need
upset
a,
you.
He's my last guy. I want one
they,
of them.
they need a wide receiver.
Well, they can have. Who else is left?
Dax
Anyone
Milne,
else?
Nico
Yeah,
Collins.
they can have Tamori and Terry. They can have
Throwing
Ryan's
shade
guy.
at Ryan.
Not mine. I'm sorry, Ryan, but when it comes to it, I have to chuck your guy under the bus, not mine.
I can live with it.
I have to hate one of my draft crushes now. Oh, Ashley liked Amari Rogers. Intriguing.
How many picks are in this round? How many are after us at 101? Is it
Not many.
103?
There's about 111 or something in there.
105.
Yeah, I was about to
106.
say.
Oh, yeah.
There's a
105
maximum of 8 comp picks in each round. So you go to 96 for the end of the normal picks. And then you've got 8. And then you might have extra picks for minorities hires.
And then you take off 1 for the forfeit.
What was the forfeit then?
They. Oh.
I
Was it
think it was
COVID? Was it COVID?
COVID.
It was a violation. Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Ashley says we needed a slot receiver, and Amari is a good one. I agree. He is a good slot receiver, but he is not the best slot receiver on the board.
Oh, I love this tweet here. Someone's put Packers about to put Amari Rogers at quarterback and hope no one notices their franchise QB is hosting a game show.
I just saw a tweet which said, that the
Probably
Packers
not the same.
have drafted Aaron Rodgers replacement in the last 2 years. They got a backup QB last year, and they got a Rodgers this year. I think it was put in the Twitter chat, but
Well, I'm pretty
Right.
sure. I'm pretty sure Aaron Rodgers would get about a 5.6 RAS score too, so you won't be able to tell them apart.
Oh, man, this
Vikings, what are you doing?
their pick's been in for seemingly ever at this point.
It's Ronnie Perkins. I feel like it's going to be Edge, but I've been wrong about probably every other pick today. So
Yeah, your record, Ant, hasn't been good. You've predicted players forever.
No,
Wyatt Davis, guard.
Oh, he's finally gone. That's a good pick.
Yeah, that's solid.
All right, it's time to introduce our last guest of the evening, Maurice Hawkins from DC Tweet Team. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? Happy NFL draft. How's it going?
It's been going great for us. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for agreeing to come on. I know that we've had Andy on before, but thank you for stepping in for him when he couldn't make it. We really appreciate your time.
Oh, no problem. Just a little side note. I was at a sports bar last night. Roger Browns, who's a longtime Detroit Lions Hall of Fame, defensive lineman. So just a quick shout out to Lions Nation, dining at a restaurant of a former great Detroit Lion. So just thought I'd put that out there.
Fantastic. Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself, Maurice?
Well, I am a dirty American. So I was, born in the state of New Jersey. Lived there to age 11. Moved to Las Vegas, Nevada, when my mom remarried. Lived there for about 3 years. Ironically, Las Vegas is where I became a Washington Redskins fan when they won their first Super Bowl against the Miami Dolphins in Super Bowl 17. Fast forward to 1985, we relocated to the DC metropolitan area where I graduated from high school, and I was able to watch the Redskins at the time win their second Super Bowl with Doug Williams in the DC metropolitan area. That was very exciting. Graduated high school, became a member of the United States Air Force. And while I was serving in the Air Force, the Redskins made their third Super Bowl appearance in Super Bowl 26, where they beat the Buffalo Bills. And so I saw all three Super Bowl wins. I've been a fan since 1983 of watching the Redskins, now the Washington football team. And, I went to, I was in the Air Force, got out, went to college in Norfolk, Virginia, Norfolk State University. Now I just work in sales and started the Redskins Tweet Team. I was a founding member of the Redskins Tweet Team in 2013. We became the DC Tweet Team once the team changed their name. Was with Andy when he started the DC Tweet Team podcast last year. And just, really excited about supporting Washington football and all the progress the team has made. And now I'm here with you gentlemen representing the blue and silver of the Detroit Lions tonight. So I'm just happy to be on the show tonight.
I'm a bit older than these guys, Maurice. And the first Super Bowl I ever watched that was on TV was when you beat the Broncos. And you had that amazing triple threat receiving team of Art Monk, Gary Clark, and Ricky Sanders. Like, just unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable.
So funny story about that Super Bowl. So going into Super Bowl week, the Redskins were the underdogs to the Denver Broncos because everybody was enamored with John Elway. He was the golden child of the NFL at the time. And there was this really ridiculous notion that Denver's receiving core of the three amigos was superior to Washington's receiving core, which was known as the posse of Art Monk, Gary Clark, Ricky Sanders. So we had to show the Denver Broncos and all of America that we had the better receiving threat from the Broncos, and the rest is history. So
Yeah, I think it was 35 points in the second quarter. It was just absolute blowout.
I think that's still an NFL record, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
If you had to pick out one specific moment from your fandom, what would you say is your favorite moment from Washington history?
Oh my goodness, that's such a hard question. What is my favorite moment? I would say watching Super Bowl 22 and watching Washington win the Super Bowl. Being African American and Doug Williams being the first Black quarterback to win a Super Bowl and become Super Bowl MVP was such a huge moment of pride. I just to kind of put it in context for folks that lived in the DC area, it was almost the only thing I could compare it to would be Barack Obama winning the presidency in 2008. I mean, for NFL fans, for Black NFL fans, and being Black NFL fans who are fans of the Washington Redskins, I mean, Doug Williams was up there. It was such a proud moment. I was a junior in high school. I remember it vividly. I mean, there was so much pride. I mean, one, pride for winning the Super Bowl, of course, but pride of being a part of a team that broke that color barrier for the first time. Now we don't think about it. Quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes and Russell Wilson doing it. It's not as big of a deal. But in 1988, it was a huge deal. So I would say that was my proudest moment as a Redskins fan.
There's just been a comment in the Twitch chat from our Patriots fan that we had on earlier saying that he absolutely loved that answer that you've just given. So yes, it's speaking to the guys that we have on.
Thank you.
In thinking about Black quarterbacks, you say it's not as big of a thing as it is now, as it was before, but I think it still is a thing, right? That there's not a huge amount of Black quarterbacks in the league, and it seems mad to me.
Well, I mean, here's the issue, right? When you look at the quarterback position, the quarterback, when you look at an NFL team, there's the owner, there's the coach, and there's the quarterback. And the quarterback is seen as a leadership figure. So I think that in some ways, and we're still battling that to a certain degree, there are some people who struggle with seeing an NFL team having a Black quarterback as the face of the franchise. I mean, some teams have done it very, very well. I would say that the Seattle Seahawks has done a great job with Russell Wilson over the years. I would say, I mean, up until this year, I thought Houston did a good job with Deshaun Watson, but, that has derailed, from what I can tell. So I think that, when we're thinking about merit-based evaluation of quarterbacks, if we look past the color and look at the talent, then there's a lot of Black quarterbacks that deserve the right to lead these franchises. But I think there's still people who want to have a certain type of person leading an NFL team in a leadership role. And I think there's still people who are trafficking and really worn out and blown out narratives about Black quarterbacks not being able to perform, which is simply not true. So I just think the reality is that there's some people that are more comfortable with a status quo quarterback leading the helm than maybe having an African-American quarterback.
But you need to have a look at some of the comments about Lamar Jackson and how he's a glorified running back, when he's got like a fantastic arm. That kind of says that some of these comments still haven't gone away, but we're really proud at Detroit, talking about leadership, that we've obviously got Brad Holmes as like leader as GM when there's not a fair representation of Black GMs in the league.
Right. And Washington's GM, Martin Mayhew, he's a former Lions GM, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think the reality is that, I take it back to Dr. Martin Luther King. He said people should be judged by not by the color of the skin, but the content of their character. And if people are competent and they can perform at a high level, regardless of their race or sexual orientation, they should be allowed to perform, because again, at the end of the day, it's not about your beliefs, it's about performance. So that's the ideology that I live by, and I hope more people will do that moving forward in the future.
Before we get onto the draft, just how hyped were you about Robert Griffin III going back a few years? Because that was a big trade up, and that that rookie year was something sensational.
Oh yeah, I mean the RG3. I mean the RG3 draft in 2012 and subsequent season was probably the most exciting time to be a Redskins fan. Well, now Washington football team fan since the glory days of the 80s. What RG3 did in that year was just nothing short of spectacular. It was. I mean, I remember it was the Thanksgiving game against the Cowboys, and just the offensive onslaught that he unleashed on Dallas. And at that moment, you just thought that this was going to be Washington football for the next like decade, and how wrong we were with that that decision. You know, at the time, RG3 got hurt. He never recovered back to the great player that he was. And again, that was another situation, you know, kind of going back to our conversation earlier. And I talked about this on another show, how we drafted RG3 in the 2012 draft, you know, number 2 quarterback overall. And then in the same draft, we drafted Kirk Cousins, which automatically created that friction between the two players. And, you know, it had camps divided in the Washington football team at the time. And I think that, you know, to a certain degree, that serves as a disservice to RG3 because, you know, when you're drafted the number 2 pick overall in the NFL draft, how often do teams draft a second quarterback in the same draft? It just doesn't happen. No. And I think that his confidence was shaken from the beginning. And I think that if he had full confidence in Washington at the time, had he not had Kirk Cousins looking over his shoulder, we could be talking about a very different quarterback life for RG3 in the NFL.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Just to talk about the draft that you've had so far, I think you're having one of the sneaky best drafts in the NFL so far. So at 19, you took Jamin Davis. You then took Samuel Cosmi at 51. I think it was then Benjamin St-Juste at 74. And then you managed to take Dyami Brown at 82. I mean, I'm thinking maybe Jamin Davis is slightly high, but maybe only a handful of picks. And every other pick is value all the way down. Fast players, smart players. How are you feeling so far on how it's gone?
Well, here's the thing so there was like huge debate within the Washington media community about, you know, the football team jumping up in the draft, trying to get a quarterback, because that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants that draft moment. But, you know, Coach Rivera was very clear throughout the entire offseason that the team was going to make decisions based off need, and the draft reflects that. Like everything that I wanted the Washington football team to do as it relates to the draft, you know, drafting a linebacker, drafting offensive line, drafting a quarterback, they've done that so far. So it gives me a lot of excitement going into the 2021 season that we made decisions based off of need, not because we were trying to get the headlines from all of the different the NFL media ecosystem. Because I think a lot of teams make decisions like, well, let's draft this player and then have our decision validated by, you know, the Mel Kipers of the world, the ESPNs of the world, NFL networks of the world.
Oh, and Mel Kiper, that's a swear word. Don't do that.
Yeah. Well, you got to give him credit because he's carved a niche for himself, right? You know, so good, bad, or indifferent. But I think that Coach Rivera, you know, he's making decisions based off of building a team from the ground up. And this is something we really have not done as a franchise, probably going back to Joe Gibbs' first stint as coach of the Washington football team. So we're trying to build a solid program with players that reflect the culture and values of the coaching staff. And this draft is emblematic of that. Coach Rivera wants players that are an extension of himself on the field. It'll be smart guys, high character guys that are really about playing football, not necessarily trying to, you know, worry about their endorsement deals and things of that nature. And I think as a fan base for Washington, that's what we care about, winning football. We don't care how we win football games. We just want to win football games. I think in the NFL, there's a lot of pomp and circumstance around putting up a lot of points, seeing the ball fly in the air, having that signature quarterback that's the face of the franchise. we don't care as a fan base. We just want to win football games. And Coach Rivera brings that blue collar workman attitude as a coach, high character, high morals, and he wants players to reflect that. And we're seeing that with this draft.
Do you think that sometimes Washington has been guilty of making the wrong decisions because the owner, Daniel Snyder's like one of the more interfering, what you could call it interfering, we could call it hands-on. Do you think sometimes he has too much influence in terms of the decision making?
Well, it's kind of hard to say someone has too much influence when they own the team, right? So,
Yeah.
so I think the challenge for Daniel Snyder is that he became the owner of Washington, a couple of years after Washington was one of the more dominant teams in the NFL. And I think the biggest infraction that Daniel Snyder engaged upon with the Washington fan base was that he did not preside over a team that was a perennial contender for playoff appearances and Super Bowls like we were in the past. So I think a lot of our fans held him accountable for that. And I think it's like anything, when you make bad decisions, people take it out on you. When you make good decisions, people love you. Like, if let's say for the next 5 years, if Washington is a perennial playoff contender, that which we're in the NFC Championship game, or we competing for a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl, all of Dan Snyder's past transgressions are going to fall by the wayside. So, but I think that because he was the owner after Jack Kent Cooke, who presided over arguably the best period of time for Washington football, and he's had so many years of mediocrity and failure, the fan base has revolted against him. I have no doubt that Dan Snyder wants the best for Washington football. He just had to learn how to be a good owner. And I think since hiring Coach Rivera, hiring Jason Wright, our team president, hiring Julie Donaldson, the first woman to lead a media outfit for an NFL team, he's made some great decisions, and we're seeing the fruits of those decisions now. But I think that the past has been hard for Dan Snyder because of him being involved with the team on a hands-on level, and those decisions not panning out well for the team.
How do you see next year going with Fitzpatrick at the helm, as it seems he's going to be? Your defense is fierce and probably, apart from maybe the Browns, maybe the best in the league. And that offense lacked someone who could actually get the ball downfield, because your wide receiver core is much better than it was given credit for last year, given the limitations of a quarterback. Do you think that this is going to elevate you to be a contender this year?
I think that with Washington, we don't have the luxury of seeing ourselves as a contender. I think right now our focus has to be a consistent threat to win the NFC East on a regular basis. So, and the reason why I say that, because the NFC East has not had a repeat champion going back to 2003. So we're talking almost 20 years since we've had a repeat champion in the NFC East. I think that's 03, 04 with the Philadelphia Eagles. So I think that if Washington can win the NFC East again, or just make the playoffs again, 2 consecutive years in a row, that's something we haven't seen from Washington going back into the early 90s. I think that was the last time when we had 2 consecutive years we made the playoffs. So I think that if we can make a playoff appearance, win a first round playoff game, I think we'll be ahead of schedule as a team. The NFC is crazy right now. There's a lot of flux there. I'll give an example. Drew Brees retiring, that's going to have a significant impact on the balance of power in the NFC, because New Orleans was always a perennial team. You could pencil them in pretty much every year to be in the playoffs. But now that Drew Brees has retired, it creates an opportunity for another NFC team to step into that space. Could Washington be that team? Could Chicago be that team now that they've drafted Justin Fields?
Language, Maurice.
Easy there.
I'm kind of an NFC North podcast, so pardon me for my ignorance, right?
We don't appreciate that kind of language on the podcast.
Right. But But I think there's an opportunity. I mean, I think there's an opportunity for Detroit with Jared Goff, right? I mean, he played in the Super Bowl, I mean, not too long ago. He's definitely have arm talent. I mean, he's a first round pick. I was really surprised with the trade, to be quite honest with you. So, I mean, Detroit could be sneaky as far as maybe potentially step into that space that was vacated by the Saints. So we'll have to see what happens.
Maurice, I'm just wondering about, obviously, the new name changes coming up there. Is there anything that you're leaning towards in terms of what the new franchise name will be going forward?
I'm Team Warriors, 100%. I don't think we need to make this more complicated than it has to be. The two things, I've had the opportunity to talk directly to team officials about the team. I've been invited to a couple of sessions where they've done some focus groups. And the two things I've said, number one, is that I want the team name to reflect something that's aggressive, warrior-like, really gets me fired up. And I really want them to create a logo that really tugs at my heartstrings. That was the two things that the Washington Redskins name and logo did for me. I thought our logo was one of the best logos in the NFL, maybe second to the Detroit Lions logo with the fearsome lion. So I want to, definitely butter up you guys with that logo. But I think, that I feel very good that we're going to keep our color scheme of burgundy and gold. So that's inspiring. But I just want something tough, right? You look like, Washington Warriors. I mean, it's simple, but it gets to the point. I could roll with that every day. I've heard people talk about the Red Wolves. I could get behind that too, but not like I could get behind Washington Warriors.
I think we've taken up enough of your time, Maurice, but thank you so much for coming on. Is there anything you want to plug or anything like that before you go?
Yeah, I just if you have not listened to the DC Tree Tea, and I want to thank my partner in crime, Andy Burrows, who's a native of your homeland in Mario, England. Andy has really elevated himself as one of the premier Washington football team podcasts. Real quick, Andy started a podcast last May, so it'll be a year next month that we've had the podcast. And the Washington football team had their Burgundy and Gold Globe Awards, which are like the different fan recognitions. And because of Andy's efforts, he was able to lead our podcast to be recognized as one of the top 4 podcasts in the Washington football fan community. So it was our podcast and 3 other podcasts that were recognized as a top fan podcast by the Washington football team. And I think that speaks volumes to his talent, his leadership, his passion behind being a robust podcaster, bringing Washington football team content to the British Isles and beyond. And I'm just proud to be a partner with Andy and the great work that he's doing. And I think Andy has done an extraordinary job of illustrating the passion that folks in England have about NFL football. And I'm just happy to work with him.
He's absolutely fantastic. Following him on Twitter is entertaining. If nothing else, he's a fantastic guy, and I really enjoy talking to him. But you are too, spoken so eloquently, and we really appreciate your time. I think there's a joint effort. As much as Andy is great, you clearly, from your background, and you're able to just. I find it amazing your knowledge recall of just this team, these players, and I struggle with it, even though I've been a fan pretty much for the last 10 years. Even trying to remember what happened yesterday is a struggle. So. It's really, really impressive. Thank you so much for coming on and stepping in for Andy. It's been great to talk to you.
Oh, no problem. Thank you so much. I'm humbled to be on your show. Keep up the good work. And if you all ever want me on your show again, please reach out. I'd be more happy to be on.
Nice to meet you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Spencer Brown off the board to the Buffalo Bills. What a guy Maurice is.
Who called Monty Rice going before Jabril Cox and Baron Browning? Nobody ever anywhere.
Nobody ever.
They're just doing this to teasers. He's going to get to like 106 and then get taken, isn't he? Just to like dig it in a little bit more.
I think I'm going to have to cut together that little interview and just release it on its own.
We should get him back.
He's a really good guy.
Yeah, so passionate.
Mm-hmm.
The thing though, the Americans, they are very, they can be very like, they're really good at talking. They just got a lot of personality about them.
That's partly why I like the game, though, is that sort of passion that comes through. I think if you could mix the stadium atmosphere of the British sports with the passion of the fans in America, you'd have one of the elite sports of all time.
I can't wait to go and see a game over there. But it's just mad.
What's the guy's name? And I'll follow him on Twitter. Andy
Burrows.
Andy Burrows.
And he's very good value. He's I'm gonna use it as a descriptor as opposed to saying he actually is this. But his tweets are a bit bipolar. They're very up and they're very down. Like I don't know how else to describe it. That's what I mean by entertaining. You never know what you're going to get from him.
Cool. I'll follow him on Twitter.
Cleveland, guard from Georgia.
Ben Cleveland's good. I like him. That's
Cleveland.
a nice pick.
Who else was in there? Yeah, Cleveland picking Schwartz. That's
really
a
shock.
High. That's really high.
There's been a load of picks since we were talking that are a bit of a shock. Kendrick Green went early. Trey Sermons, I think, a good pick.
Nico Collins went.
Nico Collins.
Yeah, I was sad to see Collins go to Houston.
Patrick Jones went early.
Texans are just taking like the good players and just taking them to that shithole, aren't they? It's like Mills has gone there, Collins has gone there. Poor bastards.
We could actually get the linebacker that we've always wanted, though. Still,
we could. I can't believe we're going to go through this twice.
And Baron Browning's still on the board.
Yeah, so we still need 2 people to take linebackers to stop us getting one. I think if we come out of this with Jabril Cox and the 2 defensive tackles, I'll be a lot. That'll be a pretty decent day's work.
Surely we can't take another defensive lineman.
Oh, we can. There's so many. Gatifele, Davion Dixon, Jalen Twyman.
Maybe Quinn Miners, another guard.
Oh, just
Elijah Molden could be an interesting shout.
Could you imagine the pad practice between these lot when they're all in there, between the O-line and the... Oh,
I'll tell you what, I am surprised that Amon-Ra St. Brown is still on the board.
Yeah.
I thought he was consistent enough
to be picked now
near his projected position. Tommy Togiai is still there. We could pick him.
Buccaneers.
Is he that USC safety?
Sorry?
Was he the USC safety?
No, he's the interior defensive lineman from Ohio State.
Oh, I thought he was someone else.
You might see Miners go now, to be fair. Bucks need...
To Tampa.
Bucks need a guard. But they could go receiver.
Oh no, Robert Hainsey. He was the guy I mocked to the Lions, actually.
Isn't he a tackle?
Yeah, I mocked him when we did the 7-round mock.
Yeah.
He was decent.
136 on the board, though.
I think I mocked him in like round 5.
Yeah, that's... The Bucks have had a really bad draft.
Do you think the commissioner's gone to bed? Because he hasn't done any picks, and it's always been her, hasn't it, for the past 10 picks?
If you follow Eric Schlitt on Twitter, he's just put out a projected depth chart, which is quite interesting.
Haven't we got 8 defensive tackles now?
We've got 11. We've got 11 defensive linemen. You can see on his depth chart, it's pretty crazy.
Are we just going for death by defensive linemen? We're just going to absolutely run you over whether we get the ball or not.
Okay, there's a few players who aren't going to make the roster there, though.
None of them have got trade value, have they? Apart from Flowers, there's no one with any real trade value.
But don't we put a cap hit on him? Don't we take a cap hit if we trade him this year?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we do.
I mean, I guess we've already got...
It'll have to be a June 1 designation after to trade him to lessen the cap hit.
I mean, I
do
guess
like
we've already
the
got
fact that
4.
he's got the Will and the Sam starters being the Acquire brothers.
I guess we've already got 45 million in dead cap
I
this
can
year.
see
So what
Julian
does a little
Acquara
more
playing
hurt?
linebacker. He's going to be more central potentially at this rate. If they don't really rate the draft that high, or they don't value it that high, they will try and make a traditional linebacker.
Are we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? We're only 6 picks away.
I forgot we had Nick Borden still.
Who's on next? Oh, it's Patriots next.
And the pick is in.
They're rattling through them.
You have to.
Yeah, Maurice was excellent. He was an excellent guest.
Yeah,
I don't want to say that I'm delighted that Andy wasn't there, but him not being available and allowing us to meet Maurice was fortuitous.
Oh, this is the Patriots comp pick for losing Brady, apparently.
What's clear to me is outside of the mainstream media and the around the NFLs of the world, who I do like, that there's some terrific podcasters doing team-specific stuff that I'd never listen to without having talked to the person first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have the Buccaneers picked yet?
Just about to.
Apparently, Hainsey was announced as a guard, not a tackle.
So who've we not been able to get any guests from? What teams have no fans?
Ronnie Perkins has gone to the Pats.
That's
Robert Hainsey to the Bucks. Yeah.
We couldn't get any Titans, but that wasn't because we've had the transplanted Titans on before. They just couldn't make it, and I hit up 4 other Titans fans, but it just didn't work. We couldn't get any Rams on. There is an LA Rams UK, but they just never responded to me.
Vikings?
We have a Vikings fan on tomorrow.
Okay.
And we have a Bears fan on tomorrow as well. In fact, if you guys are around for the lunchtime show, 12:15, Ryan from the Bear Down podcast in the States. From what I've talked to him, I think that's going to be a really good interview. In fact, the afternoon show should be great. We've got Lee from the 49er Faithful UK group as well, and he seems like a really cool guy too. So if you are able to get up for it, I suggest you do that. the James, our New England fan that came on, has just said Rams not having fans is such a meta joke.
100%.
Ronnie Perkins?
Yeah, Ronnie Perkins gone to the Pats.
It's normally the Chargers are accused of having no fans.
I can't remember who else I couldn't get, but I'll have a look now, actually. I'm amazed how well this has all come together.
Colts
is our last guest before we talk with Rebecca and Matt. We've got like the last hour and a half of the broadcast will just be us talking with Rebecca and Matt.
That's tomorrow night.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think that Ryan, Steve, you've ever met Rebecca before.
No.
Potentially, but she's terrific. She's someone I watched a draft with last year. She's a Michigander, and her husband is the kit man at Detroit. So the guy providing the balls to Stafford.
All right, so they're the insiders.
There's loads of pictures of them together on the sideline. It's really cool. Okay, we couldn't get a Ram, we couldn't get the Titans, and we couldn't get the Saints.
Okay.
Saints really surprised me.
Didn't they have one who pulled out on us?
Nope. Could never get a Saint.
It was the
Or was that the
Cowboys that
Titans?
cancelled, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we'll speak to Cowboys next week. They did a charity 24-hour stream 2 days ago, and apparently they're just
Oh.
suffering a bit. And
Quinn
I don't
Minor-
blame them. That is really
Quinn
good. They had
Miners
Neil
is-
Reynolds on that stream.
Oh yeah.
Quinn Miners has gone.
Quinn Miners
Broncos.
went
Wait, Chargers.
Broncos.
where? At 97.
Have Denver traded?
I don't know where Denver are. Where were they?
They've traded with the Saints.
Oh, they traded ages ago, didn't they? For yeah, 76 they traded.
We are 2 picks away from the Lions. Who have we got on the board, guys? What are your thoughts?
Two picks away.
Yep.
Cox, please. Or Browning. I'll take Browning at this point. I'll take a linebacker of any way, shape, or form.
I'm still looking at who the Chargers are getting at 97.
Chargers are getting Trey McKitty, a tight end.
Oh, is that from Florida State?
Yep. And then the Broncos have just got Miners. So it's got the Cowboys, the Titans, and then us.
Is it the Saints at 98, or did they trade out?
They traded out.
Trey McKitty was the 216th pick on the board.
So who got Trey McKitty then?
The Chargers.
Chargers. All
Is he-
right. So that's
He's from Florida State, isn't he?
So who's left on this board? Cox, Miners has gone. Malden.
So Miners
I
went at
suppose-
98, did he?
I
Yep.
suppose Malden provides really good value now.
Jordan.
Where did Miners go? Sorry?
Just now.
The
to-
Broncos.
Broncos.
Broncos at 98.
Keeping up with this is harder than I thought it would be.
they're just shooting through the picks, aren't they?
It will, because they don't always say if it's a trade back, like if it's a trade forward, like they don't list trades very well.
There's only
You'll-
8 more picks. We're going to be finished well in advance of last
You
night.
lose track, don't you? Especially when you've got like the 3-way trades and that going on. You just
Yeah, because they never tell you who came first. Like,
no, and then before you know it, 2 picks have gone, and you've got no idea. It's
So wide receivers. What do we think about Cade Johnson?
Love him. Love him.
He's still available.
Really underrated guy.
Oh, I
Really
want
good
you-
slot receiver.
I want Jalen at this point. I think. Oh, mind you, Seth Williams is still there, isn't he?
yeah,
Seth Williams is still there. He's very underrated as well.
Baron Browning.
Tamori and Terry.
Jalen Darden is in play
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I if this is Darden or Cox, I'm gonna, even though it's like 4:30 in the morning, I'm gonna go mad. It's like
Tyler
one of them.
Wallace, Amon Ross and Brown are the wide receiver ahead of him.
right.
Ashley has just said he'd take Cade, but he'd like Malden, Cox, or Washington.
I forgot about Washington.
Ardarius is in play for sure. here.
Right, 99 with Dallas.
So who's Dallas getting?
I've now got that sinking feeling that they'll just do something totally random.
Yeah.
Punter?
There's-
Anyone? Punter?
I think that's the thing I've learned. I think I'm just going to be completely like impartial on prospects not yet next year and try not to like them too much because it just hurts when they go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, I do like Quinn Miners.
I do. He'll do well.
Someone's Dave Burkett's asked on Twitter, what we're thinking here in terms of picks Lions fans. And the reply is someone's just put, "Who's the fattest guy left on the board? We need more cow and less bell." Someone else has put, "Just lineman. Fuck it. Give me the heaviest motherfucker left in the draft."
Oh, quote of the evening.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Someone's put a 300-pound wide receiver.
Oh, I'm smiling through gritted teeth now.
Always reminds me of Baylor University 2 years ago. They had a 330-pound tight end. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Well, someone did suggest that we could have Alim McNeil as a goal line threat as a running back.
Did you?
Pour them all together in like 4 of them and just like send them piling over fucking line.
He was a high school running back, wasn't he?
Yeah, I put some footage on it on the thread, like about half an hour ago.
He's got pace.
I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be a running back facing us like from the 2 or 3 yard line, trying to run through that lot into the end zone.
I tell you what, if
Just
our
like,
red zone
no.
efficiency is really high because we can just run it in like that, we could be sneaky good next year.
Oh, so
If they can't stop us, I mean,
Diablo's got moved to linebacker by the looks of it. He's not going to play safety at the Raiders.
That makes sense. He hits hard and he's 6'3".
Divine Diablo says the Raiders plan to use him primarily at will, linebacker.
He's going to shine there. He's going to really do well there. That pissed me off. Like, I wanted him.
A lot of people on social media are saying they want Tylan Wallace, the Oklahoma receiver.
We're
Not
on the
now.
clock.
I don't want him at 101.
We're on the clock.
I think he's going to slide in at 4th. Well, he's going to score probably maybe through the 4th.
Has anyone seen Dallas or Titans picks? Because apparently we're on the clock.
Dallas have just picked a corner called Nashon Wright.
Who?
Nashon Wright at Oregon State.
Oh, that's the guy from he was in Last Chance U. He's like 6'4". He's a proper.
he was 259 on the board.
And yet
Sean
Elijah
Wright and
Molden,
his brother Ray John Wright, they're in Last Chance U, them too.
and yet Elijah Molden is still there.
And yet Jabril Cox is still there. And we are on the clock.
Baron Browning's still there.
Can we take someone, please? Someone that we want.
Oh, please let it be Jabril Cox now. This would be a steal of all steals.
Let your fleet flag fly, brother.
Right, who's on the clock at 100?
So Nashon Wright was ranked 315 on Matt Miller's board.
Where do we know who the Titans picked yet?
Not yet, no.
They 800.
Elijah Molden, Titans.
Okay. So we
Finally gone. That's because of his bad workout on it, I think.
So we've got our
Cox
pickers
is in
for the
play.
linebackers.
Yeah,
We've got our
is in
pick for the
play.
linebackers.
Yep.
But we're going to go
Cox.
Tommy Togiai, aren't we?
Cox, Browning, and Darden.
We got.
I'm
got-
absolutely dreading this pick.
We could go Jamar Johnson.
Jamar Johnson, yeah.
See me run off like around the room, you'll know who it is.
I don't want to look at the Twitch chat at the moment because I know that as soon as Ashley knows who the pick is, he's going to bloody put it in there.
Yeah, it's. You know what? I'm overall, I'm feeling pretty decent about what we've done. If this can be a linebacker, then this will be a good day.
Yeah, please let's take a linebacker. Please.
It's not Dylan Moses.
Not Dylan Moses.
I think he's gone.
No, he hasn't.
Oh, it's corner.
No.
Tay Gowan then?
No. Do you want to know?
Melifonwu?
Yeah, it's Melifonwu.
I'm okay with that.
I've got linebackers there. No, it's okay. It's a corner.
Melifonwu was meant to go 73. So there's good value there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with corner. I just wanted it to be defense.
Yeah, I think.
It's okay, Ashley. You can spoil it now.
Just not sure what they're looking at when they look at this linebacker room. What do they see? Are they happy? Are they content right now?
No, they just think they can pick someone up in the 5th.
I don't see any value there, though.
But one thing that's clear is we don't see anything
like
they're seeing.
Isaiah McDuffie or someone
Well,
like that.
that's
'Cause
true.
That guy's tiny.
That is true. It's.
Oh man.
Oh, who knows? Maybe Cox and Surratt continue to. When do we pick next? 121.
That sounds right.
So it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Browning or Cox are still there.
So Melifonwu's RAS is better than Greg Newsom.
But the RAS is only relative though. It's position based, isn't it?
Yeah, it don't mean a thing, does it? It's a pointless stat.
There's definitely something to it, like in terms of just like how you kind of like grade people based on across the board, like ability, rather than just. It's a good metric. I like a stat.
I like a stat too. RAS has a place for sure.
So Melifonwu is listed as having elite size and elite explosion in terms of his vertical and his broad. Speed is great. 40 yards dash was 4.48, but he scored poorly on the shuttle and 3-cone.
No, that's not good for us for a cornerback.
Might put him inside, like say, might go under Cornelder.
I mean, if he'd have done a better shuttle, then it'd be right up there in the top 2 or 3.
Well, maybe it's good he didn't do one then. We might have got a bit of a steal on him.
Yeah,
possibly.
Is he predominantly outside corner? I can't remember.
Well, I assume Okuda will hopefully start to flourish on the outside. Depends where the corn and that play.
I'm just having a look at the draft profile now from the Draft Network.
Oh, we picked 112.
Only another 11 picks to go then.
Oh,
Syracuse cornerback Efetu Melifonwu is long, rangy, athletic, and physical, making him a toolsy prospect that is ascending talent. At the next level, his best fit is at a zone corner, where his length, ball skills, and ability to read the backfield and leverage routes shine. He is also an above-average run defender and can be relied upon to make tackles should his 2020 campaign be the norm moving forward. He has some appeal in press man coverage. Blah, 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 blah. His route anticipation skills needs a touch more consistency.
Was it 102?
Matt Miller's just tweeted, a lot of folks surprised and upset when I reported that no teams I spoke to had Melifonwu in their top 100. So.
Apparently his fit at the next level could be best as a big nickel or a safety.
Oh, that's interesting.
Maybe we'll finally get rid of Will Harris. Got it up, so.
Ambry Thomas has gone to the 49ers. That's 4 corners in a row.
Is that 1 or 2?
Yeah.
Ambry Thomas.
Yeah.
Who went there, sorry?
Ambry Thomas to the 49ers.
Ooh. Cheeky.
So you reckon they could play him as like a nickel?
That's what the Draft Network have said. They say his ideal role is as a starting outside cornerback, but then it said they would understand the idea that the best fit at the next level might come at safety or nickel. Apparently he has the potential to become a terrific starter as he becomes more consistent and solidifies technique, so potentially his ceiling is high. Our New England guy who came on earlier has just said he may have been outside the top 100, but you picked him at 101, so it's perfect timing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love the optimism. That's very optimistic.
Well, we need a corner, so we've got one.
Well, this has been a surprising evening, hasn't it? It's been an evening full of surprises.
Yeah, I don't think any of us were predicting DT cornerback, were we?
No.
Although, in fairness, we've got two of the best defensive tackles in the draft, even though the class
Someone's
ain't
just
great.
tweeted, let's hope Melifonwu turns out like he's better than his brother, because his brother at the Cowboys was terrible. He was a combine star, awful player.
He was a bust, wasn't he?
Yep.
I do like Ambry Thomas. He's someone I wanted to take in the 5th round if we'd addressed other needs earlier.
Kerryon Johnson's just tweeted, "Man, I almost can't pronounce a single player name on our defense now. Oh my god."
Oh dear.
Right, Los Angeles Rams wrong clock.
So, are we gonna assume that at 1:12 tomorrow we're going receiver?
No.
You
I
don't?
think they're happy at receiver.
I'm not going to assume anything.
Yeah. What's the one position we're not thinking about?
We'll end up with a tight end.
Oh, don't.
I was
Saying that-
on board with tight end at 7, but I don't think I'm on board with tight end anywhere else.
I think there's a lot of the good tight ends have gone now. Come on, Rams. What are you doing? God.
How many picks are left? Is it 2 picks?
3. Rams, Ravens, Saints.
Better finish my beer.
Better get breakfast cooking soon.
So
Friday would be lovely.
What are we grading tonight then?
C.
I'd give it a B.
C plus.
I'd give it a B to B plus.
C minus.
Ooh.
Ashley's just said at this point expecting unexpected, and then said nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, which I love. I love that. Good old that's Monty Python, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm saying it's a B for me.
I think that we should try and get some articles together for the blog, just to have our thoughts on each pick potentially.
Would your grades change if you were grading it between the players we've picked and the needs we had? Would your grades change?
No.
If you're basing it just on the players alone?
I don't think so.
Oh, I wonder what Carlos is writing at this moment in time.
Detroit Lions go from bad to worse as they blow up all chances of competing in the 2021 season and beyond.
Detroit Lions create brand new 5-man front.
Detroit Lions confirm they have no idea. Brad Holmes needs to go.
Man, you know what? If I'm standing opposite in Brockers, Onwuzurike, McNeil, Flowers, I'm just like turning around and running off. It's like, fuck there. I'm just, you wouldn't, would you? They're going to be intimidating, if anything.
Even better headline. Carlos Menares, I'm going to give every new pick a new nickname because Kerryon Johnson can't pronounce any of them.
This one's potential draft bust number 1. This one's potential draft bust number 2.
Is it just me that isn't having that much trouble pronouncing the names as well? Is
I
Carry
don't-
On
I
making
think
it
they're
slightly
fine.
overblown?
On Woozerike.
What's hard about
it's
Melisonwu?
easy. Yeah.
Well, like,
If I'd had a few more extra hours sleep, I'd be able to pronounce them better.
Woozerike.
yeah, I think like all of them have like pretty determined like syllables. On Wuzu Rike and Melifonwu. Like none of them are particularly complicated. I don't know.
I know what you're saying, Matt.
Oh, I'm glad you do.
McNeil.
Yeah, that one's pretty easy.
Oh, who've the Rams taken?
Yeah, I can't find anything.
I don't know. They just keep showing their draft house, which is just a massive pile of wank.
They've got no fans. That's why they've not tweeted anything.
The Ravens have selected cornerback Brandon Stevens. But I can't find the Rams one.
Ernest Jones.
Who the hell is Brandon Stevens? He's not on my cornerback list.
We're scraping the barrel now, aren't we?
What we need to do is we need to start researching the 2022 draft now so that we know all of the people, because we clearly haven't done enough work. Even though I've worked fucking tirelessly at this for fucking months,
I
there's
have.
still players being picked I have no idea about.
I'm going to start the early one over the summer and have a board and just like move it around as the season goes. And hopefully then it just becomes a lot easier. So who did the Rams get?
Ernest Jones, South Carolina linebacker.
What's Ernest Jones?
He
Bloody
led the
hell.
team in tackles.
So basically, everyone's taking every linebacker apart from Baron Brown and Jabril Cox.
Do you think there must be? Do you think there's character concerns with any of them?
There's
then?
got
I
to
mean,
be an issue.
Jabril Cox falling from 55.
It's getting to the point now where I almost don't know if I want him. I really wanted him, but now it's like, oh, this gotta be a
Ashley's just said that the Ravens pick they're just about to make isn't even on the PFF top 300 board.
Yeah, I went right down to the bottom of the list for corners. I did like the top 35, and he's not in those. I did a lot of work on the corners.
Yeah, apparently Jabril Cox has an injury, and Ashley's thinking it must be pretty severe for him to have fallen this far.
So corners, who's still there? There's
Can't be that severe though, can it? Like he worked out not even a week ago.
So who's still at corner? Who's not? So there's still Trill Williams hasn't gone yet, has he?
No, I'm
At
guessing we don't
corner.
need him now because of
No.
Melifonwu.
But Robert Rochelle's still there. Tariq Castro, Demador Lenoir, this Kerry Vincent. There's still a lot of guys there who you don't have to go out the top 300 for.
Brandon Stevens, cornerback. Yes.
Is it time for bed yet?
It's just the Saints left. One more.
Oh, I was going to be really childish then and just go, oh, is it your bedtime?
Yeah. Beddy time.
Oh, I know I joked about it last night and tonight, but if someone said, do you want a fry out right now? That'd be pretty high on my agenda.
Yes, I fucking do.
I had we had some curry fish in a burger today, and I did it with fried hash browns.
Oof.
And now I just want a hash browns. That's all I
Oof.
want.
Ooh.
Nice.
Dude, hash brown sandwiches are completely underrated.
Oh, I'm with you, Ant. I'm with you all the way.
Yeah.
Got me through my student days.
Yeah, exactly.
Fried
a lot of people
egg on
just-
top?
a
On
lot of
toast. On toast.
Yeah. A lot of people look at you and just like nose down like, huh. It's like, no, they're great.
Hmm. Or a potato waffle sandwich.
Ooh. Oh, now we're talking.
You've all severely gone down in my estimations. Hash browns are awful.
Baron
They're even-
Browning, 105.
they're even
Baron
greased.
Browning, gone.
Oh. The Saints get Browning at one. That's just not fair.
No, that's Denver.
Oh, is it Denver? I swear Denver have already.
Denver have traded up, haven't they? I think.
No, they traded down. I think they traded down.
With the Giants.
So 105 now is Denver.
Denver was the last pick of the day, I think.
Yeah,
So
that's
is there no
it.
Saints at all?
No. I feel like Denver have had more picks, but they haven't.
So Denver have got Baron Browning.
That's
Baron
bit
Browning,
gutted.
Quinn Miners, and Baron Browning within 8 picks in the hundreds, or just about.
Right, boys, are you going to be on tomorrow lunchtime, or I thought no, Ant, you're working, right?
I'll have to let you know about tomorrow because it's just weather's wreaking havoc with work at the minute, so I'm here, there, and everywhere. I don't think I'm here for the lunch one, but I'll.
Steve, Brian, you about?
I'm helping my next door neighbour move house tomorrow, daytime.
Yeah, I can do lunch. Like I say, I'll just have to be off. I'll be off at Bradford game and then back on for evening.
Yeah, sounds good. I think that Martin might be on, which would
Martin's
be good.
Martin's with you at lunchtime, isn't he?
I hope so. I hope so. It's going to be a terrific interview with the guys. So,
what time's the evening show?
Start at 4:30.
Okay, cool.
I'll be on for about 5.
Yeah, I may be on to start with. I might not. It depends. If it absolutely yammers it down, then I'll probably be on from the start. But if not, it'll be a few hours in.
Let's not beat around the bush. Day 3 is a grind. I love it because I know most of these names, or I think I do, and then I don't because they pick someone random. But this is where the hidden gems are now. So,
but basically, look down the draft board and find the player with the most consonants, and that's who we're picking tomorrow. The highest Scrabble score.
There's some terrific players still on this board.
Yeah.
Trey Smith, I'm surprised is still on there, the guard from Tennessee.
I'd want to be looking at Jalen Darden at 112.
Is Robert Rochelle still on there?
Yeah, he is.
He's still there. Yeah.
Well, I think that's out the question. That's out the question now, obviously, because we've already gone corner.
Tay Gowan is still there, which I'm really surprised by.
Right, guys, I'm going to bed.
It sounds good, man. If you're on the stream and you're still watching us, thank you so much for joining us. We're heading off, but we'll see you back midday UK time, 7 a.m. in the States. Bye for now. Cheers.
One Pride.